Shen Mo's ancestral grave blew sky high, which is to say, his luck did. He bought a double color ball lottery ticket and hit 30 million. He didn't tell his girlfriend. He went straight out and bought a Porsche Panamera, then a top-floor luxury flat in Sea City, and sank into a sofa worth 6 figures, feeling a satisfaction he'd never known in his life. He fell into a deep sleep fast. When he woke the next morning, just as he was about to share the good news, a message from Shun Qinghan landed first. Chinamo, I'll be honest with you. I've slept with 99 men. One more, and you'll be wearing your 100th set of horns. You love me so much, I'm sure you won't mind. I stared at it, my skull buzzing. My elated heart crashed straight to the floor. And just as I was about to fire back and curse the woman out, a wave of vertigo took me, my blood roared, and my vision went black. When I opened my eyes again, SSSS, so cold. A ramshackle little cabin, full of holes, creaking, freezing wind, and snow knifing in through the gaps. Maybe 10 square meters, almost no insulation. The only other thing was a stove with a weak flame, and above it, a prompt. Time to extinguish. 29 minutes, 58 seconds. Where the hell did I get dumped? Is this even Earth anymore? Where's my lottery money? Where's my mansion? I sat there bewildered, shivering, reaching to pull my coat tighter, and found I was in pajamas. Then a cold, emotionless mechanical voice. Welcome to the frozen tundra. Daytime temperature here is -10 Celsius, nighttime, -20. To survive, never let the stove in front of you go out. Lose it and you lose your shelter, left to beg others for protection. During the 7-day grace period, raise the level of your cabin and stove as much as possible. The higher your shelter's level, the better you'll weather the disasters to come. After the 7-day grace period, zombies and calamity creatures will appear on the ice plain. Be on guard. Reminder, a million resource box has been distributed. Find resource boxes to build up your shelter. And finally, good luck surviving. In 1 month, there'll be a surprise. It clicked. I'd been pulled into an apocalypse game. 20 years a workhorse, finally 28, finally a lottery win. And the universe slammed the great equalizer down on my whole life. You're messing with me, I groaned. At least let me enjoy it first. I wasn't alone in that thought. A panel surfaced, a regional channel, already boiling over. What's happening? Where am I? Wasn't I in the shower? Why am I in a cabin with no clothes? So cold. And in the top corner, a counter, 3,481,002/3,500,000. My stomach dropped. 3.5 million was Sea City's entire population. The 3.48 meant nearly 20,000 people had hit the ground dead the instant they arrived. The whole city had been teleported in. I watched the number tick down, my face going grim. Wasn't there supposed to be a 7-day grace period? But I'm a glass half full guy. I thought I was the only unlucky one dragged in. Turns out everyone is. Sea City had plenty of people worth 100 million plus. So my 30 million, looked at that way, isn't such a loss after all. Then another prompt. Congratulations, host, on not dying on arrival. Given that you just won the lottery, your luck is overflowing, yet you never got to enjoy life. So as compensation, you received the fortune and misfortune hint system. Random fortune hints granted. Today's hint, great fortune. An auspicious start. Out the door, turn left, walk 30 meters. Under a snowdrift is buried a gold resource box. Open it for a haul. The system had arrived. Anyone who reads this kind of story knows. A protagonist without a system is embarrassed to call himself a crosser. Not surprising. And there was a box right nearby. Sure, I was in pajamas at -10 in falling snow. I'd last maybe 10 minutes out there. But I also knew, if the stove went out, I died anyway. Early or late, that was the only difference. So no hesitation. I followed the hint out of the cabin. Outside was an endless frozen plain, cold wind and goose feather snow, white as far as the eye could see, eerily silent. I half suspected beasts were out there. And cold. So cold the breath wanted to freeze the instant it left me, with only a thin layer of pajamas on. But there, deep in the snow, a glinting gold box. Open. A flash of gold, and a prompt. Obtained. Positing extreme cold down jacket. White, +1. Thermal underwear set, +1. Cold +100. Sharp axe +1. Tier, 2 shelter blueprint, gold, +1. White positing down jacket. withstands temperatures to -25. Thermal underwear, raises body temperature 5 degrees on use. Coal, stove essential. 1 coal runs a tier, 1 stove for 1 hour. Sharp axe, attack +70, durability 100, recovers 1 durability per minute. Tier, 2 shelter blueprint, gold quality. Gather enough materials to upgrade to a tier 2 shelter. Gold trait, auto repair shelter. That's a lot. Seeing the haul, I was stunned. 100 hours of coal right off the bat, in a down jacket. I pulled it on fast, and warmth rolled through me, color returning to my pale face. Bozzeting, pricey, but no complaints. It wasn't enough, though. A tier 1 cabin didn't block the wind at all. I checked the blueprint's requirements. Tier 2 gold shelter blueprint. Needs wood times 20, iron ore times 20. On upgrade, the ramshackle cabin becomes a sturdy cabin shelter. Area doubled. Defense +100, durability +1000. Gold trait. Repair, recover 1 durability per second. The trait's level rises with the cabin's level. A built-in gold trait, and a repair trait, 1 durability a second. That changed my whole expression. Durability was simple. If someone attacked your cabin and durability hit 0, you lost all defense, lost the shelter. But 1 per second repair was another matter. By ordinary human stats, 1 punch took off about 5 durability. Figure 10 seconds to wind up a punch. You'd break it slower than the shelter mended itself. And in 7 days, when ice plane creatures came, that repair would be critical. Upgrade. I have to upgrade. No hesitation. I grabbed the axe and ran to a big tree beside the cabin. 15 meters tall, lush and green, even under snow. You'll do. I swung. Crack. Tree vitality -80. Another swing. -80. 2 hits, and the tree groaned and started to topple. I stared at the axe. This thing's a mountain splitter. A 15-meter tree, only 240 vitality, 80 a swing. 3 swings a tree. Sure enough, 1 more 80, and the trunk crashed down, shaking the ground. Wood +2. I was pleased. At this rate, 10 more trees, 30 swings, done. What I didn't realize was that my axe was absurd. Ordinary players who'd landed couldn't even harvest materials, let alone with a blade like this. First move out of the gate, a gold box. I was a step ahead of everyone. On the regional channel, all of Sea City was wailing. My stove's dying, what do I do? Relax, I just found a box outside. Got coal +2, 2 more hours. For real. Envy everywhere. A lucky few had pulled instant noodles, ham sausage, water. Most had nothing. I've been out here 10 minutes. Nothing but white in every direction. One of those, I'm 168, 55 kilos. I'll do anything for help. Messages got shot down fast. It's the apocalypse and you're still on that? Go find food first. Seeing their state, I understood my edge. They can't even find 1 coal. I've got 100. I chopped harder, felled 6 more trees. Wood +2. Remaining wood, 12. And then a wave of dizziness hit. I steadied myself on a trunk. Why am I lightheaded? Low blood sugar? A prompt. Your hunger has dropped to 40. Find something to eat. I pulled up my info. Name, Chunimo sex, male. Shelter level, LV1. Spirit, 10. Normal human baseline. Physical defense, 10. Magic resistance, 10. Strength, 10. Move speed, 5. Hunger, 30/100. Replenish food to restore hunger and stamina. Items, sharp axe, gold LV2 shelter blueprint, wood ×12, bozzeting down jacket ×1, thermal underwear ×1, coal ×20. Chopping had burned my hunger down. That was the dizziness. Work makes you hungry? Who designed this? But where to find food out here, in a white waste that might be plain or forest? Then it hit me. The regional channel had a trading post. I opened it. Sure enough, a wall of buy orders. All for one thing, coal. In the frozen tundra you can eat less, but once the stove dies it never relights, meaning you lose the right to upgrade your shelter and end up out in the cold, forced to depend on others. So everyone wanted coal. Buying coal, I'll pay 1,000,000 yuan. Replies piled under it. Gonna spend dead world money in the living world? Are you? I've got a Ferrari 488, trade for 10 coal. Someone teleported mid-drive, gear and all. Shot down too. What good's a Ferrari here? Got fuel. Coal's gold right now. Food and coal were the hard currency. Lucky for me, I had 100 coal, so I could keep chopping. I listed sell coal times 2, and the whole trading post detonated. Someone's actually selling the stuff that keeps you alive? Brother, do you not know how important coal is? I've played frozen survival games. Coal is gold. Don't upgrade your shelter, and you're finished. Genuine warnings. But others snapped back. He wants to sell? Mind your business. Brother, I'll take it. What do you need? I've got clothes. Chinemo, clothes? No, I've got clothes. I want food. That word lit it up. Someone DM'd at once. Chindayo. Brother, I've got 2 ham sausages trade. Chinemo 2? Too few. I want a whole pack. Chindayo. Are you insane? Where would I get a pack? I found a box, only 8 total. Forget it. Chinemo. Hey, you didn't even haggle. How do you know I won't go lower? Chindayo. Really? Then 6? Chinemo deal. Chindayo. Got too greedy, he must have thought. But his stove was dying, so he rushed it through. 6 ham sausages landed in my inventory. Ham sausage, plus 10 hunger each. Only 10 apiece. 6 didn't even fill the bar. So I listed another coal. I had 100. I'd find more after the upgrade tomorrow. The post blew up again. You're still selling? How much coal do you have? Did you find a coal vein? Chinemo, same as before. I want food. DMs flooded in. A pack of instant noodles, a frozen water bottle. Too little. Until one stood out. Brother, 6 ham sausages. The name, Chindayo. Aren't you out? Better safe than sorry. He laughed awkwardly. Can we trade? This guy clearly had supplies, just no coal. I added 2 cups of noodles to the ask. He agreed cheerfully. 12 ham sausages and 2 noodle cups later, my stamina was topped off. Hunger restored to 100. I rolled my arm. Feel like I could drop a calf. I grabbed the axe, lined up another tree. 80, 80, 80. After 2 food top-ups, the last tree crashed down, and my wood hit 20. Wood had 2 uses: burn it in the stove or build. Burn wood in the stove? Please. Chop it by hand for that. Not happening. Wood done. Now or had 3 sources. Lucky box drops. Mining it yourself. Brutal. Harder than wood. My hunger couldn't sustain it, or the trading post. With coal, anything was for sale. I listed coal times 1, noting 1 coal for 1 ore. Comers welcome. The post went nuclear. You're still selling. Where's all this coal from? People started demanding to friend me. Big bro, are you short a hand? I waved it all off. I just want ore. But people caught on. Why's he trading coal for ore? Wait, did he pull a blueprint? Wants to hit a tier 2 shelter? That stopped everyone cold. An hour in, and you're upgrading to tier 2 already? What monstrous luck. One guy. I pulled a green LV2 blueprint too. Needs 10 wood, but I can't chop by hand. How'd you do it? I ignored them. Just ore. Then a girl named Li Muyao DM'd, timid. I've got 20 ore. Trade for 40 coal? My brow rose. Haggling with me. Dream on. Plenty of people are already messaging me. 20 or gets you 10 coal now. She'd meant to push the price up, hoping for 24, 20, and instead got hit with 241. Brother, that's so harsh. But I wasn't stupid. Or you can dig with a tool. Coal is a survival necessity. Decide. Or's just rock. Coal saves your life. 10 coal, 10 hours, not bad. She wavered, then agreed. 20 or mine. Now I had wood, ore, and the blueprint. Congratulations, all upgrade materials acquired. Upgrade? Upgrade. A blinding flash of gold, and the ramshackle cabin became a sturdy one, walls fused with iron ore, and clearly bigger. Shelter, LV2, sturdy cabin. Stove, LV2, sustains 4 people, consumes 1 coal/hour. Floor area, 20 SQ meters. Walls, sturdy wood and iron ore fusion, repels cold wind, ordinary beasts, zombie attacks. Condition, 100%. Durability, 1100. Defense, 100. Defenses, none. Trait, repair, gold recover 1 durability per second. Double the floor space. I stepped in. The cabin transformed, clean and new. Even my fancy sofa looked at home now. With the stove roaring, the far corners hit 15 degrees, and near the fire a stunning 30. Yes, absolutely yes. Ice and fire, 2 worlds. I let myself enjoy it, then cooled down. The grace period ended in 7 days. This wasn't enough. Keep upgrading. And though I had 80 hours of coal, nearly 4 days, I was down to 2 noodle cups and 1 water bottle. I needed more coal to trade for resources. Night was coming. The frozen tundra warned. Don't go out at night. Stay quiet. Unidentified creatures roam. So I holed up. Sure enough, after dark the north wind howled like wailing ghosts. Good thing I upgraded to LV2. I thought. That old cabin would have left me frozen stiff by morning. Then, through the wind, a grating sound, like metal scraping the wooden door. My heart leapt into my throat, eyes locked on the door. Something's out there. I gripped the axe, tense. 7-day grace period, my foot. This wasn't safe at all. But the strange noise and low growl hesitated only a moment, took 2 durability off the cabin, and stopped. I exhaled. Worn out from the day, I curled up on the sofa by the fire and slept. Morning. White light flooded the window. I jumped up, dressed, and opened the regional channel. Survivors, 2,208,000/3,500,000. My heart sank. A single night, and that many gone. No coal, no shelter, plenty had died. Outside, by the door, strange footprints, roughly human. The wooden door, thanks to auto repair, was unmarked, but faint scratch lines remained, like sharp claws. The channel was buzzing about it. Anyone notice something weird last night? Something was clawing at my door. I don't dare go out. A beast? I'm a girl. How do I deal with that? Someone offered the usual. We're only 5 kilometers apart. Come to me. I'll protect you. You? Protect me? You want to heh. I ignored the chatter. Those things were frozen tundra creatures. No attack yet. Maybe the grace period. But after 7 days, they might come for the cabin. I need weapons. Traps. Then the daily hint. Another lovely day? You survived day 1 of the frozen tundra. Today's hint. Fine weather. Go out. Turn right. Follow the snow 3 kilometers to a crook-necked tree. Under it, a gold box. Another box. Gold again. The system's not bad. That's right, the system replied. Survive each day safely, and I'll give you a gold hint daily. A gold box every day? I'd read the rulebook overnight. Box tiers ran white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold. White was a wooden box, a scrap of resource. 1 sausage, 1 ore. Higher tiers multiplied quantity and quality. Gold was near the ceiling. A gold box every day? Then I'm basically invincible. No hesitation, I grabbed the axe and set off for the marked spot. Sure enough, under the crook-necked tree, a faint gold glow. I dug it out and opened it. Congratulations, gold box. Obtained. Coal times 100, common or times 10, compressed biscuits times 20, Nongfu spring water times 6, AWM sniper rifle times 1, Magnum 7.62 sniper rounds times 15. What? I blanked. An AWM sniper rifle? Coal, biscuits, water, fine, but a rifle? This was still the primitive era of the frozen tundra. People didn't even have stone axes yet, and I'd just pulled an AWM. I checked it. AWM sniper rifle, orange. Muzzle velocity, 936 meters per second. Effective range, 1500 to 1700 m, 1000 m energy, 1770 J, penetrates body armor/helmets. Damage, 1000. On the frozen tundra, a standard single-kill weapon, handles monsters with ease. Even I was rattled. Out here, nobody knew what they'd face next second. With just the sharp axe, I could barely defend myself. With this, my safety margin shot up. Only downside, low on ammo. 15 rounds. Enough to save my life for now. What I didn't notice, opening that gold box had triggered a regional broadcast in bright gold letters. Survivor Chin Mo, explosive luck, opened a gold box and obtained an orange weapon, AWM sniper rifle times 1. Big gold text, repeated 3 times, and the channel went off. A gold box, and a sniper rifle. In a place like this, you don't know what danger's coming. Pull a sniper and you're set. I've been grinding all night and only made a stone axe. This guy's got an AWM. Search his name, friend him, grab the thigh. People started friend requesting in a flood, plenty of them women. Brother, I'm a streamer, take me along, I'll warm your bed. Brother, short a hand. My stove's dying, can I join you? And men, big bro, need a little brother? Bro, how do you open a gold box? I want one too. None of it interested me. I smacked my forehead. Damn, forgot to turn on privacy. The panel let you hide your box opens and upgrades from the channel. Better the thief doesn't covet than steal. Being this flashy at the start was asking to be marked. I switched privacy on. Privacy enabled. Box opening and building upgrades will no longer broadcast. Satisfied, I hauled the loot home. 3 kilometers through snow took 2 full hours, and I learned walking burns hunger too. Doors shut, stove roaring. I held my hands to the fire and felt the warmth flood back. Nothing beats the cabin. If I didn't have to, I really didn't want to go out. But one sniper wasn't enough. 15 rounds, and once they're gone, the thing's a paperweight. So either find more ammo or build other weapons. Some simple bows and arrows, at minimum, were a must. Making a simple bow was the easiest thing. Just wood, hemp rope, and ore, plus the blueprint. I'd also noticed everyone got the most basic blueprints with their cabin. Simple bow, stone axe, slingshot. I was only short hemp rope, so I traded a coal for one at the post. Soon a crude bow was done. Simple bow. Quality white. Attack 30. Pierces an ordinary person's defense. Badly wounds enemies or low-grade creatures. Effective range 30 meters. Arrows used or 1 or per arrow. I made 10. Done. I tested the ugly thing on a tree outside. WHFF. Aim was off, but it punched in. Tree vitality -30. Low damage, but in a pinch, useful. Then, AWM slung, bow in hand. I headed out for supplies again. 3 hours, though, and all I turned up was 2 white boxes and 1 green. Ham sausage +1. Coal +1. Coal +3. I couldn't help laughing. 3 hours, 3 boxes, for coal total. No wonder the survival rate's so low. Who can grind through that? Work yourself to death outside, and not even net a day's coal. Just as I was about to keep looking, ding. Regional announcement. Surviving player Wang Zheyan has built a LV3 shelter, capacity 8. Players who've lost their shelter, seek refuge soon. The channel detonated. Someone built a LV3 already? One day in? Plenty of survivors hadn't even hit LV2, and even more had let their fires die. This guy hit LV3 in a day. Even I frowned. Day 2 a LV3? Not slow. Wang Zheyan spoke up. First LV3 shelter in the frozen tundra, now recruiting. Homeless survivors, or the strong and able. LV3 has 2 arrow towers that need defending. Requirement: bring 10 coal. Good-looking ones, 2 get in free. He even posted his coordinates. A shelter had a rule. Join one, and you obey its owner, or he can throw you out. And those seeking refuge had to protect the owner, because if the owner died, the fire went out, and they were homeless again. Die, or attached to someone else. Clearly this Wang Zheyan was a capable man. He'd already gathered 3 people. No wonder he built so fast. But I wasn't in a hurry. I had a daily hint, a gold box every day. No need to partner up. At most I'd find a few laborers for the grunt work. Still, someone's already got a LV3. I'd better hurry and get a blueprint myself. Who knew if a LV2 could hold the first wave of monsters after the grace period? A quiet night, no attack. Day 3. First thing, I checked survivors. 1,500,023/3,500,000. Down to 1.5 million. The death rate wasn't slow. At this pace, will there even be a million left after 7 days? And where do the dead go? All frozen. The more I thought, the more uneasy I got. No monster last night, but I decided to gather more boxes, ideally a LV3 blueprint to upgrade. The system chimed. Congratulations on surviving to day 3. Today's hint: heavy snow, but out the door, turn left, 1.5 kilometers, a small mound. A mysterious surprise. My eyes lit. Yesterday in AWM, what today? I dressed, fed the stove, took the AWM and the axe, and went. Sure enough, a gold box in the snow. Congratulations, gold box. Ham sausage +20, instant noodles +20, mutton +1 kilogram, coal +200, silver or +100, wood +20, machine gun bunker +1, ammo +600. Item: machine gun fortress, gold. Weapon: Maxim M1910 water-cooled heavy machine gun ×1, upgradable. Ammo ×600. Fire rate: 100 to 600 revolutions per minute. Effective range: 800, 1000 m. Damage: 800. A Maxim, and an auto-locking Maxim at that. My heart jumped. Even a Maxim was coming out now. Was this real? Granted, it looked ancient, a World War I/World War II relic, Even mounted on a little two-wheeled carriage you could fix in place or roll around. But on the frozen tundra? An absolute weapon of mass destruction. Don't forget, other survivors were still on stone axes and crude bows. Drop a Maxim into that, and you're invincible. What beast or creature could get close? And the key thing, it was automatic, carrying a trait. Auto headlock. Gold the machine gun fortress evolves as your shelter levels up, and on command can auto-lock and fire on heads. Save me the manpower entirely. This is why they call it a gold weapon. Others were on cold steel. I had an AI World War II Maxim. Only downside, low ammo. 600 rounds. At full auto, 2 minutes and it's empty. But used sparingly, enough. I hauled the lot home. Back at the cabin, I set the fortress just right of the front door. A hum and a half-meter-high bunker, 1.5 meters deep, materialized to the right. The Maxim's black muzzle poking out of an unobtrusive space, radiating death. Now I'm set. With a Maxim guarding the door, I felt safe like never before. Monster or rival survivor, anyone trying my shelter would be sieved in an instant. Still not enough. As a man with chronic firepower and defense anxiety, I wanted more. 10 of these, ideally, and the shelter pushed higher. Ding. A message. Li Muyao, the one I'd traded with before. Big bro, my stove's almost out. Do you have coal? Can you help? My mouth curved. Sure. What'll you trade? She jumped at it. I can trade, or 20 for 10 coal. No, I don't need, or any more. That stopped her cold. You don't want her? I'm LV2 already. What would I do with her? Common, or was it LV2 material? In my pack now it just took space. Then could you give me some free? Driven to begging. That amused me. Dream on, I'm not a savior. Trade something else. I don't have anything else. Yes, you do. I'd meant her food. But then she dropped. I've got a LV3 building blueprint trade? That wiped the smile off my face. You've got a LV3? She said it on the board. LV3 trade blueprint, red. Upgrades a LV2 shelter to LV3. Area expands to 40 SQ meters. Defense raised to 2,000. Bonus, build 2 arrow towers. Red trait, unique grants a fire seed source attribute. Each shelter level produces 1 fire seed. A real LV3, but what's this red unique? I'd never heard of a red tier. New? And what's a fire seed? Can it build an extra shelter? Li Muyao shook her head. A total game novice, no idea, and she couldn't even use it. A LV3 blueprint needs you at LV2 first to gather the materials, and she didn't even have a LV2. A LV3 was useless to her. With only 2.5 hours of fire left, once the stove died, the blueprint became scrap. How much coal for it? I didn't really understand the thing either, but if it could build extra shelters, that was huge. Gold trait tier, maybe higher. Looking at my quiet 270 coal, I played reluctant. I don't have much left. How about 10? 10. She balked. Too few. A white LV2 blueprint goes for 20 at the post. Don't try to cheat me. Not stupid. I revised my opinion of her. Fine, 30. No more. She agreed at once, then added a condition. If my fire goes out, I come to you, and you take me in. She'd lined up her exit. After 2 trades, she'd decided I was sharp, but not actually bad. Unlike the bootlickers demaying her who offered nothing and just wanted her at their shelter. Agree, and the blueprint's yours. She shared coordinates, only 10 kilometers. Not too far. Eager to lock down the unusual blueprint, I sweetened it. Deal. Trade now. I'll send the coal. You can come anytime. I'll even give you a simple bow, so the road's a little safer. She was overjoyed. What a good guy. Gives away 30 coal goods just like that. I really didn't misjudge him, and traded. Congratulations, LV3 building blueprint, red unique, acquired. A faintly red glowing blueprint appeared in my hand. LV3 building blueprint, red a unique item. Once used, binds to the survivor, non-transferable. Requires metal or times 200, wood times 100, silver or times 100. That's a lot. Wang Jiayan's posted LV3 needed only 30 metal, or why 200 for me? The system answered, it's about quality, host. The higher the blueprint's grade, the more materials needed, but the more functions too. That tracked. My LV2 had cost more than others, and now this was a red LV3. Bigger waves, pricier fish. Just do it. Same level cabins differed in quality, Obviously, I'd go for the best. I only had 100 silver ore and no metal ore, so I crafted a simple mining shovel and went to a nearby vein. 80, 80. My voice rang off the hillside, but not for long. 20 swings for 1 metal ore. I wiped sweat and checked. Need 200. That meant 2,000 swings. Are you trying to kill me? But for a LV3, I kept at it, and finally understood the value of numbers. 3 more people, and I'd be done in half a day. Still, metal or hit 70. 3 days, I'll have enough. Dusk coming. I didn't linger. Nighttime frozen tundra wasn't safe. Back at the cabin, that wall of heat hit me like the meaning of life itself. I shut the door, sank into the sofa, ate 2 ham sausages. 2 hours into rest, that rustling, low growling sound came at the door again. I snapped alert. A monster. I grabbed the AWM to peek through a gap, and found the cabin had no windows at all. Awkward. From the door came that grating scrape of something sharp on wood. Right at the door. I considered opening it for a shot. The rules had said monsters were hard to kill, but dropped surprise resources, far better than ordinary boxes. Then smacked my forehead. I have a Maxim. Why go out myself? I opened the shelter panel, found the Maxim, switched on lock mode. Outside, a dense burst, barely 1/100th of a second of fire poured out. Maxim ammo, 598/600. Silence outside. Just one. I didn't rush out. Who knew the situation? So I cut the auto lock to save ammo and waited for morning. Day 4. The sun crept up the eastern edge, a sunrise lending the unchanging frozen tundra a thread of warmth. Today, -12, night, -24. I dressed, axe at my waist, AWM up like a movie commando, and eased the door open. 5 or 6 meters out, a body shredded by Maxim fire. I'd thought it was another survivor, but up close it was a strange creature, the remnants a gray-white, desiccated state. A normal person, even shot up in last night's -20, would stay fresh. This had clearly been dead a long time. My first thought, zombie. There were zombies here. The channel confirmed it, people discussing their shelters being lightly attacked by unknown creatures, and someone identifying them as zombies. The whole frozen tundra blew up. Why are there zombies? I got back late last night, walked up and said hello. Turned out it was a zombie. You said hello? I shot it with a bow. Useless, it doesn't fear arrows. That rattled everyone. Arrows don't work? What if these attack shelters after the grace period? People got scared. 1 or 2, fine. But if dozens or hundreds show up, we're cooked. But some weren't afraid. The rules said it. These creatures are hard to kill, but the resource rewards are rich. That was Wang Jiayin, now with 8 people. If anyone's interested, come to my shelter. Before the grace period ends, I think we'll hit LV5, capacity 32. LV5 already. People crowded in, flattering, begging to join. But Jiayin's shelter wasn't easy to enter now. We need elites, fitness coaches, veterans. We killed 1 zombie. The reward was rich, but with 3 or 4 people it's brutal. We joined forces and barely managed one. Admiration poured in. Reading him teach zombie killing on the channel, I glanced down at my own jigsaw puzzle zombie and didn't know what to say. Only, Maxim's awesome. Look at that. Others needed 6 people with bows to down 1 zombie. Mine, 2 Maxim rounds, 1/100th of a second, fight over. This is why cold steel can't compare to firearms. Get 10 of these, and I'd dare take on a city. Anyway, I'd spotted drops by the body. Pan times 1, for cooking. Maxim ammo times 10. Strength trait times 1, single use, plus 1 strength on use. Killing zombies dropped resources, and Maxim ammo, no less. But the prize was the strength trait. Good stuff. Strength traits raised your attributes. I hadn't expected zombies to give them. No hesitation, I used it. Strength +1. I felt it, swung my arm, a little stronger. Not bad. At this rate, if I kept killing zombies, could I grow into a Captain America type? In the frozen tundra, that'd mean far better survival. But I knew, if I can kill zombies for traits, so can others. To stay ahead, kill more. And my edge was the AWM and the Maxim. Others needed bows, I needed 1 shot. Still, the grace period meant few zombies for now, so I'd push the shelter to LV3 first, then deal with zombies after. So I went back to the vein for metal ore. Days of it, mining by day, home before dark, the odd rest. And after about 2 days, I hit 240 metal or 60 short of a LV3. Along the way, following hints, I dug boxes for plenty of supplies. The best a solar-powered DJI drone for scouting, excellent at night. And piles of food. I also found the system didn't just give smooth days, it warned of danger. On the far side of the mine, a large group of zombies, 50 some, including a tier 3 zombie. Avoid the mine's north face. If I'd gone, even with the AWM, I'd be torn apart. Solo against 50 plus was suicide, so I avoided it. Since each hinted box held a week's worth of supplies, I was spared hunting other boxes. Even mining all day and doing nothing else, my stores kept growing. Still, it was exhausting, and tomorrow was the last day, 60 short. I half thought about recruiting. Before dark, I checked the panel. Survivors at about 1.2 million. Only 300,000 gone these 3 days. The chat was a circus. Tree bark's edible. No need to scavenge. Don't buy water, melt snow. There are ordinary beasts. Kill them for meat. But mostly refuge-seeking, as more fires died and people banded up. 2 more LV3 shelters had appeared, recruiting hard. Blood Rose, women only, 2 slots. Lone Wolf Alliance, forming a special squad, veterans and scouts only, 3 slots. None interested me. I just needed my own strength, gear, and shelter. Other survivors were labor, nothing more. Then a mailbox flag. Li Muyao, several messages. 10 hours ago. Big bro, my coal's almost out again, are you there? 8 hours ago. Phew, lucky me. Found 6 coal right outside, 6 more hours. 4 hours ago. 2 hours left. Your coordinates never came through. 2 hours ago. Traded for 5 more coal at the post. I feel like I'm done for. Where are you? You didn't con me, did you? I was speechless. This girl, couldn't she go find her own supplies instead of lying flat at home? Though credit where due, her luck was real. Lying around, and she'd lasted this long. Conveniently, I needed free labor. I'd dig the last of it in one go tomorrow. I shared coordinates. This is me. Come over. Li Muyao, meanwhile, was huddled in her drafty LV1 shelter, fire guttering, wrapped in a blanket and still cold. Only a tuft of hair showing, though the upturned, fair little nose marked her as pretty. That liar, that dead cheat, took my blueprint and ghosted me. She'd been messaging all day with no reply. A naive about-to-graduate student, she'd thought honesty earned honest returns, and instead got a harsh lesson the moment she landed. Took her blueprint, promised to take her in, and vanished. Worst of all, she'd forgotten to ask his coordinates. Then, ding, Shin-mo, with coordinates. Her eyes lit. I knew it, my judgment's good, this big bro's reliable. But, it's nearly dark, going now isn't safe. She hesitated, and Shin-mo simply traded over 20 coal. Use this, enough for the night. Come tomorrow in daylight. 20 coal landed. To her, it was like a stranger handing over 20 grams of gold. How could a man like that not move a girl's heart? If Big Bro turns out handsome too, even better, she'd happily give it up. She replied, okay, Big Bro, wait for me tomorrow. Seeing how fast she answered, I knew she was at the end of her rope. Convenient. Mining's the same whether man or woman, and women are easier to manage. A little more chatting, and drowsiness took me. Early to bed. A peaceful night, no monster at the door. Day 7. A cold mechanical voice. 12 hours until the grace period ends. Tonight at 8. All survivors take cover in a sturdy shelter. Do not go out, do not go out, do not go out. Something terrible will happen tonight. Reminder, a LV1 shelter cannot protect you. Find a high-level shelter. Though if your luck is good enough, perhaps you'll survive. The channel exploded. It's coming, it's finally coming. A LV1 can't keep me safe? Then I'm dead for sure. Despair from the LV1 holders. But others jeered. Serves you right. Don't work today, be fertilizer tomorrow. LV2 blueprints were everywhere on the post now. White one's easy. 5 stone, 10 wood. 7 days was plenty to upgrade. The ones who lay flat had it coming. Worse, with the grace period ending, post-profiteers jacked prices. A LV2 blueprint that cost under 10 coal shot to 30. People wailed about the greed, but no one cared, and the desperate sought other shelters. Grace periods ending, dangers coming, more people beats one. Take me in, I'm a guard, I'll keep everyone safe. And the line that drew around of? From the channel, 1 LV2 holder. Looking for a companion, ideally 167 centimeters, 50 kilograms, long legs, fair-skinned, lowly voice. That's a teammate or a hookup. Background noise. I wasn't interested. My priority was the LV3. The system said LV2 was enough, but just in case, one more level couldn't hurt, and I wanted to know what that fire seed energy was. So I mined as ever. Silver or plus, metal or 200 200ths. Condition met. 8 hours on. For to go before the period ended, the requirements filled. Metal or 200/200. Wood 150/100. Silver or 258/100. Upgrade. Finally enough. I wiped my brow, exhaled, returned to the cabin, and selected upgrade on the LV2. A dazzling red light bloomed. The 20-square cabin doubled in a blink to 40, its wooden walls turning to an ore-like metal, looking now like a medieval stone house. So this is a LV3 shelter. Standing before something that looked like a medieval fortress, I was a little stunned. LV2 and LV3 weren't even the same league. Then a prompt. Shelter level. LV3, stove. LV3, sustains 8, consumes 1 coal/hour. Floor area, 40 SQ meters, plus a 20-square loft. Walls, forged of sturdy silver ore, repels cold wind, zombies, mist attacks. Condition, 100%. Durability, 2000. Defense, 2000. Defenses, 2 arrow towers added. Trait, repair LV3, gold recover 4 durability per second. Trait, machine gun fortress LV3, orange upgraded to a twin Maxim turret. Twin Maxim turret, 2 Maxims paralleled, synchronized fire, density ×2. Trait, fire seed LV3, red currently produces 4 fire seed energies. Use fire seed energy to upgrade vehicles or any intelligent mechanical product. Remake them into a mechanical life form with powerful firepower. I blanked. The upgrade turned my Maxim bunker into a twin Maxim turret? At this rate, hit LV7 or LV8 and the thing would be a railgun. But my focus snagged on the red fire seed. Remake any vehicle or intelligent machine into a mechanical life form. For some reason, mechanical life form made me think straight of Transformers. My expression went strange. To test it, I needed an intelligent machine, but a scan of the shelter turned up nothing usable. Got it. I remembered the DJI drone from a roadside box. Hadn't really used it yet, but that counts as an intelligent machine, right? I pulled out a fire seed, aimed it at the drone, and used it. Boom. A blue energy wave burst out, nearly knocking me flying. Then something absurd happened. The quiet little drone began shuddering violently, and right before my eyes warped from a drone into a roughly 80-centimeter mechanical bird, body bristling with sharp, gleaming metal bones. Crimson mechanical eyes, a wingspan that opened to over 1.20 meters, razor wings radiating cold light. The instant it came alive, it started squawking and flapping like mad. DJI drone. Unit type, Scout, Spy. Level, LV3. Attack, 160. Defense, 100. Agility, 600. Weapon, mounted micro-gatling. An excellent reconnaissance flying sentry. Absolutely loyal. I sucked in a breath. This was just like Transformers. Anyone who knows the films knows Soundwave had a whole tape squad. A mechanical bird, a scalpel, a robot dog. And this thing looked exactly like that laser bird. Where did this get dropped in from? Is this even the frozen tundra? How are there Transformers now? The bird, done with its fit, noticed me, and its frenzy turned to utter reverence. It flew to my shoulder, squawking respectfully, clearly trying to ingratiate itself. Before I could react, a roar nearby, and a zombie came stumbling up the path. It saw me, sped up like it had spotted its own father, drool everywhere. Perfect. Calm. I wanted to see what the little guy could do. Drone, go, handle it. It launched without hesitation, and as it closed, its right wing whirred and reconfigured into a micro-gatling. Da-da-da, sparks flying, and the zombie was sieved in an instant. That fierce. My pupils shrank, then I was thrilled. Small, but no weakling, handled a zombie that easily. Made sense. 160 attack against a zombie with 30 defense. And this was just the energy from a drone. What if I activated a car? Then I'd have a literal Autobot. With something like that, What was there to fear in the frozen tundra? The calm slipped. I was getting excited. But the sky had darkened, under an hour to the grace period's end. I gathered the zombies' drops and, just in case, told the bird, "Come on," inside. It landed obediently on my shoulder, and we went in. The shelter was 40 square meters now, plus a loft for watching the outside, and the upgraded stove kept it warm despite the size. Excellent. But my head was full of transformers. My current gear was plenty, but what man could refuse a car turned guardian transformer? Problem was, where do I get a car? This was the frozen tundra, not modern society. Hand-build one? Even if I could, it'd be junk. Then it hit me. The guy at the start who'd offered a Ferrari 488 for coal. I'll buy it off him. I found his name, friend him, DM'd, and waited, no reply. Did he die? I frowned. Then the bird snapped its neck up, crimson eyes on the door, squawking. Another zombie? My heart tightened, then eased. What am I worried about? Twin Maxim turret outside, AWM in hand, a drone beside me. Afraid of a zombie? Just as I went to send the bird up the loft to scout, a knock came at the door, and a sweet, slightly frightened voice. Are you Big Brother Chinemo? I'm Li Muyao. From the chat? I've come to meet you in person. I was speechless. She'd actually come, and cut it fine, arriving in the last hour of the grace period. Just in case, I sent the scout bird out first to confirm no one had followed. Through its projected view, a thin little girl at the door, no other life signs around. I opened the metal door, and stepped a girl of about 20, pale, but strikingly pretty. I froze. That pretty? I'd seen plenty of beautiful women, but this was rare. 172 centimeters, 50 kilos, a little slight, but not where it counted. My first thought was the channel line from earlier. Fair-skinned, long legs, lowly voice. Right in front of me, a prompt. Survivor Li Muyao requests refuge. Take her in. She'd sent it. Without my permission, she couldn't enter. She looked at me, pleading. Big brother, the grace period's over. Take me in. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Facing death, even a proud, beautiful woman bows her head. I'm a man of my word. She'd handed me the excellent blueprint, so of course I'd take her in. I agreed. New member added. Li Muyao. Female. Age 21. Profession, Campus Beauty, Drama Academy. Spirit 8. PhysDef 8. Magic Res 8. Strength 5. Move Speed 5. Height 172 centimeters. Weight 49.8 kilograms. Looks 95. Overall, fair-skinned, long-legged, peerless beauty, lowly voice. My expression went strange. System, are you serious? The stats I understood, but fair-skinned, long-legged, peerless beauty as an evaluation field? Anyway, Li Muyao, granted entry, hurried in, the wave of heat hitting her like bliss. This is a LV3 shelter? So much better than my drafty cabin. Then she saw my mountain of supplies, noodles, sausages, drinks, water, even mutton, and covered her mouth. My God, this much food. Outside, survival itself was the question. She'd never dreamed anyone had this. How did one person manage it? But I just watched her and said, "You've joined my shelter." I shouldn't have to spell out what comes next. She finally dragged her eyes off the supplies and looked at the way I was sizing her up. As the Academy's reigning beauty, she knew what men thought. Back in Sea City, countless bosses would have lined up to keep her. But it was the apocalypse now. And the big brother wasn't bad-looking, actually. She steeled herself. I know. Bit her lip, crouched, and reached to undo my jacket. Hey, what are you doing? I stared, baffled. Huh. She looked up at my startled face, lost. Isn't it not that? I laughed, exasperated. Are you out of your mind? There's like 10 minutes left in the grace period and you think I'm doing that? I told you to keep watch for me. Li Muyao. Keep watch. She sat there stunned. Big brother, I figured I was fine with it too. Fresh out of school, but I'd already landed scripts. One step from stardom if I hadn't been teleported to this hellhole. People who chased me would line up to France. And now I'm offering free, and you don't want it? Of course, this wasn't modern society. No one cared whether you were a star. And the grace period was ending. Something terrible might happen. Caution first. If it came to that, no rush, was there? Sure enough, ding. 8 o'clock, and the cold voice returned. 8 p.m. Grace period ended. The frozen tundra's first calamity will appear, the mist. All survivors take cover. Don't leave your shelter unless necessary. Stockpile food, weather the first calamity. Reminder, stay silent to improve survival odds. Boom. Something outside shook the ground. Li Muyao jumped, grabbing my arm. Tense. What's happening? Looks like the disaster's here, I said, frowning. Her face went white. This doesn't already count as a disaster. Teleported here, 7 days in a drafty cabin, and now there's more? I took it better. Too many absurd things had happened already. It was never going to be simple. As the mist arrived, a rustling came from outside, something nearing the shelter, then a grating metal scrape at the door. Li Muyao clung to me, eyes locked on the door, not daring to breathe. I didn't fire the Maxim yet, no telling what it was or how many. So, DJI. The gleaming bird rose on the loft. What is that? She gasped. A mechanical bird? I kept it light. Relax, it's one of ours. One of ours. Her head buzzed harder. Big brother, this is the primitive frozen tundra. How do you have tech like this? I didn't explain. DJI, go scout outside for me. Through the bird's holographic feed, I saw it. Across the once silent plain, a vast gray mist had appeared from nowhere, raging forward at terrifying speed, like a sandstorm hundreds of kilometers wide, swallowing half the frozen tundra in moments, devouring the scattered cabins in swaths, strange sounds coming from inside them. Even I was shaken. This was a true calamity. I checked the channel, and the survivor count was plunging visibly. 1.09 million, 1.087, 1.082, 1.07. Faster than I could blink. The channel had detonated. The mist disaster's here. What even is it? Help, my shelter's breached. Save me. People who'd been silent broke cover to ask what happened, and then more got hit. I'm under attack too. Me too. Same here. And then those voices went quiet. Boxed. But some held. Something's attacking my shelter, but it's holding. Only 3 durability a hit. Mine only 2. I'm LV3. Attacking shelters already. Then a soft thud at my own door. A prompt. Impact +1. And damage -0. Durability 2000/2000. Couldn't even break through. Hit after hit. The shelter didn't budge. Not 1 point of durability lost. Looks like the things outside can't crack a LV3's defense. I was delighted. The upgrade had paid off. Others weren't so lucky, especially LV1S. Nearly all breached. Even LV2S and LV3S bled durability. Mine's at 20 left, a few more, and I'm done. Mine's down to the last hit. What kind of place is this? How do you survive? A lucky few crowed about 500 durability. But watching the count fall, everyone's scalp crawled. Who knew how many would be left by morning? I wasn't interested in their troubles. Because, if you can't break my defense, then I'll break yours. I hadn't fired before for fear the noise would draw more. But if it couldn't even dent me, what was there to fear? I opened the panel. Maxim turret, auto headlock mode. Da-da-da, dense fire. 8 or 9 seconds. 80 rounds out. And then silence. No more sound from the things outside but the wind. All dead. I didn't go out though. Missed out there. Another wave could come any second. Morning, then. Day broke, and the cold voice returned. Frozen tundra survival officially begins. New Rule 1. Novice mode removed. Players of different factions may attack each other and seize shelters, gaining all the losers' resources. 2. Cabin mobility unlocked. LV2 and above. Burn coal for steam-powered movement. 3. A calamity strikes every 7 days. Each different. Mist, downpour, blizzard, extreme cold storm, geothermal storm, radiation, and more. Use the 7-day window to upgrade and gather food. 4. Zombies appear irregularly. Killing them yields heavy resources. Finally, survivors of the frozen tundra stay alive. Official survival, finally, and cabin mobility? I opened the panel, a new drive mode. Switch it on, and huge wheels appeared under the shelter, the stove steam moving the cabin. But moving 1 kilometer costs 10 coal. Speed 10 kilometers per hour. Cost rises with shelter level and size. I shook my head, too steep. 10 kilometers of coal equaled 4 days of survival, for a measly 10 kilometers. Unless you've got a trait for it, nobody's moving their shelter casually. The other new rule, seize a shelter and take all its resources. The system's flat out telling players to slaughter each other. But I wasn't worried. Maxim Turret, DJI Bird, AWM. In an age of cold steel, I was leagues ahead. Priority, see what had attacked overnight. I dressed, opened the door, and under the bird's escort stepped out, to 20-some shredded bodies lying quiet outside. A few zombies, but mostly bat-like creatures, huge, wingspans near 2 meters, sharp fangs, genuinely horrifying. These are the mist creatures. So ugly, and that size. Good thing the Maxim has headlock mode. Or even a single one would have been hard to kill outright. Then a shriek from the snow, a half-headed bat thing, not dead, forcing itself up. Mutant bat. Level LV3, Vitality 600, Defense 30, Strength 40, ALV3 Elite. That high. It tried to lunge at me, but DJI beat it, screeching over, wing reconfiguring to the micro-gatling, raking the half-head into pieces. I didn't even lift a hand. Honestly, only because I had this thing. For another player, one bat could be fatal. Inside, Li Muyao woke, slept poorly, exhausted, only up now. At the gunfire, she opened the door and froze at the field of corpses, hand over her mouth. These are the mist creatures from last night, I said, gathering drops. This big. Her face fell, and she felt a stab of luck. If she hadn't come to me last night, a 2-meter thing like that would have torn her apart. Her look at me went softer. Afraid of being thrown out, she rushed to help. Brother Mo, I'll pick up. Sure. Already in my shelter. The loot was mine anyway. The owner's privilege is total control over resource distribution. Just grab the supplies. The colored traits, I'll handle. Beyond the supplies, there were 10 traits here. Low grade, but nearly all free allocation points, meaning I could add them anywhere to raise my own stats. Maxim and DJI aside, surviving still meant raising my own attributes. So of the 30 free points, 17 to strength, 10 to defense, the rest pushing move speed to 8. Name, Chun Mo Shelter, LV3, Red. Spirit 10, Phys Def 20, Magic Res 20, Strength 30, Agility 8, Hunger 98 of 100. Strength now triple an ordinary person's, defense double. I rolled my arm, humming with force. Not bad at all. My odds out here just shot up. The drops, hauled inside, were huge, about 20 kills worth. Kanji times 1. Wood 480, coal 1310, sausage 45, noodles 68, beef 6 kilograms, bread 50, water 88, biscuits 120, silver or 120 or 220, universal ammo 1200. Wow, so much. Li Muyao could barely close her mouth. In her own shelter she'd had only melted snow. As shelter owner, I held food distribution rights. This was 2 or 3 months of survival easy. I was generous. 10 packs of noodles, 10 milks. Brother Mo, long live. She stuffed them into her pack and started on the bread. So good, but I added, these aren't free. Again, she blushed, assuming that. Don't worry, I know what to do. You know nothing. I rolled my eyes. Why is she always on about that? I mean work. Work? That's right. It was day 1 of real survival. Who knew what worse came next? What more terrifying creatures? So I needed transformers. More of them. Ideally the powerful kind. With those, no zombie or monster mattered. Mow them all down in one burst. And gathering resource boxes that I'd leave to Li Muyao. So I told Li Muyao, once you've eaten, head out and gather some resource boxes. I'll send DJI to follow and protect you. Safer that way. Okay. With the big bird along, she wasn't scared. She'd seen how vicious it was. Fed and watered, she set off with the scout bird. I stayed home and opened the regional channel, looking to buy a car. Survivors had crashed to 500,000. 500,000 gone in one night. Even I felt a chill. The channel was nothing but survival, trades, partnerships. Need a finely made crossbow. I'll pay 10 coal. Someone had crafted a hardwood crossbow yesterday, far stronger than a basic bow, so people were buying high. A crossbow? Dream on, others shot back. After last night's monster attack, who didn't want more firepower? The thing was rare. And I'm a LV2 shelter, seeking 3 LV1 players, 4 safer. Take me in. Homeless, strong, 19, I beg you. Daytime was the safe window, but once night fell the mist swept back and hit shelters, So people needed to band up. Some LV4 shelters were recruiting too. A LV4 could hold 16. None of it interested me. I just wanted a car, so I posted, buying a car, name any terms. That's done the trading post. Someone wants a car? Who needs a car these days? There's no gasoline in the frozen tundra. It's pure decoration. But some recognized me. Hey, isn't this the guy who sold coal at the start? You're still alive? Why a car now? A member of the Jiaqian gang. Wang Zhiyin had pushed to LV5 first. 32 members. This guy had once deemed me to be my little brother, and I'd ignored him. Now, with the gang behind him, he was cocky. Thought you were dead. Bet you didn't expect. You ignored me before. Now I'm in the Jiaqian gang. Beg me, and maybe I'll take you in. I ignored him flat. I didn't even rate the gang, never mind him. I kept buying, and went big. Buying a car will pay 100 coal. The post detonated. 100 coal. That's 4 days of survival, just like that. What do you even want a car for? Did you strike oil? Oil. I thought about it. Sort of. That blew them up more. What's sort of? You actually have it. I had no oil, but once I got a car and turned it into a transformer, that was as good as oil. I didn't bother explaining, just asked. Anyone else? Ideally an off-roader, a heavy hauler. Sure enough, 100 coal moved someone. A player named Jiangyan messaged. Hi, you really buying cars? I've got one, drove it for work, got teleported in with me when the frozen tundra game started, a Lamborghini. A Lamborghini? I was interested. Sure can. Really? Fair warning, it's got no fuel. No problem to me. Deal. Trade successful, Lamborghini acquired. As I sent the coal, a sleek, low-slung black beast appeared before me, headlights like a crouching predator. Gorgeous. First one I'd ever seen up close. To the frozen tundra, it was scrap metal, but not to me. I needed more powerful transformers to guard the shelter. So I used a fire seed energy and fused it. Mighty blue energy spread over the whole supercar. And then the absurd. Gears whirring. The quiet Lumbo transformed before my eyes. And in 2 or 3 seconds became a 6-meter-tall mechanical life form, black, imposing, all hard metal lines. It looked around, startled, then saw me, not 2 meters away, and its crimson eyes turned utterly reverent. It dropped to one knee, mechanical voice ringing, mechanical life form reporting. Greetings, honored creator. I blanked. That's Lockdown. The big guy looked exactly like the Lockdown from the films, hard black-gray metal frame, a green faceplate, carrying the Lamborghini's character lines. Lockdown Reborn. Though it had no idea what Lockdown meant, it just knelt, loyal. Lord Creator. I came around. It only looked the part, not some Cybertron being. And the stats weren't weak. Mechanical life form. Type, ground forces. Strength, 2,500. Defense, 3,000. Agility, 1,200. Loyalty, absolute. Even I marveled, far stronger than the shelter. With this, why fear the frozen tundra? And a bonus. As the shelter leveled up, its stats would climb too. Before I could study it, excited voices nearby. Boss, look, a LV3 shelter. I looked up. On a slope, for people had spotted me. 3 men, 1 woman. Change back first. I told the Lumbo, not tipping my hand. Yes, creator. Gears whirred, and it folded back into a supercar. The 4 came over, fully armed, each with a bow, finely made, not crude junk. The leader was a bald man, with a fat one, a thin one, and a passable-looking woman. Boss, a LV3, the thin one said, eyes lighting, surely loaded with resources. Easy, the bald man said, cool. A LV3 holds 8. They might have numbers. Careful. Their shelter had been destroyed by the mist yesterday. They'd survived by luck and now wanted refuge. But the bald man was an ex-con. He didn't care about that, and wouldn't be anyone's underling. The other 3 were no good seeds either. All one crew, teleported here from prison when the apocalypse hit. Now they'd found a LV3 shelter. The bald man turned genial, stepping up with a smile. Brother, just you here? Something you need? I said flat. Yo, the fat one's voice rose, ready to move. But the bald man stopped him, mock scolding. Is that how you talk to a LV3 owner? Then, smiling tiger eyes narrowed at me. Brother, our shelter got wrecked by the mist. Nowhere to live. Could we join yours? 4 of us will help reinforce it, fight off monsters. And if I don't? I just asked. The mask dropped. Cold flicked through his eyes, and he licked his lips. Then don't blame me for being rough. They couldn't seize a shelter, but they could kill me. No shelter, but we'll take you down with us. Number 3. The fat one sneered, drew his crossbow, knocked, aimed at me. Look close, kid, finally made. I let go, you die. Oh, is that so? I smiled and raised a hand. Rumble. The Maxim turret rose at the shelter door, rounds chambering with a clatter, 2 black muzzles trained on the 4. Maxim. Their pupils quaked. Wasn't this supposed to be cold steel survival? How do you have a Maxim? And it wasn't over. I raised my hand again. Dainyu. The new name for my underling, Dong though, lit. Big Bull. The nickname for the Lamborghini. Hum boom. Before their stunned eyes, the black metal lumbo whirred up into a colossus and raised an arm, forming an energy cannon 3 times bigger than a human head. A 6-meter mechanical sentry aiming a cannon at their skulls. They lost it. Is this even the frozen tundra? An alien planet? A Maxim's one thing, but an alien monster robot too. Ex-con that he was, the bald man dropped his weapon fast and swallowed. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. We're young. Don't walk the path of crime. He finally understood why such a big shelter had only me. No need to recruit survivors when you've got a Maxim and an alien. Crime. I smiled. Too late. In the frozen tundra, what did I fear about crime? Take them out. No hesitation. Hum. Boom. Dainyu's cannon flashed blue, and before they could react, one shot vaporized 2 of them, turned to steam in the blue light, leaving a deep crater. Even I winced. That's basically a missile. With this, what zombie wouldn't die? The remaining man and woman were petrified. Run. The thin one turned to flee. The Maxim fired. Da-da. 2 rounds. Dropped him. Only the woman left. Watching 3 companions die in a blink, she dropped to her knees, white-faced, clutching at her clothes, trembling. Big bro, don't kill me. I was forced into this. I'll give you anything. Please. I can serve you. I glanced at her. Hooked up with killers. Nothing good there. Dainyu. I turned away. Yes. Dainyu lifted her easily with one mechanical arm and carried her to the corner. A flash of blue, a boom, and silence. Dainyu walked back and saluted, fist to palm. Lord Creator, it's handled. Good. I was pleased with its loyalty. With this thing, what zombie couldn't be handled? But one wasn't enough. I needed more. 10 of them. And then at night, who'd fear the mist? So I posted to buy cars again. But a car in good shape was hard to come by. The ones people offered were either junked or stomped to scrap by monsters. Useless. I wasn't activating a defective. A whole day of fussing, and not a second car. While I was speechless about it, Li Muyao came back with the scout bird, which flew enthusiastically to my shoulder and nuzzled me with its metal beak. I half feared it'd scratch my face off. You're back. She'd hauled in armloads, sweating despite the cold, but happy. She'd found a lot of boxes. I found at least 20 today. 30 ham sausages alone. Plus wood, look. She dumped a pile out. 200 coal, 300 wood, and/or combined. Plus drinks, juice, milk. Near 100 bottles. This much, what did you open? Even I was surprised. She preened. I've always had good luck. I just didn't dare go out before. Now, with the scout bird, no fear of attack, so she gathered plenty. That right. I looked at her differently. This woman's luck was good. She'd survived 7 days in a LV-1 cabin by lying low. Not ordinary. Does the little thing have some hidden trait? My look changed, and she colored. Brother Mo, why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. I smiled. It's getting late. The mist's coming. Let's eat first. Tired out? She was hungry too. So we used the pan on the stove for instant noodles, 2 ham sausages added, and the shelter filled with the smell. So good. In the frozen tundra, this was a luxury. She wolfed it down. 8 p.m., the mist arrived on schedule, snarls following. The just-fed Li Muyao clung to me, scared. Brother Mo again. Don't be afraid. I switched on the Maxim's headlock mode, dense fire under a minute, and outside went dead silent. She relaxed, looking at me differently again. Following Brother Mo is good, those monsters all die. And close as we were, her face flushed. What follows in the source is a fade to black. I'll render it the same way. With the threat gone, the rest of the night was theirs, and I'll leave it there. Next morning, Refreshed, I stretched. Not bad. Pity there was only one sofa, I thought, looking at the long-legged girl still asleep on it. Be nice to have the place better furnished. As if it heard me, ding. Congratulations, host, you survived another day. The system. I thought you died. How could I? I'll protect you to the end. You set a gold box every day. It's been a while. My purpose is your safety. As long as you're safe enough, that's what matters. Fine. What's good today? Today's divination. Great fortune to go out. 18 kilometers off, a breached LV-3 shelter holds a gold box waiting to be opened. But careful, a LV-4 elite zombie guards it. A gold box again? My eyes lit. The best way to survive here was opening high-tier boxes. The last two gold ones gave the AWM and the Maxim. I got up to head out. Li Muyao woke. Big bro, where are you going? Out for resources. This kind of prize I had to open myself, so I'd give her the day off. Just watch the house today. She thought she'd done so well he couldn't bear to make her work, and was delighted. Brother's so good to me. Be careful, I'll wait here. Before leaving, I cleaned up. Another wave had hit the door overnight. 30-some zombies and monsters dead, drops everywhere. Biscuits, milk, juice, sausages, and 30 stat points and traits. I put 10 into defense, 20 into strength, and my strength hit 50. I swung my arm, and a fearsome gust whistled out. Not bad. A punch could flip a bull now. But not enough. I wanted more, 100-fold, 200-fold. Then one punch would make even Jesus call me daddy, and I'd walk the frozen tundra sideways without the transformers. In the gear on the ground, I found a faintly red glowing weapon. A blade. A slender longsword. About a meter, very sharp. Fire Phoenix Warblade. Quality, orange. On use, strength plus 50, agility plus 20. Carries fire attribute attack, bonus damage to monsters. These stats, like something out of a dungeon game. I checked the post for info, and found that when the Maxim cut down yesterday's zombies, this had dropped. I hadn't noticed it indoors, but the channel had. Player XXX killed a zombie, obtained orange weapon Fire Phoenix Warblade. The post had blown up over it. Someone dropped an orange weapon. Who, with a hidden name, obviously doesn't want to be known. The point. What's this guy's level, killing zombies and dropping gear this good? I'll buy it high 1,000 coal. That was Wang Jian. Also killing zombies, though they were brutal even with 30-plus members, but faster than ordinary folk, and he'd gotten trait perks, strength up to 20 now, double an ordinary person. In the frozen tundra, the faster you grow, the faster it gets. Others can't kill their first zombie while you rack up stats until killing common ones is like butchering dogs. So he wanted this blade. But 1,000 coal? No way anyone sells that. And no one answered all night, because I hadn't even picked it up yet. By the time I had, the channel message was 6 hours old. Turns out my luck's decent. I gave the blade a swing, a stronger surge of power came. With it, my strength broke 110 times an ordinary person. An adult's punch is maybe 100 kilos, a fighter's maybe 200. Figure 100. So one swing of this carried about 1,000 kilos, like a sedan slamming down. What zombie could take that? Not bad at all. Pleased with the faintly red longsword, I grabbed the AWM, climbed into Danyu, and set off. 18 kilometers, 3 or 4 hours on foot for an ordinary person. Normally, I wouldn't go. But with a supercar, even on bad frozen tundra ground, 10 some minutes. Virum, the black beast roared, tore off like black light. The shove of acceleration, incredible. No wonder people love sports cars. First time feeling it, I finally got the appeal. Across the plain, survivors still reinforcing shelters saw the absurd sight. A black Lamborghini tearing across the frozen tundra. Look, someone's driving a sports car. Where'd he get fuel? Then some narrowed their eyes. Where's he headed? Looks like the C-32 zone, yesterday's worst. C-32 was now a no-go. A LV-3 shelter there had been wiped yesterday. 8 people, plus 2 nearby LV-2s, 16 total. Overrun by a zombie tied in the mist, dead in minutes. People had sealed it off in the channel. This guy's suicidal. One wanted to warn me. A young man stopped him with a nasty grin. Mind your business. Let him die there. But he was wrong. I wouldn't die. I'd reap a harvest. 10 minutes, and I reached the forbidden zone, stepped out to the wrecked LV-3 shelter. The system read it, damaged LV-3 shelter. Damage, 100%. No salvage value. Cleaned out. I'd hoped to grab something. Nothing left. But inside there was still a LV-4 zombie. The car's noise woke it. Roar. A huge, fast shape burst out. 2.5 meters, and unlike the skinny skin and bones zombies, this one was thick with muscle, even armored, clawing the air like the tyrant from a zombie CG, the ground rumbling under it. LV-4 Elite Zombie. HP 3000. Strength 80. Defense 200. Agility 15. A proper elite. 3000 HP alone. No wonder it wiped a LV-3. Those people had rotten luck. I'll take it. As it charged, bloodlust in its eyes, Dainyu went to transform, but I stopped it. I wanted to train myself, not lean on the transformer for everything. I drew the AWM, stock to shoulder, left hand as the rest, and fired. Bang. It hit the head, but no headshot kill, just HP minus 800. That tough. No hesitation, with 50-some meters still between us, I fired again. Bang. The neck. HP minus 758. Still alive? It was fast. 20 meters now. 2 shots only briefly stalled it, the pain making it roar angrier, seeing me reload. Bloodlust rising, my turn now. But just as it closed, gears whirring. The quiet supercar behind me shuddered and became a 6-meter colossus. The LV-4 froze, pupils shocked. That big. It slammed the brakes. Too late. Smack. Dainyu, transformed, simply grabbed the elite's arm and hoisted it like an infant. Roar, roar. It kept howling, like saying I was wrong. I was wrong. It hadn't expected something this fierce behind me. Zombies size each other up by bulk. Usually the higher the level, the bigger. At 2.5 meters it had been cocky, and here came a 6-meter one, so it caved. With Dainyu holding it, I set the AWM down and, looking at the zombie dangling a meter away, jumped up and slapped it across the back of the head. Smack. Charge then. Why'd you stop? The zombie. That slap dazed it. You're insulting me too? Damn right. I'd been gentle. I'd assumed the AWM was a one-shot kill, and 2 shots later it still had 2/5 HP. Who could stand that? Now that Dainyu had it, I wasn't afraid. Still glaring, its gray eyeballs fixed on me furiously, all that muscle trembling. I smiled. I'll give you a chance, one-on-one. Roar. It seemed to understand and bellowed. But before it finished, thwack, I drew the Fire Phoenix blade and ran it through, again and again, red in, red out. Its HP plunged. I stabbed and cursed. This is for teleporting me to the frozen tundra. This is for losing my lottery money. I'll stab you to death. Stab, 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 a dozen plus, over 100 HP each. The LV-4 squealed in pain. If it could talk, it'd say, brother, this isn't on me. I'm just a zombie. But I didn't care. Home was good. I'd just won the jackpot, and in a blink got teleported to this primitive world. I was developing fine now, but who wouldn't rather be home with the AC on, a drink, a game, the occasional big meal? So, that bill went on this zombie's head first. Vented enough, the zombie nearly out of breath. I crouched, took the rifle, aimed at its skull. Bang. This time the head burst like a watermelon, splattering Dainyu's leg. Ugh, gross. But I felt good. A release for the past few days' frustration. What I didn't know, about 200 meters off, a pair of identical twins watched through binoculars, horrified, hands over their mouths. Fresh university grads, one a med student, one a chem grad student. Why 2 fields? Because they had a remarkable skill, telepathic link. What one knows, the other knows. So one studied medicine, one chemistry, and each knew both. But teleported into this godforsaken plane, their shelter was gone by day 3, so they joined a locally famous group, the Sirius Alliance, a LV-5 org, 30-some survivors, the bosses of C-32. They'd come, on a mission, to scavenge the blown LV-3. No mission, no dinner back at the shelter, and instead witnessed this bloody scene. One survivor endlessly slapping around a LV-4 elite zombie, teaching it to stand at attention, beating it like a madman, cursing the whole time. The sisters were stunned. In all their time here, they'd never seen anyone this savage, stringing up a LV-4 elite to wail on it. He's fierce, the elder said, a face rivaling a starlet's, to her identically pretty sister. Fierce, yeah. The younger murmured from where she lay, not daring to move. But he looks a little unwell. The elder's pretty face stalled, looking again at the madman like me. Kind of, actually. Where'd this survivor come from, an asylum? Meanwhile, my attention was still on the LV-4. Killing it triggered a prompt. Congratulations on killing a LV-4 elite zombie. Rewards, a case of shikima, a sweet pastry, iron or times 30, universal ammo times 200, guardian armor, purple, times 1, plus 50 defense on use, strength trait, purple, permanently plus 12 strength on use. A strange black armor set appeared before me, plus a purple trait. Look, sis, gear dropped. The younger twin nudged the elder. I see it. The elder's greedy eyes stayed on the armor, especially as I picked it all up. They were instantly envious. This guy's luck is incredible. Can I have some? The younger watched me use the trait and stow the armor, wishing she were the one. And there was more. Inside the shelter, by the dead stove, a gold box. Oh ho! I opened it. Congratulations, gold box. Rewards. Raw beef times 10 kg, microwave times 1, 80-liter solar water heater times 1, solar panel times 1, lighter times 1, cigarettes times 8. I blanked. Microwave and water heater I got. Those were shelter facilities. But a lighter and cigarettes? Don't they know I don't smoke? What use is this in the frozen tundra? I didn't get it, but respected it, and stuffed them in inventory. Until the last reward. LV-4 building blueprint, gold. Meet the conditions to raise the shelter to LV-4. Built-in trait. Nuclear stove, gold on use. A mobile shelter stove becomes a nuclear stove, never extinguishes, and mobile shelter speed rises to 200%. A nuclear stove? Even braced for surprises, I was shocked. This was a nuclear stove, and it never went out. What did that mean? It meant that once I hit a LV-4 shelter, this gold trait would make me a true mobile fortress. No more worrying about fuel consumption, able to drive endlessly. And it came with a 200% speed boost, 30 kilometers an hour. It made me think of a film I'd seen, the one with the moving cities. Big fish eat little fish eat shrimp, whole cities rolling across an endless plain, swallowing the small ones and pouring their energy into their own engines. The way the frozen tundra was shaping up, shelters that moved, that could attack each other. It was basically a small-scale moving city template. And with this, I'd have infinite range. I could use my shelter like a car, worthy of a gold blueprint. But no sense lingering here. I stowed it. Back first. I climbed into Dainyu and headed home, not knowing that soon after I left, two pretty figures in black denim came running up, eager to see if there was anything left to scavenge. There wasn't. The elder twin was speechless. This guy cleaned it out completely. Of course. This was the frozen tundra. A little more loot meant a little more chance to live. Who'd waste any? But that left the twins in trouble. The younger one, Jian Ming, plopped down in despair. We're done. No loot. And we're dead the second we go back. The serious alliance was harsh. Join. And if you didn't hit your daily quota of gathered resources, you not only got no food back at base, you got assigned to the Arrow Towers, dangerous at night. The sisters had coasted on their looks for a while. But that wore thin, and now 2 days running with nothing to show. Going back like this, Brother Wolf might actually kill us. Jian Ming shivered at the thought of the man, vicious as his namesake. The elder, Jian Yao, was near tears too. At this rate it was all for nothing. Then her eyes went to the direction I'd driven off, and a bold idea struck. What if we throw in with that big brother from just now? You mean the lunatic? Jian Ming stared, disbelieving. He stabbed a LV-4 elite zombie to death. You idiot. Jian Yao knocked her head, eyes bright. Because he can kill a LV-4 elite. Wouldn't following someone like that be safer? And he's got that 6-meter mechanical monster. Following him beats serious. Fair. The sisters were of one mind. No need for many words. 2 wasted days. Death waiting back at base. No survival deeper in. Better to gamble. 8 hours till dark. Let's go find him. Right. And they ran after me. I had no idea I'd been marked by the twins, and it wouldn't have mattered. My attention was all on the blueprint. A nuclear stove? How was that different from a nuclear aircraft carrier? Upgrade, definitely. I checked the materials. Wood times 400, iron or times 200, silver or times 200, metal or times 400, steel times 200. That's a lot. Silver, metal, iron, or were fine. There was a mine nearby. But finished steel took 10 iron ore to forge one block. 200? That meant mining 2,000. Brutal. But infinite nuclear power. I gritted my teeth. Worth it. Virum. Back at the shelter, I stepped out to find Li Muyao waiting with the drone. Who knew how long? She ran over and threw herself at me. Brother Mo, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Missed me? I was gone under 2 hours and you missed me that much? She got a little awkward, but it wasn't a lie. She didn't know why, but a little while without me and she felt anxious, even scared. I was worried you'd run into danger. I'll believe that for now, I nodded. And I did meet a serious LV-4 elite zombie. A LV-4? Her eyes went wide. A LV-4 zombie now was basically a big boss. Don't tell me. The hidden ID that killed a LV-4 elite on the channel half an hour ago was you? I paused. They put killing a LV-4 on the channel loudspeaker too? I opened it. There it was. Congratulations, Player XX. Killed a LV-4 elite zombie in Zone C35. Obtained purple Gear Guardian armor. Below it, a flood of shock. Someone killed a LV-4 elite. That's the frozen tundra's current big boss. Who's this strong? The noise had even stirred the big shelter alliances, each assuming a rival had done it, full of wariness. The Jiayin gang publicly demanded answers from the Night Rose shelter. The reply was, none of your business. And a predictable flame war erupted. Everyone assumed it was a group job. No one imagined one person could down a LV-4. I groused. Hard to keep a low profile, even when I try. Good thing I'd hidden my info. Otherwise the name Chun Mo would be all over the frozen tundra, with who knew how many people eyeing me. Anyway, this is a LV-4 building blueprint. I pulled it out and handed Li Muyao her task. Go to the mine and dig me back 2,000 iron ore. We're upgrading. Li Muyao. I dig 2,000 iron ore? By myself. She thought she'd misheard. Big brother. 2,000. Even at 100 a day, that's 20 days. It's not that I won't work, she said quickly, afraid I'd misread her. Just, I'm scared I'll hold you up. That's too much. I can't do it alone in time. Fair point, I admitted. Not a small job, and I wanted it done before the first calamity. But that left the manpower problem. Can't very well recruit more survivors. Just then, knock knock knock. Who's that? I was surprised. Someone knocking in the frozen tundra? Go. Li Muyao opened the door and froze. Two top-tier beauties, identically dressed, identically faced, even moving alike. Twins. The elder, looking sheepish, even nervous, asked, Hello, we're survivors from Sea City, teleported here. May we join your shelter? That interested me. Speak of free labor, and it arrives. The two didn't know my thinking. They feared rejection and worried this guy might be unhinged and dangerous. But the thought of Sirius's Wolf King made them shudder. They never wanted to go back. We won't freeload. We can work. Right? Right? The younger nodded like a pecking chick. Of course, I said with a smile, agreeing readily, which stunned them. That easy. Soon they found out why. Half an hour later they were at the vein, grinding away. 80, 80, 80. Oh my God. One or pried loose at last, the sisters wiping sweat, numb. Where have we ended up? A labor camp. Thought they'd grabbed a strong patron, ended up in a black market mine. And this big brother was harsher than Sirius. But Li Muyao was working too, and even consoled them. Sisters, it's fine, just mining. This is the frozen tundra. Don't mine and upgrade the shelter, and a calamity might swallow you any time, right? Jin Ming's face stalled. Actually, that tracked. But they didn't get it. What shelter needs 2,000 iron ore? Sirius was at LV-5 and never needed this much. Li Muyao said mysteriously, Brother Mo's shelter is a gold shelter. At LV-4 it goes nuclear. No more fear of the fire dying, infinite range. So it needs more. Nuclear? Infinite range? The twins' faces changed. A gold shelter with infinite range. That'd be a nuclear mobile city on the frozen tundra. Their eyes lit. Then this mining's worth it. Way better than Sirius. You bet, Li Muyao preened. She was the first to join Chen Mo's shelter, his first woman, so she felt obliged to do some helpful brainwashing. Perform well, dig 50 blocks, and you can officially join. Those ordinary shelters can't compare to Brother Mo's. The sisters knew it too. Sirius was at LV-5, but no match for a gold shelter with infinite range. Following Chen Mo, they'd soar. So they dug harder. 80 blocks by afternoon, over quota. A full day would net at least 160. With dark coming, they packed up and hurried back to avoid the mist. Meanwhile, I lounged in the shelter, sipping a drink, soaking in the stove's warmth, still hunting cars on the channel. Gathering resources I'd left to the scout bird and Dainyu as shelter attachments, they could open boxes, kill zombies, grab loot and traits, saving me the effort. My price was up to 1,200 coal now, but a whole afternoon and no seller. Then Li Muyao and the twins returned. Brother Imo, we're back. Dug 80 iron ore today. Far faster than one person. Oh, is that so? 80 blocks turned in. More hands really do make it easier. Just 2 more mouths to feed. But with my mountain of supplies, no fear of that. Big brother, can we officially join now? Jin Ming asked hopefully as I took the ore. Of course. I went to add them and frowned. You have a base? I saw the word Serious Alliance. Ah, they realized they hadn't quit yet. Faces tensing, afraid I wouldn't take them. Sirius, in Zone C3, was famously aggressive, a LV5 few dared provoke. Earlier, when the sisters had wanted to leave, no taker would touch them once they saw Sirius. Now, seeing me frown, they panicked. He won't want us. But they nodded. Yes, we escaped from Sirius. Li Muyao gasped, hand over mouth. She'd heard the name, knew the base was formidable, 30-some people. Sisters, you're dragging us in. Serious? I didn't rate them. Let them see if they could take a Maxim first. Quit. Then join, I said flatly. The two went from fear to joy and nodded fast. No problem. They left Sirius. Jin Ming requests to join. Jian Yao requests to join. I accepted without hesitation. Shelter headcount, April 8th. 2 more. Then I waved a hand. Keep mining tomorrow. I need to hit LV4 before the first calamity ends. Yes, Brother Imo. With a new home, the two perked up and nodded hard. What they didn't know, the moment I took them in, Sirius got word of the sisters' departure. Sirius hadn't expected anyone to dare defy them. On the channel they put out hard words. Sirius, whoever took in Jian Ming and Jian Yao are traitors. You've got nerve, crossing Sirius. Tired of living in Zone C3? Using a gold loudspeaker pinned to the top of the channel, a LV4, and above privilege. 100 coal for 15 seconds for announcements, trades, sales. But the universal disease of these games, it always gets used for flame wars and flexing. The channel exploded. Sirius has traitors. Jian Ming and Jian Yao, those drop-dead gorgeous twins? Who's bold enough to steal from the wolf's mouth? That pretty? Pretty? They're stunning. Who dares go up against Sirius? 30-some survivors. You couldn't even squeeze in, and these two got out? Did they find a stronger shelter? Impossible. Someone shot it down. Sirius ranked top 20 in the whole frozen tundra. The big shelters didn't lack for women. So who'd court trouble? A Zhaoyan gang member chimed. It's just women. Want some? The Zhaoyan gang has plenty. Sirius ignored him and kept shouting. Kid, brave enough to do it. Brave enough to post your coordinates? We catch you, we flatten your base. Sirius number 3. Bounty. Anyone who knows the sisters' whereabouts. DM, 100 coal. Sirius is loaded. Hurry, gather intel. For the big shelters, hundreds of coal a day came in. The surplus went to buying information and supplies. But the channel was on fire, and I had no idea. I was still in the trading post, chatting. After all afternoon, someone finally DM'd. Chen Wu Shuang. I've got a BYD here, want it? Chinimo, you cursing at me? BYD reads like an insult abbreviation in Chinese slang. No, brother. Build your dreams, the car brand. Though the engine's a bit damaged, battery might be dead too. Everything's broken. What are you trading me? I wanted one in good shape, not scrap. But Chen Wushuang disagreed. Brother, the car's busted, but think, lots of usable parts inside. Horn, motor, seats, glass, mirrors, all strippable to outfit your shelter. There's even radar. That gave me pause. 10 days into the frozen tundra, and someone's already this resourceful. Strip the seats, and you've got a bed. Modify the radar, and maybe go military grade. No, I shook it off. I'm not an engineer, I can't mod that. I am. Brother, I'll build you a finished product and sell it. You could scout zombies with it. Trying to make money off me? Don't need it. Finished products only. Hey, don't go, I'll sell cheap. I ignored him. Finally, Seeing I really wasn't interested, Chen Wushuang played his trump. Brother, I've also got a Corvette. Interested? That got me. In good shape? Of course, fuel aside. I checked it myself. Just acquired it yesterday. Acquired? My expression went strange again. Are you running a used car business in the frozen tundra? Haha, a little embarrassed. There really was a car dealer. I'd never imagined someone running this hustle out here, but it made sense. Cars were worthless without fuel, but the parts weren't. Engine, motor, lights, screen, radar, all useful for modding. Looking at the three women by the stove, I marveled. Talent. Talent everywhere you look. A Corvette. I thought of the film's basis for a certain Autobot. Pretty cool. Deal. But Chen Wushuang added a condition. Oh, brother, I'm upgrading to a LV4 shelter. Just 1,000 coal, and for the rest give me 200 wood. All right. Chen Mo. You, a frozen tundra used car dealer, are hitting LV4 too. I never saw it coming. A frozen tundra car dealer upgrading to LV4. The guy was a talent. Some people are just born for business. There's a saying, where there are people, there's trade. Shelters too. Buy junk cheap. Fix it with skill. Make things suited to the environment. Sell high. Rack up coal. Buy supplies easily. And upgrade much faster. Deal. I wasn't short on wood, so I traded readily. Congratulations, Corvette. White. ×1 acquired. I went straight out to activate it. The sky was dim, but the mist hadn't come. Virum. I fused a fire seed energy in, blue light surged, and gears whirring. The quiet supercar transformed in a blink into a 5-meter-plus mechanical life form. Silver-white metal frame. Mighty. Its blue eyes full of sci-fi menace. Whoa, a new buddy. Dainyu, lying quiet, squawked excitedly at the newcomer. The silver-white one knelt to me at once. Mechanical life form number 3. Greetings, creator. I nodded, sharp car. Mechanical life form. Type, ground forces. Strength 2,200. Defense 2,500. Agility 1,000. Firepower 3,000. Loyalty, absolute. Close to Dainyu's, slightly lower. 300 less strength, a few hundred less agility and defense. So the mech strength depends on the vehicle, probably the material, and especially the size. Like in the films, bigger vehicle, bigger body. Strength wasn't guaranteed, but for the frozen tundra, stacking size alone was plenty. And if a supercar was this strong, what if I got a heavy hauler? That'd be monstrous. I was tempted, though clearly those weren't easy to come by. Still, with a Corvette added, my survival edge climbed. But not enough. I needed more, a whole fleet. Dozens of transformers out at once, and what enemy could stand it? Even a zombie tide would have to flee while shouting, old and young first, we'll cover the rear. The prerequisite was leveling the shelter. I'd done the math. A LV3 holds 4, LV4 holds 8, LV5 holds 16. At LV8, I could field 100. Enough. Get to LV8 fast, and I'll have over 100, and walk the frozen tundra sideways. Brother Emo, come back. The mist's coming. The girl up on the arrow tower scrambled down and ran over. I looked her over, unsure. Are you the younger or the elder? Jianming blinked, exasperated. Brother, we've been here half a day, and you still can't tell us apart. I'm the elder, Jianming. Right, inside first. We headed in, and a moment later, a great rumble. The mist arrived on schedule, the fog outside carrying muffled snarls and strange footsteps. The sisters held their breath by the stove, not daring to speak. 3 days of this survival mode. But the memory of Sirius losing 3 people to bag one wolf king-like creature, hairless, hideous, with bat wings, terrified them. Be careful with these. I remember they come in packs, sometimes hundreds. Jianming said, fear in her eyes. Hundreds? I just smiled by the door. If only, I could reap a huge harvest. But unlikely. The Maxim turret fired, da-da-da, dense bursts, then wet bursting sounds, about 20 seconds, and silence. It stopped. The twins blinked. That's it. That fast. Against low-grade creatures, even cold steel works, never mind firearms. Hard to imagine. If modern Long Country brought heavy weapons here, it wouldn't be frozen tundra survival. It'd be resource extraction. Morning, bright. I went out with the 3 women to gather loot, and they froze at the 30-some zombie and mutant bat corpses around the shelter, The once arrogant creatures now strewn everywhere, missing limbs. My God. Hands over mouths, shocked and thrilled. This many, serious, 30-plus people, didn't dare make a sound at night, bagged the occasional one and lost 3 doing it. But beside this big brother, one night, 30-plus dead. Far better than serious. And a big haul, supplies plus many traits, all common ones, strength, agility, defense, free allocation, but a lot of them, around 30, over 90 points total. Not bad. I put them all on myself. Spirit 30, PhysDef 40, Magic Res 40, Strength 93, Agility 22, Strength at 93. Virum. I blurred forward at 4 times an ordinary person's speed and slammed a fist into the tree by the shelter. One punch, crack. The tree burst, snapped in 2, crashed down. Whoa! The 3 women stood stunned in the doorway. One punch shattered a tree. They finally understood why Chun Mo liked being alone. With strength like this and traits pouring in daily, anyone would want to be a lone wolf. But the more they saw, the more the sisters exchanged delighted looks. They'd picked the right person. What good were numbers? In frozen tundra survival, you follow the strong, and Chun Mo was exactly that. Not bad. I was pleased with the change in my strength, but it still wasn't enough. I needed more power. So I turned to the 3 women. Keep mining. Let's hit LV4 as soon as we can. The mist was only the first wave. Every half-month a fiercer calamity would come, and who knew what was next? I had to push the shelter's level as high as possible to survive. We understand. They knew it mattered, nodded hard, and took Dainyu out to the vein. I took the Corvette and the Scout Bird to hunt more zombies. But the things only came out at night. Finding one in daytime was near impossible, enough to make me wonder if they spawned on a fixed timer, flooding out after dark and vanishing by day. Still, not a total waste. 5 or 6 over the day, though the stat payout was pitiful, only 8 points. Beggars can't be choosers. A mosquito's still meat. So a busy day amounted to basically nothing. By evening the 3 came back, filthy. How'd it go? Panting from a day's digging, they handed over 200 iron ore. Good pace. I was surprised at how hard they'd gone. You bet, Li Muyao groaned, barely able to straighten her back, ready to collapse on the sofa. This isn't work, it's a death sentence. 200 didn't look like much, but they dug nonstop all day. Still, I wasn't satisfied at this rate. 9 more days for LV4. Too slow. I shook my head. The 3 were dumbfounded. Big brother, this is slow? They hadn't slacked at all. If this was slow, there was no hope. But it was true. The iron ore requirement was huge, normally enough for a LV5, and this was only a LV4. And it had to be done before the second calamity. This pace wouldn't cut it. I need to get more people working. So next morning, I went to the trading post to hire, pull a few survivors from other shelters to work for wages, i.e. coal. That way I didn't add mouths to feed, but got the labor. I posted, Chun Mo, hiring miners. Task, mining. 30 coal per person per day. Requirement, no fewer than 50 blocks. The post detonated. Are you kidding me? In Sea City, we were workhorses every day, and now in the frozen tundra you're recruiting day laborers? You don't treat us like people. They hadn't expected it. The frozen tundra explicitly let you join a shelter, basically a permanent post, and here was this guy running a temp staffing racket. It drew instant rage. What's wrong with you? Post your coordinates. I'll kill you. It startled even me. I'm just hiring a few miners. Why so worked up? But I got it. Workhorses in the real world were exhausted enough. People had hoped the frozen tundra let you live on strength. And here came someone running the capitalist playbook again, and day labor at that. Still, some asked for coordinates. We'll do it. They were desperate for coal. Unlucky ones who'd landed in bad zones where boxes rarely spawned, forced to work elsewhere to save up coal and relocate, so they wouldn't have to trek a dozen kilometers daily. My 30 a day was decent, a day's survival plus a day's food, barely getting by. For a 4-person shelter, splittable. So signups were brisk. Then, as I was scanning the names, someone undercut. I'll do it for 28 a day, pick me. A guy named Neofun. The post. Racing to the bottom? That cheaper price interested me. Fine you. Neofun rejoiced, about to thank me, when another, Ma Dan, jumped in. I'll take 25. The 30 coal contractors blew up. You're killing the rate for everyone. A guy named Chin Fong publicly cried, boycott the undercutting. then DM'd me privately. Brother, I'll take 24, pick me. It made me laugh. Where there are people, there's strife. Even survival's no exception. And I'm no saint, so I posted. Chinemo, someone offered 24. Anyone lower? The post erupted in curses. Chinemo, you really deserve to die? Post your coordinates, I'll cut you down. Blacker than a vampire. I ignored it. Come at me, I'll finish whoever shows. In the end, I hired 10. Just 240 coal for 500 or 3 days, done. Far cheaper than buying high with no guarantee of a seller. Pleased with myself, I turned to find the 3 women in their pajamas staring at me. The look you'd give a great swindler. With the loot piling up, they had pajamas now, and figures that put each other to shame. What's with those faces? Nothing. Li Muyao couldn't help it. Pulling this in Sea City is one thing, but teleported to the frozen tundra and still this capitalist. Big brother, you're really something. Oh, is that so? I raised a brow. Then would you rather do the digging yourselves? No, no, no. They shook their heads like rattledrums. Better you hire people. Yes, hire. We can supervise. That's more like it. I snorted and told them to change clothes to head out. But the elder, Jian Meng, colored. Big brother, could you step out first? The place was 80 square meters now, but no partitions, so changing was awkward. What haven't I seen? I didn't budge. Fine. Reddening. She figured. Under someone's roof, you bow your head. So the 3 changed in front of me. Not bad at all. I thought, to keep this life going, I'd have to work harder. With that, I took them out. And just as we set off, WHFF, a violent whistle of air. Quick as I was now, agility 4 times an ordinary person's, a little trick like that couldn't touch me. I sidestepped, and a black iron arrow thudded into the tree beside me. Brother Imo, watch out, the women gasped. Then, nearby, slow rhythmic clapping. Oh, nice, fast reflexes. I turned, 7 or 8 people closing in from all sides, each with a finely made bow. The leader, a bald man past 30, face thick with menace. They were from the Lone Wolf base, not the headquarters, but a LV-4 shelter under it. Their job was finding targets for the Lone Wolf base, devouring and dismantling other survivors' shelters to grow Lone Wolf. That was how, despite the numbers, Lone Wolf had reached LV-7, on par with the Jiayan Gang and Night Rose. As a vanguard, they'd come to my coordinates, found the place, and staked it out. A LV-3 could hold 8, but inside there was just one. Boss, women, 3 of them, twins even. An underling blurted, eyes greedy. Smack. The leader cuffed him. You think I'm blind? The man clutched his face, silent. The 8 surrounded us. The leader, Brother Long, had taken a liking to my skill, rare to see, and smiled. Brother, interested in joining us? Name's Zhang Long, owner of a LV-4 shelter. I was already angry about the ambush, but kept it flat. And if I don't. An underling's voice shot up an octave. Then we kill you. 1 man with 3 women, against 8 of us with finely made bows. Yeah, watch how you talk to our boss. Brother Long waved them off and smiled, showing off. How about this? You and me one-on-one. I win, you come with us. I lose, I never saw this place. Deal. He'd barely finished. Bang. He flew like a loosed arrow into a tree. The others hadn't even registered it before I'd drawn my foot back. Their pupils shrank. This guy's that fierce. Brother Long had wanted to flex and got launched before he could move. He coughed blood, several ribs broken, staring in shock. How you've got such cough, such strength. Oh, still alive. I was surprised. That was a full power kick, lethal to an ordinary person, and he'd held on. Lucky he'd once picked up a defense trait, plus 10 defense, or he'd have been gone. But seeing me out fierce even Lone Wolf, he was terrified. He tried to rise, and I was already there, another backhand. Smack. He flew again, teeth knocked out. The underlings froze. Is that speed even human? Brother Long hadn't expected to hit an iron plate after so many days. Brothers move, he yelled. But before they could knock arrows, I was faster. Go. At the order, boom. The 2 parked supercars whirred and became 2 5 to 6 meter transformers, drew oversized energy hand cannons from behind, and blue light fell over the 8. Daniu's voice, swaggering. Hey, little ones, don't move. You're surrounded. The 7 survivors were stunned by the colossi, hand cannons bigger than their heads. They didn't doubt one shot would vaporize them. The tables turned. 7 men surrounded by 2 transformers, and I had Brother Long by the throat. What was that you said? One-on-one. Aye. He'd figured out why a LV-3 shelter held 1 man and 3 women. With 2 6-meter mechanical life forms, there was nothing to play. Coughing blood, he forced a smile. Misunderstanding, big brother. Don't kill me, I'll do anything. Want me not to kill now? Too late. I hate show-offs most. Speak nicely and I might have sent you off quick. But you had to strut in my face. In Sea City, I was a small worker. You bullying me, fine. But now, in the frozen tundra, you still try it? Then I'd have crossed over for nothing. So I kicked him into the tree, folded him into 3. Ah, big brother. The thin one paled, and, fearing he was next, threatened. Brother, think hard. We're Lone Wolf's vanguard. The Lone Wolf masters a LV-7 base. Level 5 already, you'd better. Attention. Form a line. At my word, they instinctively dropped their weapons and lined up. Dainyu lumbered over, cannon in hand. Boss, finish them? Easy. I was short of miners. My eyes swept them. I'll give you a chance to live, want it? Yes. Who wants to die? The thin one swore loyalty first. Big brother, just don't kill me. I'll do anything. Good. Satisfied, I waved to Li Muyao and the twins. We're short of diggers, and here's a ready supply. Take the Corvette and Dainyu, march them to the vein. Today's quota, 100 blocks each. Anyone who doesn't finish gets killed. Brother Long's people. Mining. You turned us into miners. We're Lone Wolf's elite vanguard, and now it's mining. Not willing. I raised a brow. The thin one, terrified of being folded into 3 like Brother Long, grinned and bowed. No problem. Just don't kill us. Anything you want. Good. I gave the Corvette and Dainyu a look. The 2 big ones marched the 7 off to the vein. Li Muyao was thrilled to find herself a supervisor, a fine feeling. But for the 7, misery. Lone Wolf's vanguard, their boss beaten, themselves turned into day laborers. No one to complain to. Move it. Before the thin one could rest, a hemp rope whip cracked across his back. Even bundled up against the cold, it stung to the bone. He yelped, but kept grinning at Li Muyao. Yes, working. Inwardly, though, just let me get out of here. I'll report to Lord Lone Wolf, you'll all die. While they mined, I wasn't idle. Brother Long was dead, but his shelter remained, so the scout bird led me to his now ownerless place. Empty, but the supplies were good. Rice, flour, noodles, water, sausages, vegetables, eggs, near 100 kilos. Don't underestimate that. At a normal 800 grams a day, it'd feed 1 survivor 4 months, or 8 people half a month. So I knew how much they'd looted. All mine now. I swept it into my pack, plus 2,000 coal, the frozen tundra's universal currency, basically dollars. And I didn't spare the shelter itself. Iron or 320, wood 120, metal or 100, steel 20. Seeing this haul, I finally understood why so many liked raiding shelters. Pure free pickings. Looks like I've been too soft. I decided to take a few shelters myself. Not the small ones, though. Go for the big ones. LV-5, LV-6. They had the resources. By evening, led by Dainyu and the Corvette, Li Muyao marched the 7 miners back, about 800 iron ore. Oh, not bad. You bet, Li Muyao giggled. I'm the supervisor. Didn't let them rest a second all day. The thin one had murder in his eyes, but with 2 6-meter things beside him, he swallowed it, switched to a smile. Big brother, we've dug 800. Can you let us go now? Let you go. I changed face. Did I say I'd let you go? He gaped. Big brother, you can't go back on your word. You said if we averaged 100 each, you wouldn't kill us. Right? I smiled. I said I wouldn't kill you. I never said I'd release you. The 7. Big brother, that's a bit much. Then, how do you mean to handle us? He asked carefully. I waved. Tomorrow, keep mining. 1 more day would do it. Work hard. If I'm in a good mood tomorrow, maybe I'll let you go. They figured fighting now meant death, and agreed, planning to find a way later. Night, day 6, the mist arrived. I took the 3 women inside and made the 7 build a small cabin outside to scrape through the night, which infuriated them. A full day's work and they won't even let us in? We'll freeze. Around the fire, an underling murmured, "Brother, let's sneak in at midnight and finish them." "Finish them?" The thin one laughed. "A LV3 shelter. You can crack that? And there are two big ones guarding." But the underling grinned and produced a rag-stuffed bottle. A Molotov. The thin one's eyes lit. They'd siphoned gas from a wrecked car, added alcohol, and a rag, meant for zombies. No zombies yet, though. Instead, they'd met me. We torched the bastard. Bet his shelter, good as it is, can't take a firebomb. Good idea. The thin one saw hope. Kill him, dismantle the shelter's traits, and even the two big ones would be his. His eyes went cold. Those two are mine. But before they could slip out under cover of dark, roar, HSSS. A vast mist surged in from all sides. Crap, the underling, Molotov just lit, saw zombies pour in from every direction and huge black bats above. Brothers, zombies. Forget them. The thin one had one target. Kill Chinimo first. But before the underling could throw, gears whirring, the two quiet supercars transformed into 5 to 6 meter colossi and, without hesitation, boom, opened fire on the charging zombies, dropping 3 or 4 at once. The Molotov holder gaped. One shot, 3 or 4 zombies. And the Corvette drew a 4-meter cleaver, slicing a zombie in two, its blade glowing red-hot, shredding everything in its path, cackling. Come on, more of you, more than yesterday. I'll cut you down, you little punks." The 7 would-be ambushers froze, swallowing hard. Then, toward the shelter, 5 or 6 mutant bats charged, locking onto the Molotov holder, bloodlust in their eyes. These creatures attacked shelters for the flesh. "Run, they're coming." The thin one grabbed him, but the underling was frozen in terror, the bats swelling in his vision. Then, da-da-da, dense fire riddled the bats into a bloody mist that spattered him. He finally noticed. 2 Maxim turrets had risen at the door, raking the bats from all sides, the fire net dropping a dozen plus. A Maxim too. The 7 froze. How many weapons does this guy have? They forgot their purpose, just staring at the scene, absurd as an alien war. Thwack! The last bat skewered on the Corvette's tailblade. 1,000 square meters fell silent. The Corvette even whistled at the 7 who'd run out. "Yo, ants, came to help?" "No need." The thin one. What could the thin one say? Kill Chinimo? He didn't doubt that the second he uttered the words, he'd end up worse than the vaporized zombies. He'd thought these big things just relied on size and strength. Now he saw it wasn't melee, it was high-tech. If you'd said you were this strong, we'd never have come out. That's suicide. So he snatched the Molotov, swung to put it out, it wouldn't, and grinned at the 2 colossi. "A stroll. We're taking a night stroll." Oh, Dania didn't expose him. No order from Chinimo, just nodded its blue eyes at the cabin. They got it and lined up obediently. Back inside, they clutched their chests, hearts hammering. Terrifying. Kill Chinimo? How? A Maxim burst and you're gone. Sleep, sleep. The thin one ordered, pretending nothing had happened. Next morning, I stepped out, stretched, breathed the cold. Not bad. Then I eyed the corpses on the ground. Quite a few. A rough count, about 50. Looks like as the mist drags on, these things multiply, Jin Ming said, looking at the burst flesh. Probably, I nodded. Day 6. One more, and it ended. The thin one heard us and hurried his people out, mining shovels already in hand, eager. "Big brother, it's late, we need to mine. When do we leave?" Li Muyao was curious. Why so eager today? Worked half to death yesterday, weren't they? But he didn't dare mention last night's horror. That thing, forget brother long alive. Even Lord Lone Wolf would be vaporized in one shot. So they'd chosen to behave. Aren't we just trying to get Big Brother into a LV4 shelter sooner? I knew about last night, but wasn't in a hurry. One more day was enough. Good attitude. Go. Off they went under the Corvette, Scoutbird, Li Muyao, and the twins for the last day's mining. The moment they left, a great rumble shook the whole ground. I nearly lost my footing. What's that? Then the system. Today's hint. 85 kilometers north, a ruin has landed. Explore it if you can. There may be an unexpected surprise. A ruin? I opened the channel. Sure enough, many had heard the quake. Buzzing. Did you hear that? An earthquake? Something exploded? A new rule? Most had no idea. I hesitated, then decided to follow the hint and check it out. Maybe there really was something good. I took Dainu. Virum. It launched and tore off for the 85 kilometers. The plane ran endless, frozen, snow-blanketed, the odd lush wood I ignored, until I reached a canyon in the plain, smoke and dust billowing skyward. I stepped out, walked to the edge, looked down, and froze. A city, in a canyon maybe a kilometer wide and who knew how many long. It was as if a small city had fallen from above, collapsed high-rises everywhere, of fair scale, 3 or 4 kilometers across. A town. Puzzled, I had Dainu lower me. Dainu. Yes. Gears whirring. A huge electromagnetic hook formed on its right hand. One arm holding me, the other sinking the hook into the canyon wall. It climbed down. Not deep, 70 or 80 meters. When my feet hit hard asphalt, I looked up at a long street lined with leaning, crumbling high-rises shedding debris. There was even a sign, Modu Road. My head nearly burst. Sent me back to a modern city? It looked exactly like one. Asphalt road, shops, office buildings. Only as if it had been wrecked once over. But there were plenty of modern facilities. Did frozen tundra survival teleport a city in two? I was stunned. Then it hit me, and I grinned. If it's a modern city, there should be plenty of cars. My last transformer, right there? I'd been worrying about a lack of cars. Let's look inside. I took Dainu in, a genuine ruined city, just an old small town, region unknown, but it had been bustling. I spotted a blue 7-Eleven. A convenience store? I went in, sure enough, bread, sausages, chips, water, yogurt, plenty of it, some spilled across the floor, but the sheer quantity stood. Over 200 bottles of milk alone. Well now, I picked up a bottle and laughed. This kind of perk too? If this is a whole town, I'll strip it bare and build a fully modern base. Stow it first. No hesitation, I packed it all. The frozen tundra had supplies, but too monotonous, barely enough to keep a body running. Here it was different. Sushi, burgers, milk, all kinds of frozen food, premium by frozen tundra standards. So I stripped the whole 7-Eleven bare. Out again, I moved to the next target and found the abandoned town wasn't large, about 3 kilometers across, but it had everything. Offices, residential blocks, a mall. I found a pharmacy. The fallen sign caught my eye. Good stuff. The frozen tundra was sub-zero. Plenty of people had fevers and colds, and no medicine. Don't underestimate a fever. It can kill, and many had died of bacterial infections. But here there was medicine. Take it. Inside, I grabbed the common imports. Fever reducers, ibuprofen, acetaminophen, antidiarrheals, disinfectant alcohol, iodine, plus medical kits and bandages. The mall looked bombed. Rubble and collapsed structures everywhere, the odd chunk of concrete threatening to fall. But there was plenty here. I needed cups, knives, even cookware. So far I had only one pan, drinking water out of a frying pan. Since the option was here, I'd do it properly. Steamer, wok, cups, thermos, and as I kept packing, ding. Your pack is full. I froze, chopsticks in hand. Full already? The frozen tundra had big packs, and at my level mine was substantial, 500 kilos, and it was already full. I had the dense supplies. Modern goods, a waste to leave. Pity I don't have a bigger pack. But no worry. No pack. I'll just find a car. I took Dainu out of the mall. The streets outside were broken into uneven concrete slopes, rebar bared, rubble everywhere, some cars crushed to scrap, more of them battered, missing wheels, flattened roofs, smashed lights. All wrecked here, boss, Dainu reported, scanning as it went. Not one intact. Understandable, dropped from the sky. But I don't believe there's nothing good. I pressed deeper, and behind the mall, where the lack of high-rises meant less crushing, I found cars. There, my eyes locked on a black Mercedes E300. A quick check, decent undamaged. Lower tier than Dainu and the Corvette, but good cars were scarce here. I went to activate it. Boss, look over there. Dainu's voice. I followed it, and behind the mall, in a corner, a 12-meter heavy truck lay quiet, a fallen residential building having crushed down onto the 5-story mall, the truck surviving in the gap. I narrowed my eyes, pupils brightening. A heavy hauler? A heavy hauler, that monster of a transport truck, pillar thick, with staggering hauling capacity. But that wasn't the point. The point was a heavy rig. Activate that, and I'm invincible. No hesitation, I ran up and used a fire seed. Hum. Blue energy melted into the rig, and I backed off as it whirred to life, gears grinding, and rose like a living thing. Boom. It was huge, a full 10 meters, 6 taller than Dainyu, its colossal frame radiating pressure as it stood. Whoa. Even Dainyu gaped up at the thing, like looking at an Optimus. Brother, you're big. Take this out, and a single roll would crush a swath of zombies. But before we could marvel, the rig was too tall and slammed its head into a fallen beam. Ow! It nearly buckled, shoved the beam off, and cursed. Damn it, what is this place? Then it saw me, sobered, climbed from the rubble, knelt, and rumbled like an echo from deep space. Mechanical life form number 4. Greetings, Lord Creator. I was stunned, too big. Picture a 10-meter, 3 to 4 meter wide colossus, like a 3-story building, speaking right in front of you. Then came the elation. Looked stronger than Dainyu and the Corvette. With this, who feared zombies? I'd just roll over them. From now on, you're Juicy, I said. Pillar, since it resembled Optimus. Yes, my creator. With a new member, I got it to work. Come help me move things. The town was undiscovered for now, but who knew how long? A 500-kilo pack hadn't held much. With this rig's long bed, dozens of tons was nothing. So we hauled. With my strength, now 10 times an ordinary person's, lifting a car was easy, big furniture no trouble. I took the necessities, a soft big bed and a mattress worth tens of thousands, tables and chairs, can't always sit on the floor, a TV, and a radio. This thing. I eyed the radio, expression odd. No telling if only Sea City was teleported in or everywhere, but maybe it could reach somewhere. Pack it. I threw it all on the rig. Supplies, clothes, a generator, solar panels. Both vital, since the frozen tundra had no electricity. Until, boss, it won't fit. Dainyu said, having climbed up and stomped on the load. The rig rocked. You're doing that on purpose, I griped. Dainyu grinned, sly. Done. I loaded the last item, a water purifier. Apocalypse or not, you should treat yourself. Head back. Virum. Dainyu roared off like black lightning, the heavy hauler full throttle behind it, and we left the ruined city for the shelter. Back home, Li Muyao and the twins had clocked off with the miners and the Corvette, waiting. And as the setting sun lit the endless plain, they saw a heavy hauler rumble up behind a black Lamborghini, its cargo heaped like a small mountain. Everyone gaped. A heavy hauler? The thin one sucked in a breath. Where'd Big Brother go? Robbing somewhere, with all this? I ignored him and stepped down. Muyao, Jin Ming, Jin Yao, what are you standing around for? Move the supplies. They snapped too, faces lighting up. Quick, move it. The thin one's crew jumped in too, unloading, and froze at the sight. Beds, medicine, bread, even frozen hot pot. Big Brother, where did you go? Li Muyao stared. This wasn't box loot. The truth. I found a ruin in the frozen tundra, like a human city. This came from there. A human city? This is a primitive plane. Where's a city from? No idea. I shook my head. Maybe the world thinks we have it too hard, so it teleported a city in too. They gaped. That's allowed. Unload it first. I'm going back. No wasting it. Excited. These were things the frozen tundra didn't have, especially medicine. Li Muyao had a cold coming on and no medicine, so the cold remedy delighted her. You all come with me, to carry. I wanted to stock up before the place was found. No problem. And Li Muyao added happily. Boss, good news. We hit our quota today. My eyes lit. Perfect. I had only 3 transformers, but a LV4 shelter would give 8 fire seeds. For more, and let me haul much more. So I gathered the iron ore and upgraded. In a flash of gold, the 80-square 2-story became 160, double. The iron door now a heavy steel one. The concrete walls now nearly 10-centimeter steel casting. The loft enlarged with a 3rd level added. And a blueprint appeared. Choose your shelter renovation. At LV4, a new function. The owner could remodel freely. Partitions, small rooms, even a basement level. I skipped the basement and turned the 160 square meters into 3 bedrooms and a hall. A 70-square living room. Rooms about 30 square meters each. The upper floor a storeroom holding up to 240 cubic meters. Basically 200 tons of supplies. and the concrete metal mix was now a single-piece steel fortress. Before, moving it meant fearing it'd fall apart. Now it was a mobile steel fortress. The third level, I made a lookout, high ground to watch the surroundings and sound the alarm at danger. Not bad. Under the sunset, the place was a black steel beast. 10-centimeter steel walls. Even a Barrett couldn't punch through, never mind zombies. Defense had doubled again to 4,000. Durability to 4,000. The per second repair from 4 to 8, and the twin Maxim turret had become 4 Maxims, each at double power. The thin one's crew gaped. This is a LV4? It looks harder than Lone Wolf's LV7. Of course, a LV7 used maybe 1,000 iron ore, mine used 2,000, smaller in area and nearly all steel. And those black Maxim turrets had them holding their breath. This isn't a shelter, it's an apocalypse fortress. But the best part, the panel read LV4 Fire Seed, current count 4 to 8. 8 now. For more Transformers. 3 of the big ones already neared invincibility. For more was a Decepticon Legion. No hesitation. Come with me. We left the Corvette and Scoutbird on guard, and I took the 7 captives, the 3 women, Juzi, and Dania back to the ruined town. 80-some kilometers in half an hour, flat out. The road so rough, even Juzi's 12-meter rig hit 180. The survivors aboard puking, nearly airborne. Past 6, sky not fully dark. They piled out, retching, then froze at the impact-wrecked town. There really is a town here? Stunned, they forgot to keep vomiting. Wrecked or not, anything here was treasure on the frozen tundra. I checked my watch. It's 6:30, you've got half an hour. Fill your packs, be back at the shelter before 8. The mist came at 8. Even with the big ones, I wouldn't gamble without certainty. Yes. They rushed off into the town. I set Juzi with Li Muyao and the twins to keep stripping them all. I don't care what you grab, pick useful things. Day 7 of the first calamity, who knew about tomorrow? We know. Li Muyao laughed. Modern city free shopping. We know what to take. Good. I had more important work. Activate the last 4 fire seeds, for 7 Transformers, not counting the weakling Scoutbird. The cars up top were wrecked, so I took Daniu into a Central Mall's underground garage. Dark, power dead, but the Lumbo's lights cut on to reveal a mess, as if a beast had trashed it, and everywhere, cars. BBA, the Japanese trio, the American 3, BMW, Audi, Mercedes, Nissan, Cadillac, Buick. None interested me. I wanted sharper, fiercer machines. A circuit later, a blue Aston Martin. Move, I said, but it was Daniu that had stopped. Boss, I think this one suits you. A dark blue Aston Martin DB12, sharp, black accents, clearly modified, elegant with a youthful edge. My target's a big one. I shook my head. I wanted another heavy hauler. This was nice but useless on the frozen tundra. Now, don't say that. Daniu rumbled. Our strength isn't in size, it's in the engine, the heart. The stronger and finer the engine, the stronger we are. Big ones are clumsy. This V8 gives far more power. I looked around, and only this one rivals me. Oh, I smirked. You're not afraid I'll find a stronger one and outshine you, are you? How could I? Daniu yelped. Boss, slander. Am I the kind of mech that fears being outdone? I'm thinking of you. Look at the other junk. Drive that out, and you might get mistaken for someone heading to a fancy lounge. Kid knows a few things. Fine, do it. I tossed a fire seed into the dark blue Aston. Boom. It lit up, word to transform, and cracked its head on the garage ceiling before finishing. Ow, clutching its head, but once its blue eyes found me, it went elegant, even sprawled. Oh, my honored Lord Creator, mechanical life form number 5, reporting. Oh ho. Smooth 1. The stats, strength 2,500, defense 5,000, agility 1,200, firepower 3,500. Stronger than the Corvette, even. Not bad. From now on, you're Aston Martin. Yes, Creator, it purred. But one wasn't enough. I need more. A long search, though, and nothing suited better. This place isn't rich either. Best car was just an Aston Martin. No discouragement. Not here didn't mean nowhere. Go. Virum. A black and a blue supercar tore out of the long-dead garage like roaring beasts. Half an hour nearly up, I returned with the Aston, and the survivors and 3 women, done gathering, gaped. forgetting to work, fixed on the supercars. Whoa, sharp. Two of them, front and back, in an apocalypse ruin. Quite the flex. As I stepped out, Li Muyao marveled. Boss is a little handsome usually, but kind of rough. Now I realize, the boss stepping out of a supercar is so handsome. That made Jinming purse her lips. Please, the boss has always been handsome. Fair, Li Muyao said. With all these supplies, she admired him more. Others still lived primitively. Here they were going modern. Well, done. I walked over, eyeing the nearly full hauler. Done. Li Muyao nodded. Basically, I grabbed whatever there was. Good. No lingering, sort it back home. The priority was getting back. Move. I loaded the rig, Dainyu, the Aston, the 3 women, and the 7 survivors. The thin one's crew useless but still labor, each with a 100-kilo starter pack, 700 kilos total, human pack beasts, to be dealt with later. At 7, the sun's afterglow died and the sky dimmed. Even with the frozen tundra's shorter nights, it was darkening. Under my command, the convoy rolled out, Dainyu leading, the Aston as rearguard, the hauler in the middle, out of the apocalypse ruined town. But 10 kilometers out, something felt wrong. Boss, don't you feel it? It's awfully quiet around here. Li Muyao, belted into Dainyu's passenger seat, looked over uneasily. I noticed too. Normally the mist hadn't risen yet at this hour, but it shouldn't be silent enough that not even a bird showed. And by now a few stray zombies usually appeared. Now, nothing. Off. I frowned and told the Aston, speed up, scout ahead. Yes, my Lord Creator. The rear guard roared off, hit 300, on the broken road, peeling away. Whoa, the survivors on the hauler gaped. That car's a beast, this terrible road, that fast. Like a bullet train. But moments later the Aston, a kilometer ahead, crested a rise and came tearing back toward us, hazards flashing frantically. The meaning was clear. Pull back, boss, fast. Elegance gone, it bolted like a spooked rabbit. What happened? Dania braked hard to avoid a collision. Li Muyao shrieked and grabbed the handhold. Big brother. I stayed calm. 4 to 5 times human reflexes aren't for show, and the 2 cars drifted to a stop on the slope, the hauler nearly fishtailing but holding. We stepped out. Dainyu transformed to its 6-meter form and charged the Aston, slamming its hood. Hey, what are you playing at? Hurt me. Fine. What if you'd hit the boss? The Aston flipped up into its blue mech form and snapped back. You think I wanted to? Why don't you look over there? We followed where it pointed, down, and froze, pupils quaking. On the once endless plain, a black mass, countless zombies like black ants, no end in sight, snarling, moving with purpose toward the plain's north. So many. I'd seen plenty of films, the epic battle scenes, but none compared to this endless tide. At least several million. This many. The thin one's legs nearly gave. This isn't the mist. This is a zombie calamity. Jin Ming and Jian Yao went pale. Wasn't it supposed to come at 8? Why so fast and this many? Among them, LV-4 and LV-5 elites, huge, standing out in the swarm. What did you expect? I said, staying calm. The first calamity ends tonight. The frozen tundra's little surprise. Surprise? The women shivered. That's not a surprise, that's extinction. Who could withstand a zombie calamity like this? Even I knew my crew plus a few transformers couldn't push through it. And some zombies had spotted us, bloodlust gleaming in the dim light, peeling off toward us with excited snarls. Quick, pull back. No hesitation. Even the splinter group breaking our way numbered in the tens of thousands. I had the 2 big ones revert to supercars, loaded up, and we fled. Can't reach the shelter now, back to the town to hide. Yes. Dainyu, itching to fight. New ants drown an elephant, so it reverted and ran, Aston grabbing the twins, the hauler behind. But the roaring engines, in that silence, were like bombs, drawing more and more zombies, who swarmed in from all sides. And just down the slope, dozens burst out ahead, charging recklessly. We'll be surrounded. Li Muyao's eyes shook. Don't panic, ram through. I was calm. My transformers have near 3,000 defense. Dodger edge? Please. At my word, Dainyu, far from afraid, gunned it, engine roaring louder, and bang, sent 3 or 4 zombies flying. One charged on, rotten white, eyes nearly on us, But Dainyu gave it no chance. Side transformed an arm, formed a big energy cannon. Boom. One shot vaporized it before it could react. No blood mist even. Then several more. Boom. Hum. Boom. Each like a missile bursting on the ground. The struck zombies hurled 7 or 8 meters even by the shockwave, dismembered, shrieking. Whoa, that fierce. Li Muyao gaped. One shot, 7 or 8 zombies, in rapid fire. That's not a hand cannon. That's a missile. Even I hadn't expected it to be that fierce. But the stronger, the better for me. Punch through. Yes, boss. Virum. Dainyu roared and tore a gap in the swarm, energy shells dropping, zombies vaporizing. And the heavy hauler, that colossal steel body, was a bulldozer. Zombies flipped away like paper, landing as resource boxes. The survivors aboard gaped. Look, gears dropping. And traits. Good thing the LV4 upgrade gave auto pickup on kills, so I scooped it all up as we drove. And finally, vroom, we broke the encirclement before it closed. But the zombies kept after us, especially the big tyrant-like ones, 2 meters plus, fast as a 100-meter sprinter, snarling and chasing with a mass of others behind. What do we do, boss? They're still after us. Li Muyao gripped my hand, voice shaking. Don't panic. I scanned. Open plain, no cover. Pull back to the town. Buildings there might hold even against zombies. Safer. Virum. But the instant the convoy hit the town, roar. A huge zombie, a full 3 meters, leapt like the Hulk and grabbed the hauler's trailer, nearly flipping it, pounding and slamming with its fists. Whoa! The survivors nearly tumbled off. That enraged the hauler. With an emergency stop and a fishtail, it transformed, gears grinding, into a 12-meter colossus. The 3-meter LV5 zombie, still pounding away, looked up, dumbstruck, found itself dangling, small as an ant, its frenzy turning to shock. Oh, you damn bud. Now it was Juzi's turn to be furious, a zombie leaping onto it, scattering the loot it had collected. It hoisted the tyrant like an infant, formed a big energy hand cannon, aimed at the head, and fired. The LV5 panicked. Wasn't this a truck? How is it a boss? Wanting to plead misunderstanding, but unable to speak. Boom. Blue light vaporized the tyrant, leaving only armor clattering to the ground. Dead, it's dead. The thrown-off survivors stared at the 3-meter tyrant's remains, breathless. Big brother, you've got a 12-meter one too? And crushed a LV5 elite that easily? But I had no time. The LV5 had dropped gear, a purple glow on the ground. A bow. Laser bow. Quality, purple. Agility plus 10, strength plus 30, attack 600. Trait, solar endurance. Purple unlimited use in sunlight. Without sun, stores up to 100 laser shots. Oh ho, a metal transforming bow, Hawkeye style, sharp and futuristic, and energy attacks. High tech. I stowed it, and with pursuers behind. Into the town, find a defensible spot. This isn't the plane, we won't be so passive. Yes, boss. Dainyu and Aston transformed back to 6-meter mechs, Dainyu directing. Martin, check that street for danger. Don't go more than 30 meters from the boss. Understood. Neither interested in brawling now. All focus on guarding the perimeter and protecting me. So 3 transformers, 3 women, 7 survivors, and I went in. Dark had fallen. Unsure if the town had zombies or other creatures, I stayed cautious. Deeper in, we reached a bank. Aston's infrared thermal scan found nothing, and it radioed Dainyu. No danger here. Rest for now. A domestic construction bank branch building, damaged by the fall, but mostly intact, a half-built shell beside it. Inside first. But before we could enter, gears grinding, a violent shudder, and quick-eyed Dainyu lunged. Boss, watch out. It scooped me and Li Muyao up and flipped clear just as, boom, a huge yellow RH-400 mining hydraulic excavator crashed down from above, nearly crushing me. The thing, big as a 3-story building, hit with a thunderous roar, dust everywhere. Even at a distance, the survivors were nearly blown off, coughing. What is that? When the dust cleared, I got up and turned to a staggering sight. A thing about 14 meters long, rivaling Juzi, but 9 meters wide, near 10 tall, on huge tracks. Its bucket a stunning 20 square meters, dwarfing the hauler, lying half-flipped, blocking the whole street, taller than you could see in one look. An RH-400 hydraulic excavator, a worldly lone wolf survivor gasped. Every excavator operator's dream machine, the unit alone running into the hundreds of millions. Even I was rattled. The hauler was a baby brother next to it. Roar. And right then, the snarls outside swelled again. Boss, Aston, on the rooftop, reported in its elegant voice. The zombies are coming, more and more pouring in. Perfect timing. I looked at the towering machine and smiled coldly, walked up, and held a fire seed to it. 3 transformers had felt not quite enough, but with this 1,000-ton king, fear a zombie tide? I pressed my hand to the excavator and fed in the fire seed. Virum. Vast blue light wrapped the whole machine. What's that? The twins, Li Muyao, the survivors, all drawn by the surge of power. Aston, up top with a laser blade, spoke. Boss, they're here. Hold them off. The excavator was so huge it took the energy infusion form, about 3 minutes to fully fuse. So I told the 3 Decepticons to stall. Yes, boss. Watch this. Danyu, eager, transformed an arm into a 2-meter hand cannon, the other into an electrified hook. The North Main Road has the most. I'll block there, take 80% of the pressure. And Juzi, 12 meters tall, used its strength to draw a mass of zombies 300 meters off. Good. Aston and Danyu nodded. Clear division of labor. The remaining zombies poured in from all streets like starved beasts after food, only to meet the 2 6-meter colossi. The lead LV-3S froze, weirdly human shock on their faces. That big. Danyu grinned. Heck, come on. Boom. One shot swallowed 2 LV-3S, blasting the ground open. That lit the whole tide. Mindless low zombies charging fearlessly, a black flood through every street. Hold them. Danyu fired, shot after shot, and within a 100-meter radius the zombies couldn't advance a step, flames soaring, blue energy washing the scene like a cyber battlefield. Each blast vaporized a dozen, Danyu firing left and right, spinning between streets, pinning them all beyond 100 meters. Locust thick as they were, they couldn't break the ring. But the numbers were endless, charging without pause. Boss. Li Muyao panicked. Quiet. I kept channeling the fire seed. Then, boom, a wall collapsed, and a 3-meter zombie charged through. It's a LV-5. The thin one's legs went weak. The tyrant was bald, 3 meters, thick with muscle, heavy armor, more human-looking than the withered ones, gray-brown skin, red eyes. That thing could flatten a LV-5 base. But here it was just a foot soldier. These higher zombies had some awareness. It saw the 2 6-meter mechs, paused, then charged roaring to smash Danyu. But just as everyone braced for a bloody fight, Danyu happened to turn, and its thick arm brushed the tyrant, flinging it into a wall. Something bumped me. Danyu's attention was already on the new breach, zombies surging through. Ha, come on. Its blue eyes were turning red, a proper Decepticon menace. It produced a grenade somewhere, popped the pin, and lobbed it, a meter-long grenade rolling into the swarm. The zombies hadn't reacted before, red flashing. It detonated, blue energy exploding, turning the ground to metal that spread, carbonizing every zombie it touched into metal, a 500 square meter scorch. One throw, 200 plus dead, the LV-5 tyrant caught mid-flee, frozen metal in a running pose. The survivors gaped. One grenade, a LV-5 plus hundreds gone. With firepower like that, why are we running? You could wipe them in minutes. But the catch, the firepower was absurd, the energy wasn't, and it needed slow recovery. The zombies, though, were endless, a tide. And as Danyu cleared that wave, the packed outer ranks rushed the opening. More. Danyu was straining now, tens of thousands outside, including 4 or 5 3-meter tyrants. The thin one paled, cold sweat despite the -20. We've kicked a zombie nest, LV-5S he'd never seen in his life, and nearly 10 out now. Damn it. With the last shot fired, Danyu shook its cannon. Out of energy. Their power needed fire seed storage to recharge, at least 2 hours, and the zombies wouldn't grant it. But Danyu grinned, released the electrified hook, locked onto the LV-5S, and whistled at Aston. Hey Martin, I'll hold here, you guard the boss. It charged the LV-5S. Roar. The tyrant froze at the 6-meter mech bearing down. "Why are you coming at me?" And tried to flee, but behind it, vroom, a car came flying. Dainyu spun, the electrified hook cutting it in two with a laser slice. And then all the charging zombies, sensing some dreadful pressure, halted at once, slowly drawing aside. Then Dainyu and the others saw a far larger zombie, the ground quaking with each step, come around the corner, nearly 4 meters. "That's a LV-8 zombie king." The crowd froze. The tyrant was more human still, nearly twice the breadth of the 3-meter ones, the LV-5s like children beside it, all bowing reverently. "Interesting," Dainyu mused. "These zombies have a strict hierarchy." As the king appeared, more zombies followed, surrounding the place layer on layer. Easily over 10,000, and the king probably commanded far more. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies, as if signaled, snarled in unison, bloodlust and excitement in their eyes. The king hefted a Mercedes effortlessly, aimed at Dainyu, and roared twice. "One-on-one?" "Oh ho," Dainyu laughed. "Interesting. If I weren't out of energy, I'd vaporize you in one shot." But before the king could swagger, it froze, watching a vast shadow rise over it under the moonlight, swelling, towering. Behind Dainyu, something near 20 meters tall had slowly stood, every slight movement a deafening clang of grinding gears that crawled up the spine. A casual brace of its arms shattered the foundations of the buildings on both sides, leaving them swaying. The king blanked. Because the thing was too big. Transforming. Even 10-meter-wide streets were too cramped. It had wrecked the surrounding buildings. Two huge arms braced on the ground, gouging craters as it rose. Boom. The flung debris even killed some ordinary zombies. "Big brother, we said one-on-one. Where'd this come from?" But Dainyu's red eyes lit at the new arrival. "Whoa, new buddy, 20 meters tall. Ha ha." It eyed the king, gloating. "Kid, you're in trouble." The king was terrified, and so were the LV-5, LV-4, LV-3 tyrants beside it. 6 meters they might have tried, 2 or 3 times their size. Gang up, manageable. But 20 meters? I couldn't reach its knee jumping. The king blanked, forgot to even throw the car. Finally, the big one finished transforming. Yellow skin, slender but tough metal bones, like a Constructicon but more shocking, crimson eyes locked on the king, and a 10-meter-wide bucket. "This isn't an excavator, it's an all-things-equal crusher." The king snapped to, dropped the car, turned and ran, snarling, "Retreat." But run? Where do you think you're going? I'd had my eye on this LV-8 king. The LV-5 dropped a purple energy bow. A LV-8 had to drop orange gold. Constructicon, take them out. Roar. The excavator, itching to go, strode over, kicking zombies away with no resistance. The fallen ones crushed to pulp, feeling no drag at all. Every step killed dozens. Now all the zombies panicked, the swagger of tens of thousands gone, scattering in terror, trampling each other. Ants can kill an elephant, but never a dinosaur, never mind a titanium one. The king, near tears, tried to flee with a few elites, but couldn't. The shadow over it grew. It looked up, scalp going cold at the colossal metal foot descending. Roar. It poured all 60 tons of strength into bracing, but forgot one thing. The excavator was a 1,000-ton king. One pause as the foot landed, and, boom, the king vanished. The survivor's pupils quaked. One step, a LV-8 king crushed. With the king gone, the rest scattered wildly. But I wasn't merciful. Constructicon, keep chasing, crush all you can, drive them out of the town. Yes, master. It strode after them until every zombie was driven out, and Juzi rumbled back as the hauler. The crowd, looking at the now empty street, finally exhaled. We survived. Jin Ming sat down hard, wiping cold sweat, hands still trembling. Without that excavator, even with Dainyu and Aston unharmed, they'd likely have died here. Only I stayed calm. I'd known Dainyu, even out of energy, could have carried us out easily. 3 minutes of fighting, and zombie corpses heaped over 1,000. The street pocked and strewn with limbs, most simply vaporized. For the first time, I felt the Transformers' terror directly, true crushing dominance. Dainyu, still cocky. Pity we've too few members. A few more. Not one zombie would escape the town. I believed it. These two had to split focus protecting the women, couldn't go all out. 7 or 8 of them, blocking every main road. And who'd be surrounding whom? Still, not bad. Several LV-5s dead, over 1,000 zombies. Pity most were vaporized, which seemed to cut the resources and traits. Only 100 some all told. But I'd killed a LV-8 zombie king. I went over to the dropped loot, dense supplies, weapons, gear, traits, blue, purple, orange, and the most dazzling, one-piece blazing gold. Barrett M82A1 gold. Oh ho, a Barrett? My eyes lit. A few transformers, or not. Who mines more weapons? And this was no ordinary Barrett, a gold trait one. I picked it up. Barrett M82A1 gold. Damage 1,500. Traits. 1. Frostbreak. Ignores 100% armor/defense, absolute attack. 2. Winter Cannon Snipe. Every 3 shots accumulate 1 frozen tundra megashell, blasting a 15-meter diameter ice crater. 3. Infinite Armor Piercing. No reload. Ammo never runs dry. Always high explosive AP. 3 traits. Ignore defense, infinite ammo, and a frozen mega cannon. This is allowed. 1 shot, a 15-meter ice crater. That's not a Barrett, that's a missile launcher. Li Muyao and the others rushed over. Boss, what is it? A Barrett. I tossed it to her. I don't need it, it's yours. She nearly dropped it, barely hugging it, dubious. With 10 times human strength, the Barrett didn't matter to me. The women were ordinary, and one for self-defense was perfect, and to help against zombies and frozen tundra beasts. But she paled. It wasn't that she didn't want it, but with her slight frame, even a pistol's recoil might break her. 1 Barrett shot, and she'd snap and be flung. Oh right, I'd forgotten to give her traits. I pulled 20 each of agility, defense, strength, and spirit from my inventory, 80 points, and gave them all to her. I had plenty now. This haul netted 100+ traits, around 200 points, plus the king's drop, 240 total. Now you can use it. Really, her eyes lit. Touched that I'd give her something so good, eyes reddening. My own parents weren't this good to me. Enough, I waved off. You getting stronger and using that Barrett is the biggest help to me. With triple human strength, a Barrett would handle like a toy. She nodded hard, used the traits, and said earnestly, Brother Mo, I'll get you more traits. The twins and survivors were envious. 80 points, just hand it over. But they knew Li Muyao was the first member. Wait, the boss won't shortchange us. I noticed. Relax, you'll get yours. Traits are scarce now, I'll distribute one by one. They perked up at once. Gather the supplies, we head back to the shelter at dawn. The survivors didn't dare hide anything. One who'd pocketed a fine steel knife had already been killed by Aston, leaving 6, badly shaken. A quiet night. The cars kept a constant temperature, so we were comfortable. At dawn the mist dissolved, the eastern sun lighting the ruined town. I had Daniel scout outside first. With the zombies gone, we headed back. On the way, the previous night's calamity showed. Many breached shelters, wrecked cabins, signs of fighting. The channel survivor count, 350,000/3,500,000. Hundreds of thousands gone in a night. The first calamity left a 10th. The frozen tundra plays rough. Good thing I had the transformers and the system hints, or I'd have been finished in one wave too. But this was only the start. In 7 days, another calamity, maybe worse than the mist. Priority. Keep upgrading, activate more transformers. Rumble. The convoy reached the shelter, and outside lay a fresh pile of zombie corpses, roughly 200. Well now, I was surprised. Virum. A white Corvette rolled up. Honored boss, you're finally back. These all you? I asked. Of course. The Corvette's character matched its vehicle. Flashy, flippant, young, and brash. Then it grinned. Not all me, though. There's a survivor here, too. A survivor? I looked toward the shelter, and by the little cabin stood a beautiful woman in black combat gear, slender, face a little grimy, but undeniably striking, sharp and spirited, holding a custom bow. Unlike Li Muyao and the twins, sweet, pretty, decorative, this one was cold, capable, a powerful presence. She'd looked coolly detached, but seeing the cars behind me, surprise flickered in her eyes. How is this survivor so lucky? All these talking cars, and what's that 14-meter excavator? But she'd seen the world. She lowered her bow, stepped up, and softened. I'm Pei Shi, leader of Night Rose, at LV7 shelter. Pei Shi, Night Rose. I just looked blank. What was that, a shelter's name? Don't know it. I shook my head. Her extended hand froze midair, face startled. You haven't heard of Night Rose? It was a famous LV7 shelter on the frozen tundra, on par with the Zhaoyan Gang and the Lone Wolf Base. If she hadn't cut it so fine yesterday, gathering supplies, hunting the right resources, she'd never have run into the zombie tide. In the end, all 3 survivors with her had died. Only she made it, hoping to wait out the disaster in the cabin beside this LV4 shelter. But she hadn't expected 4 Maxim turrets here, firing in unison, wiping out hundreds of zombies. In modern society, a Maxim was nothing, but on the frozen tundra, a weapon like that was basically a cheat. It made her curious about the owner, a place where a flintlock was a marvel, and he had AI weapons and talking cars. So she'd meant to recruit him. And now you haven't heard of Night Rose? I might not know it, but the twins did. They'd fled a LV5 shelter, after all, and knew the name. Their faces showed surprise, which made Pei Shi feel a good deal better after a harrowing night. Jinming said quickly, Boss, Night Rose is one of the top shelters on the frozen tundra. Over 100 people, they say. I never thought we'd meet its leader here. But I was immovable. Not my problem. Pei Shi's confidence stalled. Brother, you're that arrogant? Honestly, I didn't rate these so-called shelters. If I'd wanted, I'd be bigger than the Zhaoyan Gang already. An opening cheat is no joke. But Pei Shi assumed I just didn't follow the channel. She glanced around, saw only the 4 of us. You've got 4 people, 3 of them girls. Night Rose mainly takes women, no men inside. If you join, we'll make an exception, and you can be my second. In her view, the Maxims aside, ammo runs out eventually. 1 man with 3 women was too hard. Join us, survival's easier. Had she known I leaned on Transformers, she'd not have said it. As for why she only saw 4, the thin one and his crew had been dealt with on the road. Used up, no longer useful. But I said, not interested in other shelters. I like going it alone, for now at least. Is that so? She smiled, unoffended. The Maxims were strong. 100+ people might not be as safe as this. Still confident, though, she had over 100 survivors, and that was just the start. Within half a month, she'd hit LV9, 500+. She believed I'd come around, and added me as a friend. Either way, your turrets saved me tonight. If you ever need anything, reach out. And if anyone on the frozen tundra dares bully you, just use my name. The frozen tundra? I laughed. If anyone in this world ever dares bully you, use my name. Chinimo. She blinked, more surprised. More arrogant than me. But eyeing the Maxims, she nodded, figured he relied on them, smiled. Then, until we meet again. She took her weapon and left for Night Rose. After she'd gone, the Corvette transformed back to a 6-meter mech. Corvette, you've got nerve. Taking in a survivor without my say-so? Boss, slander, it groused. A beauty had shown up, by human standards, and the thing was, Boss, isn't this exactly your type? If not for thinking I'd want her, it'd have shot her on sight. TCH. My face darkened. What kind of talk is that? Am I that sort of person? But under the near-simultaneous looks of agreement from the twins and Li Muyao, I felt a little guilty and waved it off. Enough chatter, get to it. Move all the supplies inside. 7-day grace period now. More people would be out gathering. Use this window to push the shelter to LV5. Then I'd have 16 fire seeds. After that battle, I'd seen how absurd these big ones were. 4 of them ran tens of thousands of zombies off. 16, and I'd fear no tide. Upgrade, definitely. Right then, the system chimed. Today's hint, day 1 after the mist calamity. Out the door, turn left, 400 kilometers off, a city ruin. Its plaza has a gold box. Open it for a LV5 gold building blueprint. My eyes lit. A gold blueprint, exactly what I needed. With it, 16 Decepticons. But 400 kilometers, round trips nearly a day. Too far. Yesterday's tide, caught cutting it fine, was fresh in my mind, and I wouldn't risk that again. Then got it. I remembered the scout bird, off learning to talk from Daniel. I'll have the little guy bring it back. The Decepticons had 2 modes, their own consciousness, or my remote control. I could pilot the drone there. It couldn't open the box, but it could carry it back. and I'd open it. And it was fast, 400 kilometers in maybe an hour. I set the 3 women to move the furniture and appliances in and tidy the rooms. Time to upgrade the interior. The town trip had paid off. No problem. Tired of sleeping on a wooden floor, they were eager for a bed and got Aston and Dania hauling things in. I went to the top floor, sat in a gaming chair scavenged from the town, and piloted the scout bird through its holographic feed. Squawk. The bird flew out, headed for the ruin. On the way, even braced for it, the endless plain told the tale. Countless zombie tracks, many wrecked cabins, and I understood how big last night's calamity had been. I was quietly glad I'd activated the construct icon, or I'd have suffered too. The sight of so many breached shelters only hardened my resolve to grow the Decepticon Legion. An hour later, the bird reached a canyon, and below, another city ruin, bigger than the town, more ruined. The bird's thermal scan found no human survivors. Don't they know the ruins exist? I'd assumed it was newly appeared. But following the bird in, I understood. A mass of zombies, roughly several thousand. No wonder. Not everyone had a Decepticon Legion. An ordinary LV-3 might, combined, kill one common zombie, never mind a tide of thousands. Deeper in, the magnetic field grew disturbed, the zombies thicker, with LV-5s, SIXS, 7s. So they hide in the city ruins. That was why there were no zombie traces outside. But it didn't matter. An ordinary survivor would have been attacked, but the scout bird, a mechanical life form with no flesh, drew no aggression. Keep going. Soon I reached the plaza. At the fountain, a glinting gold box. There it is. I piloted the bird in. It grabbed the box with a big metal claw and flapped off. But a zombie spotted it and lunged from the fountain to grab it. A LV-3 tyrant. No worry. A LV-3 couldn't touch the bird. I opened fire. Da-da-da. The bird's wing reconfiguring to a Gatling, shredding the elite to pulp. Not bad, this. Felt like an apocalypse survival game. And the zombie dropped a purple item. Spatial pack. Purple grants 100 tons of carrying space on use. A spatial pack. Good stuff. I was still on a 50-kilo pack, and this was 100 tons, like a 5x5 meter, 4-meter tall warehouse. Bring it back. The bird stowed it with the box and flew home. What I didn't know, dropping that pack triggered a channel broadcast. Congratulations, Player XX, braved the city ruin, killed a LV-3 elite zombie, obtained spatial pack, purple. The channel exploded. A purple pack? Someone went into the ruins. After the quake, many had found the ruins. No one wanted to live like cavemen and explored. But the result? Everyone who went in never came out, and their last words were always, "Don't go in." The city ruins feed on us. It had terrified would-be explorers. And now someone had gone in, killed a LV-3, dropped a spatial pack. Is this some big shelter faction? And it wasn't over. The system chimed again. Congratulations, player found a gold box in city ruin C07. The channel erupted. A gold box. Who's in the ruins? Suicidal? Maybe the Jiayin gang? Already 500 plus people. But Wang Zheqian spoke up. Not me. He knew more than most. The ruins weren't taboo, just zombie dense. He kept quiet, though. He wouldn't share such a prize, planning to wait until strong enough to go hunt zombies, take the city's resources, even seize it. But someone had beaten him to it. Wang Zheqian, is it Night Rose? Pei Shi, not us either. That puzzled Wang Zheqian, who dared enter the ruins and got a gold box. A long wait, no one opened it, so everyone grew more curious. Until an hour later, when survivors had assumed the guy died before opening it. Finally, congratulations, Player XX opened a gold box, obtained M4A1 assault rifle ×1, universal ammo ×100, breaching grenades ×4, compound bow ×1, compound arrows ×100, LV5 gold building blueprint ×1. The channel blew up again. He opened it, he's alive. An M4A1, breaching grenades, serious? Firearms. On the frozen tundra, hugely powerful, and one box gave all that. Give me even a compound bow. Plenty were still on crude bows. Envy everywhere. Who is this, surviving the ruins? Hidden info, cautious one. Damn, he scored. Another rising power, surely. Pity he was anonymous, or he'd be a target. But as they speculated, in the trading post, Chin Mo, selling, Compound bow times 1. No coal, 100 steel units. Not too much, right? Survivors who knew Chun Mo from the post froze. Brother, you opened that gold box? You're this lucky? Didn't you open an AWM last time too? And Chun Mo, who just listed the bow, was equally dumbstruck. The bird had returned and I'd opened the box, a pile of junk by my lights. M4A1, compound bow, breaching grenades. Honestly, apart from the gold blueprint, I couldn't use any of it. For firepower, who beats a Decepticon? Better to sell. But sell a gun? No, contraband. How would an ordinary survivor have an M4A1? And what for? What if they turned it on me? So, not selling, period. The compound bow was different. Stand still, and it does no harm. So I'd listed it for steel to build with. Because the LV5 gold blueprint demanded a lot. For 100 steel, 1,000 silver, or 100 gold for stable wiring. 100 titanium alloy. 10 steel equals 1 titanium. Meaning 1,000 steel and 10,000 iron ore. That's not building a shelter, that's robbery. But the blueprint's trait made it make sense. Nuclear power generator, 1,000 kilowatt hours per hour, like a small power plant, scaling with shelter level. On the frozen tundra, even the city ruins had no power. Count on solar panels? Useless late game. But a nuclear plant, build away, and never worry about power. Worth keeping. The materials? Get them at the post. So I listed the compound bow, fit for cavemen. But the moment I did, I was recognized. Chindayo. Brother, you're the anonymous player? Wow, you brave the ruins? Chen Wushuang. Big bro, selling the M4A1? I'll pay high, 500 steel. Seeing all the familiar names, I realized I'd listed too soon. But no harm. I wasn't the only one to get a gold box. The top shelters all had some opening luck. So I played it off. Just lucky. That confirmed it, and the post exploded with DMs. Brother, selling the M4A1? I have ammo, no gun. Give me the breaching grenades, 100 steel. Many had even renamed themselves. Merchant Wu Di of C11, Merchant Zhang Qi of C13, Merchant Zhang San of C16, clearly looking to flip goods. None interested me, except an old friend, Chen Wushuang, the used car dealer. Where'd he get so much steel? Curious, I asked. Brother, aren't you selling cars? Where's all this steel from? Chen Wushuang. Heh, expanded the business. I was speechless. Chen Wushuang no longer just sold cars. He'd become a merchant, buying up building materials, weapons, gear, and flipping them. Chen Wushuang. Money's money. No shame in it, whatever earns. So the M4A1. Fine. I had to give him a thumbs up. A real talent. No wonder he'd survived. But the M4A1. I figured 500 was too low. 1,000 steel units. Robbery. He yelped. But I had my reasoning. Brother, if you weren't a familiar face, I wouldn't sell it for 10,000. Never mind 1,000. You know its lethality better than me. No need to spell out the value. Fair, he admitted after thinking. Actually, he wanted it for self-defense. Merchant competition was fierce. If I don't arm myself, someone might raid me. Oh, afraid of being raided? I smiled. Easy. Tell you what, 400 steel and 200 titanium, low price. He balked. Just now it was 1,000 steel. Now it's up to 2,400? Brother, not my fault. You're the one who needs it. I'll throw in 100 rounds. He gritted his teeth. With a LV5 shelter, 30-some people, but predators all around, he agreed. Good. I was pleased. The M4A1 was worth this much. Tell you what, another 100 gold, and I'll add 2 breaching grenades. Grenades? He was tempted. The gold might take till tomorrow. I don't have that much, but I've got a gold mine survivor contact. Delivery tomorrow. Tomorrow? No rush. No problem. Oh, brother, still want cars? I just took in a new batch. Cars. I didn't want ordinary ones now, but I asked. Model? Heh, Lamborghini Huracan, Ferrari 458, all intact. You can use them. I shook my head. Worse than what I've got, pass. I don't want supercars now. I want heavy haulers, excavators, the bigger the better. Brother, you switched fast. You wanted supercars before, now excavators? A pause. Then he thought of something. Brother, want a subway train? I froze. A subway. I smacked my forehead. Why didn't I think of that? It made me think of the film's drill monster, Shockwave's pet, dozens of meters long. If I could make one, Then in a zombie tide, I'd just roll it through. Wouldn't that beat the construct icon? You have one. Chen Wushuang, no? TCH. I slapped the table, false alarm. Toying with me? Innocent face. Not my fault. Brother, I didn't know you wanted one. And the guy who had a subway died in last night's tide. Same as nothing, then. But not discouraged. At least it was a reminder. A subway's a vehicle too. Might just work. If you ever get one, contact me. I'll buy high. Okay, no problem. I traded for the rest of the materials. Seeing 2,000 steel land, I exhaled. Wood, steel, titanium, all set. Just tomorrow's gold. Humming, I went downstairs. The sky had dimmed, the wind colder. -20, frost everywhere outside. But inside, with the nuclear stove burning, it stayed warm. The three women were grilling by the fire. Beef skewers, salt, a little sweet vinegar, the smell incredible. Even I was startled. Eating barbecue on the frozen tundra. The day before, gathering supplies, they'd found a big cold storage in the town and hauled out meat, vegetables, even raided a hot pot place. All for food. Here, Brother Mo, try. Li Muyao fed me a skewer. Not bad. Half a month of instant noodles, bread, sausages, and suddenly meat. Good. Li Muyao marveled too. Before following me, she'd gone hungry. Now, in days, the shelter was a big flat with an infinite nuclear stove, supplies, Decepticons guarding it. This wasn't survival, it was living. She knew it was thanks to me. Without me, the three of them might be long gone. So the twins grilled a few and ran over to feed me too. Here, Brother Mo, try mine. And mine. Being fed wasn't bad. A skewer, a bottle of beer, ice and snow outside, warm fire within. For once I felt the payoff of effort. But this was only the start. Worse disasters might come. So to keep this life, even better it, I'd have to work harder. Fed and rested, the four slept. At dawn I climbed off the soft big bed and stretched. A real bed is comfort. The town's hardship had paid off. Beside me, the fair little beauty, woken by my movement, opened bleary eyes, saw me, realized her state, and ducked under the covers, voice tiny. Don't look. Are you the elder or the younger? I asked, unbothered, couldn't quite tell. The younger, obviously, Jian Yao said, exasperated. Oh, I thought you were the elder. Same difference. I checked outside, strangely safe, not one zombie corpse, which reminded me of the 7-day grace after the first calamity. Quite safe. Then Chen Wushuang's name lit up. Brother, got the gold, sending it over. He mailed it straight across. And ding. You meet the LV5 upgrade conditions. Upgrade? Note. The source has an author's aside here. A mid-text, made a small revision over 3 chapters, doesn't affect the read. Anyone still reading? That's an author's metanote to readers. So per our standing rule, I've cut it entirely from the audiobook. Upgrade. No hesitation. Gold light wrapped the whole shelter. Congratulations, shelter raised to LV5. Current fire seed source LV5. Fire seeds 8 to 16. Maxim turret upgraded to Storm Gatling turret. Count 4 to 8. Gold trait repair. Gold now 16/S. Walls converted from steel to titanium alloy. Thickness 20 centimeters. Defense 2,000 to 4,000. Steel door upgraded to titanium 20 centimeters. New trait. Nuclear power supply LV5. Output 4,000/H, like a mid-size power plant. The 160 square, 3-story shelter became 320 square meters in an instant, with a 4th level added, now 12 meters tall. The 4 Maxim turrets became 8, upgraded to Storm Gatlings, more than double the power. The walls, titanium now, a full 20 centimeters thick. What's 20 centimeters? Even a missile might not punch through, never mind zombies. And then another prompt. Since your shelter reached LV5, it now has the rough form of a mobile city. You may freely remodel it to better fit mobile city standards. A floor plan appeared. My shelter, the rule simple. On a 600 square, 4-level footprint, remodel as I needed. Into what? It had to be livable, move fast, and not fall apart. With the nuclear stove, energy was a non-issue, and the shelter already did 30 kilometers per hour, far faster than the standard 10. So, given all that, one choice. Turn it into a frozen tundra land cruiser, a land-going warship. No sooner said. I planned it on the floor plan. 30 by 10 meters, 3 meters per level. As before, 160 square meters for 3-bed, 2-hall, 2-bath, on the second level for rest. The first level a cockpit, the remaining 300 square meters a garage. The Decepticons were multiplying, couldn't keep parking them outside. It looked shabby of me as their boss. The third level, 80 square meters, for supplies, the stove, and the nuclear generator. The top, 40 square meters, a watchtower at 12 meters for a better view. And the 8 Storm Gatling turrets. Simple. I placed them around the shelter's 6 directions, 2 at the front, 1 each side, 1 rear, 1 up top facing front. So a foe from any direction, even surrounded, met merciless fire. Ideally, I'd want 4 on each side, 16, for off-the-charts lethality, but I only had 8. 16 would need LV6. Still, 8 Storm Gatlings plus the Decepticon Legion was plenty. I even named the shelter Galvatron. Done. Pleased with my 4-level land cruiser, I hit confirm. Violent change, blinding light, heavy shaking. And when it cleared, the villa-like shelter was gone, replaced by a 30-meter-long, 10-wide, 12-tall land cruiser. Imposing. Near seamless titanium, no visible gaps. The Storm Gatling turrets hidden on all sides. Switched them on, and 8 Gatlings deployed at once to rake the surroundings. Even I was impressed. With this, I could go anywhere. Whoa, boss, what's going on? The noise woke Li Muyao and the twins, and opening the door, they found themselves up on the second floor. Oh, nothing, I said. Shelter hit LV5. I remodeled it a bit, better for a mobile shelter. LV5. They were stunned. So fast. The blueprint was only acquired yesterday, remodeled today. Thanks, of course, to Qin Wushuang. Without his materials, no way this fast. Honestly. You know, a shelter like this looks far more imposing. Li Muyao was drawn to the small land cruiser of a shelter. This isn't a shelter, it's a land carrier on the frozen tundra. Boss, why'd you remodel it like this? Are we moving? That's right. This place had no value left, nothing for tens of kilometers around but a mine, which I didn't need. Even when we gathered supplies before, the round trips wasted time. Rather than shuttle back and forth, we drive the shelter over and route it beside the city ruin. Gathering's faster. Makes sense, Jin Ming said, eyes shining with admiration. The endless back and forth was a pain, better to go directly. Who knew the frozen tundra's situation? Maybe we'd live here for life, so the more supplies the better. Where to? Li Muyao asked. The town. No, the town was too small, not enough. The city ruin, 400 kilometers out. Zombies and supplies there, maybe better vehicles too, more Decepticon escorts. Get in, we leave now. Okay, I hit the drive button. The quiet nuclear stove erupted with terrifying kinetic energy, and the ground-rooted shelter sprouted 2 huge tracks beneath it, 5 meters tall, 30 long. The women gaped. It can do this? As the Colossus rose, Dainyu, the Corvette, Aston transformed into 6-meter Decepticons. Dainyu fired its cannon happily. Mobile fortress, mobile fortress. Sharp. What mobile fortress? Aston backhanded it. It's a shelter. Damn it. Dainyu grabbed Aston, threw it over its shoulder, gouging the ground. A few more upgrades, and it's a Cybertron citadel, a mobile fortress. Quit yapping. I just think you're yapping. The two started brawling. I ignored them and called Juzi and the Constructicon aboard. Juzi climbed in as the 12-meter mech and reverted to the hauler. Perfect fit. The Constructicon, near 10 meters, was too tall to fit, so I had it form a hook and hitch to the rear, dragging along. Virum. The nuclear stove gave its all, and we rolled out, hauling the excavator, for the coordinates 400 kilometers off. Hey, boss, wait for us. Aston and Dainyu panicked, stopped fighting, leapt and transformed mid-run, and gave chase. So, across the frost-covered plain, a 30-meter, 10-wide, 12-tall land cruiser appeared, dragging a 14-meter excavator, a black Lamborghini, and white Aston behind. A grand convoy doing 30 kilometers per hour, stunning. On the way, we passed a LV-3 mobile shelter doing 10 kilometers per hour. The rumble made its driver think it was an earthquake. What's that? A zombie tide. Daytime, where's a tide from? And got backhanded by his second. Everyone knew zombies came at night. Not zombies, then what? In the mirrors, they saw a 30-meter colossus rising at the plane's edge. Another mobile city, catching up. At least LV5. Run. They thought a raider city was coming and swerved to flee. But my 30 kilometers per hour was double their speed. As the gap closed, they panicked, readied for battle. 8 of them against a 30-something capacity LV5. Then the colossus rumbled past them. Not their level. 8 meters versus 30, a mobile beast strolling by. It's not after us. Their second stared, baffled, especially seeing 3 differently dressed, gorgeous women on the top deck, clinking cups, enjoying the view, chatting. Brother, it's the frozen tundra. Are you on a sightseeing tour? They thought they'd seen wrong. That's not a shelter, it's a land cruiser, dragging a 20-meter excavator, rumbling like an earthquake. Where's that from? Never seen such an absurd LV5. But, as long as it's not after us. Their leader exhaled, relieved. One roll from that thing, and none of them would escape. I had no interest in them, though. LV3 shelters were too common, useless to absorb. My target was the city ruin, supplies, zombies, ability traits, even vehicles. Compared to that, a LV3 was nothing. On the way, I saw many low-level mobile shelters relocating, seeking to attach to stronger ones for refuge, and higher-level ones rating lower. A LV5 was crushing a LV3. The LV3 fled desperately, caught and ground to nothing. A man on the LV5 laughing, savoring the plunder. He noticed me rumbling past, but didn't act. Both LV5s, no profit in fighting. Lucky he didn't, or I'd have flattened him. 13 hours later, 1 a.m., taking turns driving, we reached the outskirts of the city ruin canyon. Zombies wandered nearby in the dark, foraging aimlessly. The Galvatron, 30 meters, plus the 20-meter excavator, near 50 total, was a small mobile city here, its tires alone 5 meters tall. Even zombies instinctively edged aside. They weren't half a tire's height, and a casual roll would pulp them. So they yielded to the land beast. So many zombies. Li Muyao and the twins noted from the cockpit. Hundreds, more in the distance. We were nearing the ruin, where they were thicker. To camp here, I had to clear the area. Clean up the zombies around us, I told the 3. Okay, half a month surviving with me. They'd learned plenty. They pulled out the Barrett, the laser bow, the energy bow, climbed to the top deck. 12 meters, commanding ground. The near zombies unable to even see the top. Li Muyao, strength up, leveled the Barrett at a LV2 Elite. Bang! The big round flashed in the dark, and the zombie's head burst. Its companions stared blankly at the headless thing. Bang! Another. Then an energy arrow took a zombie's head. 3 women in hunt mode atop the Galvatron, dropping dozens in minutes. Nearly all one-shot kills. With top weapons, common zombies were easy and good combat practice. Otherwise, I'd just send the Decepticons. The drops and traits were auto-collected as the shelter neared. But as more fell, a LV3 Elite noticed, saw its dying minions and the huge mobile fortress, roared, and pointed at us. Nearby zombies surged toward the women, snarling. But the shelter was too tall. The tracks alone 5 meters, higher than a LV8 zombie. Ordinary meter-tall zombies couldn't climb, and the fearless ones that tried got swept under the rolling tracks and crushed flat. Keep firing. Reassured, the 3 rained death from above, every shot a kill. Soon the area was clear, the LV3 included. Headshot by Li Muyao. Roughly 200 dead, around 200 trait points. I gave 160 to the twins, raising them to about triple human constitution like Li Muyao, and put the rest on myself. My stats now around 15 times an ordinary person's. Even a LV4 Tyrant I could handle easily. But not enough. I wanted to one-punch a LV8. Rumble. I drove the base to the canyon's edge by the ruin. Here, a World War II-style steam-down hiss, and the tracks retracted, the base rooting beside the city, redeploying to shelter mode. Still deep night. No time wasted. Dainyu, take the Corvette and Aston into the ruin, clear the zombies. And don't vaporize them. Vaporized means no rewards. Yes, boss. The garage opened. The 3 transformed to supercars and roared in. Soon, from inside, came zombies' terrified snarls, as if shouting old and young first. The strong cover the rear, met by muffled energy fire. Blue light flickering up from the canyon like a light show. To others, hell, with unkillable zombies and tyrants. To me, a treasure city. Take it, definitely. But I had a problem. Too few Decepticons, 6 all told, plus the twins and Li Muyao, 11 of us. To hold a whole city ruin, I couldn't even manage basic surveillance. Priority, more Decepticons, and upgrade the shelter. Lulled by a night of light and fireworks show, I slept well. Day 3 of the grace period, for left. Outside, Dainey was back with the Corvette and Aston. Done. Yes, boss. Dainey saluted, metal clanging. All cleared. Good. I took the 3 big ones in to inspect. Corpses everywhere, plenty of drops, but junk. Water, noodles, sausages. Once these would have been treasures, now no one ate them. But no waste. What I scorned, others coveted. Survivors didn't dare set foot in a ruin, never mind eat. Better to sell. Plus a lot of gear and weapons, some low-grade cold steel. Collect it all. I had Li Muyao gather the supplies and list the cold steel on the post. Firearms. A survivor with guns, for what? Keep them all. Then I took Dainey to the city center, having seized the ruin, but with too few Decepticons, 6. I wanted more vehicles. And luck, a luxury used car center. Inside, rows of luxury cars, BBA, a Mercedes E63, BMW M4, Audi RS7, plus sedans, Audi A8 Horch, Maybach, BMW 7 Series. Not good enough. Worse than the Corvette, Dainey, Aston. But then another tier, Bentleys? A Bentayga, a Continental GT, and an orange Rolls-Royce Phantom. Still, not enough. I wanted fiercer. Then, hey boss, look, what's that? Dainey's blue eyes shifted, pointing toward the showroom's backyard. I followed. In the courtyard, hanging from 30-meter-high tangled power lines, was a thing reflecting a huge propeller blade in the sunlight. I hurried over and looked up, breath catching. A 3,000-square-meter yard, high rises on both sides, and strung across the lines between them. A gray-black armed helicopter, big rotor, swaying like it had been shot down. A helicopter? An armed helicopter? A Black Hawk. I rubbed my eyes. Where's a helicopter from? And not even a domestic model? Let's look. I took Dainey up to the 5th-floor platform, a near-wrecked but outwardly intact Black Hawk gunship, swaying on a dozen lines, a foreign country's model, old, like decades in service. But it was an armed helicopter. On the frozen tundra, a primitive world where even a luxury car was hard, never mind a gunship. If I activate this, my eyes lit. I'm invincible here. No hesitation, I tossed a fire seed. Hum boom. Blue light wrapped the near-dead Black Hawk. It shuddered, gears grinding, came alive, evolved, transformed. In a blink, a 12-meter, gray-black, imposing transformer. But still hanging. Damn it, what is this? Struggling. At my look, Dainey's electrified hook cut the lines. Freed, it reverted to helicopter form, rotors whipping up a gale, landed, and reformed into the 12-meter colossus, kneeling. Mechanical life form number 7. Greetings, honored creator. Huge, far taller than Dainey. Even I had to look up. Gray-black military paint, red eyes, and the stats. Strength 5,000. Agility 4,000. Firepower 8,000. Even I laughed. Now this is a real Decepticon. Put a gunship on the top deck of the mobile shelter, ready to fly anytime. Was there a second one on the whole frozen tundra? From now on your Black Hawk, patrol the whole city ruin. Yes, my honored Lord Creator. Having gotten the vehicle, I didn't linger, but before leaving I activated 2 more from the showroom. A Ferrari 488 and a Bugatti Veyron. The fast, agile ground units were only Dainey, Aston, the Corvette. A few more couldn't hurt. With those 2, my Decepticon Legion hit 9. Enough for self-defense, but who knew what the frozen tundra had ahead? I headed back with the 4 big ones. 1 man, 3 supercars, and a black gunship, a grand procession. You'd think we were back in modern society. Even so, when we returned, Li Muyao and the women were stunned by the sight. Rumbling toward them under the sunset, a Black Hawk with blinking red lights. Look, a helicopter. Li Muyao, cooking on the 3rd-floor platform, gaped. You're joking, Jianming said, holding a dish. This is the frozen tundra. Where's a helicopter from? It's real. As Jianming looked and saw it grow nearer, her pupils quaked. There really is. Where from? Enemy? Ready to fight. She grabbed the laser bow. Easy. As the three supercars drifted to a stop and I stepped out. One of ours. One of ours. Li Muyao nearly lost her voice. And as the Black Hawk neared and transformed into the 12-meter mech, the three were dumbfounded. Big brother, where'd you get a helicopter? Found it in the city ruin, I said, and told them. When they learned the ruin held a downed gunship, they blanked. A shot-down gunship in there. Is that reasonable? Maybe it existed before the ruin landed. I figured. Possibly, they nodded. Enough of that. I asked how'd the post sales go. Fast, obviously, Li Muyao said excitedly. I was about to tell you. I sold all the ruin supplies this afternoon, made 30,000 coal coins. Coal coin was the post's new term. Coal as the trading currency. One coal equals one coal coin. 30,000 coal coins meant 30,000 coal. Even I was surprised. Not bad. You bet. Coal was the post's real currency now. Every upgrade, every trade ran on it. By normal reckoning, 30,000 coal coins bought 30,000 hours of stove. About 2.5 years of survival. I had a nuclear stove and didn't need it, but it bought building materials, or steel. So I nodded. Keep selling more. The ruined supplies were more than we could eat. Keep enough. Convert the rest to coal coins. Where there are people, there's trade. Resources expire and rot. Coal coins don't. And I had a hunch coal coins would matter later. Stockpiling couldn't hurt. Sell the whole ruin and it'd run to hundreds of millions. If others knew my thinking, they'd be sick. Big brother, we're scraping for food, and you're sitting on a city ruin as a free supply depot? Okay, the three nodded, all up to Brother Amo. Then they finished cooking. Mediocre, but the frozen tundra wasn't demanding. Eat, rest, work tomorrow. With 9 Decepticons guarding outside, it was the most secure night I'd ever had. Tonight's companion was Jianming. Note on the next beat. The source has a recurring running gag built on the twins' telepathic link. That one twin physically feels what happens to the other. The morning after framing is the same fade to black than comedy I've been rendering throughout. So I'll keep it brief and played for the joke, as before. Morning, I got up to find Jian Yao with dark circles, eyes glaring resentfully. What's that look? Did I wrong you? No. She was bottled up and couldn't say why. The twins shared a telepathic link, feeling each other's states, including physically. So last night, the elder had her comfortable night, and the younger had borne the brunt of it. But she couldn't very well say so. She forced a smile. Maybe just not used to the new place. Oh, is that so? I'm not slow. I'd read it in her look, but couldn't be bothered. Didn't sleep enough? Rest up. No work for you today. No. I'll work, she panicked. No men here. And the more she rested, the worse it'd be. Her only hope was that Sister Meow would yield Brother Mo to her tonight. I'll perform well. Fine. No objection, so I didn't press. Today, like yesterday, mainly clearing the city ruin. Sitting on a treasure trove, not selling more coal coins was a waste. So I set the three women, with some Decepticons, to bring back valuable supplies. Just after they left, the system chimed. Today's hint, fine weather, -10, grace period day 4. All calm, good for frozen tundra tourism. Also, in 10 days, the frozen tundra will launch a gold coin system. All coal converts 1:1 to gold coins. Usable in the upcoming in-game shop for hard building materials, blueprints, and special items. A gold coin system? My mind stirred. I'd figured coal coins would matter, but this fast? Good though. 1:1. So however much coal you had, that many gold coins, usable as currency and to buy shop items, especially blueprints. Hard to come by. A shop would save a lot of trouble. And I was sitting on a city ruin. Sell it off, and I'd never be short of money. Then I'd better sell more, convert this ruin to coal coins fast. I opened the post and listed a flood of goods. Bread, sausages, noodles, water, canned food, hot pot base, hundreds of kinds. All cheap, my supply was free. The morning's listings dumbfounded the post's merchants. Brother, you're selling bread at 2 coal coins each? You're crashing the market. Water down to 1 coal coin. Did you find a supermarket? Even hot pot base? A supermarket? I laughed. More than a supermarket. I've got a whole city behind me. Whatever supplies you want, I've basically got it, good and cheap. No explanation, and since no one was buying, I fired off a gold loudspeaker on the channel. The channel exploded. Chinimo again. A gold loudspeaker too. 100 coal each. He's loaded. He sells everything? Really? Doubtful. Those still alive had a few hundred coals saved. Their only problem was food, and the post charged 5 coal for a bread. 5. Who could afford that? And here was someone at 2. Skeptics clicked in and were stunned. Real, and not just bread. Sausages, noodles, water, absurdly cheap. In a near-broke LV3 shelter, a pretty but pale, starving girl. 2 days without food. Only 20 coal coins to her name. Never daring to spend. Saw Chun Mo's 1 coal listings and asked, "Big brother, do you really sell bread? I'm starving. I want to buy one." "Oh ho, a customer." I replied, "Of course, honest dealing, proper cream bread." Her eyes lit. "Really?" Then one. She traded, and a palm-sized bread appeared in her hand. 3 coal cheaper than anyone else. 1 bite, so good. Afraid I'd hike the price, she emptied her coal coins on a pile. "I want water, sausages, noodles too." "No problem." Ding. 20 coal coins in. Cheap, but it adds up. I even said, "Beauty, spread the word for me, and I'll throw in a sausage." Really? Her name was Jiangyu. She posted in the trade channel, "Guys, it's real. Brother Imo really sells. Super cheap. I already bought 20 coals worth." The channel believed it, and people started finding me. I repeated the trick. Anyone who bought and promoted got a freebie. Free things draw takers, so word spread, 10 to 100, and in one morning I sold a full 20 tons, taking in 15,000 coal coins. That pace. I was pleased. But a problem. A whole morning without rest, and I still couldn't keep up. Too many people, one person wasn't enough. Otherwise, never mind 20 tons, I figured I could move 200 tons a day. I need help. Then I thought of someone, Chen Wushuang. The guy had plenty of people under him. I messaged him, "Brother, do staffing? I'm short people to sell goods. I need a lot of coal coins." And quickly, Chen Wushuang replied. No need to ask, Chen Wushuang had seen it too. The guy had stirred up too big a scene at the post. Everything sold dirt cheap. Even good stuff like hot pot base listed at 5 coal. The merchant dealers were already plotting to find Chun Mo's location and kill him. So he meant it kindly. "Brother, did you rob them all? All this?" I wouldn't say. "Don't worry about it. Just, are you in?" "Of course. But a heads up, your prices are wrong. Hot pot base, premium stuff at 5 coal? That's too low." 5 was too low. I paused. "Right," he explained. "Scarcity makes value. On the frozen tundra, it can't be eaten or drunk, just flavoring. To ordinary survivors, it's worthless. They won't buy. But to the big shelter bosses, different. It's not in resource boxes, so only you have it. The bottom tier won't buy because they can't afford it. But the big bosses, they're past survival, into comfort. Selling at that price is just giving it away." "Fair," I admitted. So I tested him. "What price do you think?" "Simple, 100 cola bag." "100. Right. Luxury goods get luxury prices. On the frozen tundra, a luxury's price is its scarcity and value. To a boss, 100 coal coins is a meal's money, but it buys hot pot they haven't had in half a month. What do you think?" "True." I extended an olive branch. "Stop running solo. Come work with me. I won't shortchange you. A talent. Follow me, and we'd clear a city ruin, sell a city ruin. Work with you." He laughed. "Brother, you're still LV5, right? I'm LV6 now, 50-some people. Why'd I give up my shelter for you? Unless mine gets breached, then sure, I'll come. But for now, you need people. I can lend a few. I recruit C City's top salespeople, first rate. What's professional? That's professional." I admired Chen Wushuang. The brain on this guy, surely C City's sales king before the apocalypse, knew his trade, set up a company on the frozen tundra. Fine. I took 10 as customer service. 30 coal coins each per day. Okay. A straight shooter. He agreed at once. He'd guessed I'd found a small ruin with no zombies. Or I couldn't have so much. Can't beat me. Cooperate. Earn a little. But he added, "Give me a 1% commission. Not much. It's hard out here." A percent. 100,000 coal coins a day at 1% was 1,000. Trifle. I agreed. Depends how much you can sell. No problem. Thrilled, he reset the prices. Hard goods, water, bread, sausages, even box-droppable stuff, kept low. But pots, pans, cups jumped from 2 to 10. Who didn't want a proper bowl instead of eating from a noodle cup or with their hands. Higher end, blankets, clothes, socks, even underwear, then furniture, appliances, frozen meat, milk, medicine. One stunner. A Kuan Yu bed. You dare list at 1,000 coal coins? Big items are worth it. Wait, someone will buy? Sure enough, a buyer came. The leader of a LV7 shelter, the Starfall Alliance. I knew of it. Founded by a C-City finance company boss, with a daughter, Lin Xingyue, often on the channel. She placed the order, 1,000 coal coins, not one less. Slick. Even a microwave went for 300. The furniture and appliances sell higher than the supplies. Of course, supplies are for the poor. The big bosses chase quality of life, and this is for them. I gave him a thumbs up. No wonder you thrive, even on the frozen tundra. His people were talents too. All afternoon, orders pouring, me shipping non-stop, even bulk orders, sausages by the case, until I sold out. So I told Li Muyao's group, find a wholesaler, grab 100 cases of sausages. We're out of stock at home. The three, deep in the ruin, having just filled a whole hauler load, wiped their sweat, saw the message, and blanked. We're out. Didn't we stock for 100+ tons? Not even 8 hours and it's gone. Li Muyao nearly sat down on the spot. But the boss is the boss. So they hurried, sausages, water, drinks, medicine, all hauled over by Black Hawk or Zhuzi. In one day, Chun Imo sold a full 300,000 coal coins, 280,000 more than the morning. Even the returning women were stunned. 300,000 coal coins. We struck it rich. Even the top shelters were said to be worth only 20 or 30,000. And Chun Imo made 300,000 in a day. This is nothing, I shrugged. Just the start. Today, 300,000. Tomorrow, more. I had a whole city ruin behind me. How much of the ruin have you searched? About a 50th, Li Muyao calculated. It's huge, several big malls. We did one, plus some shops and 2 wholesalers. Roughly 2,000 tons. A 50th, 300,000. The whole thing, around 15 million coal coins. Not bad. And there was more than one ruin on the frozen tundra. Once we've sold this one off, on to the next. Stockpiling coal coins is never wrong. Money buys anything, upgrades faster, and I sold hard goods, survival staples, no risk of inflation. I'm a genius. The three were speechless. Feels like we've become peddlers, Jian Yao said. Peddler? You fool. Jian Ming, more mature, was awed by the grand plan. Trade a city ruin for coal coins for upgrade materials, upgrade, then seize a bigger ruin. Repeat. We'll soon be the richest base on the frozen tundra. Food, troops, near invincible. And have you ever seen a peddler selling city ruins? Jian Yao scratched her head. No. So, peddlers or not, we're the frozen tundra's best. The three's eyes lit. Who else dared treat a city ruin as a free backyard to sell off? We're one of a kind. And coal coins meant a grip on every survivor's hard goods. Tomorrow, keep at it. So for 2 days they went nowhere but gathered and sold, converting the whole ruin to coal coins. Black Hawk patrolled and controlled the ruin's airspace. Any incoming zombie shot to nothing. Aston, Dainyu, the Corvette, Ferrari, Veyron, and Zhuzi hauled supplies with the women, and Chun Wushuang's talents could sell anything. Even a water heater went for 1,000 coal coins. A real shark, that one, could talk the dead alive. But he didn't lose out. Over 2 days, Chun Imo sold roughly 2.7 million coal coins, plus the first day's 300,000. The whole post reshuffled, every living survivor buying from him. His 1% commission hitting 30,000 coal coins, several times his half-month of savings. So he pushed harder. But that created a problem. The relentless low prices enraged the other region's merchants. Everyone bought at cost and sold at a thin margin, under 5%. And here was someone selling 5 coal goods at 2, giving 2 coal goods away free. Who could stand it? Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. So on the channel, a dozen plus LV6 merchant shelters held a meeting, led by the merchant brother Long Long. A beast appeared, bread at 1 coal, sausages free, trying to corner the whole market. Keep this up and we starve. Right, Long. 2 days and I've lost near 10,000 coal coins. I tried to corner his sausages, ordered 100 cases, and he actually delivered. I half suspect he's got a portal back to modern society. That was the merchant Wu Di, a LV6, who tried to buy out the sausages to resell high, ate 100 cases, and the guy still had stock, nearly bankrupted him. Long slammed the table. Can't continue. We stamp out this bad practice. I don't care where his supplies come from. Solve it, or we can't develop in peace. All dozen plus agreed. My plan: wipe out that shelter. Kill them. And if we can seize the supply source, better. If not, at least prices recover. Cheers. But Wu Di frowned. We don't know Chun Mo's location. Simple. Long smiled coldly, prepared. I investigated. This Chun Mo's no simple man, already LV6. This morning I planted a spy in his shelter, and I've got his location, the C-36 plane. We strike tonight. A dozen shelters, near 1,000 people, Chin Mo can't hold. Cheers all around. So the merchant shelters, before the second calamity arrived, moved fast to pull this thorn. Achoo, far off by the canyon, Chun Mo sneezed, browsing the post for a LV6 blueprint. Tomorrow was the second calamity. Then a DM, Jiang Yin. Chin Mo, I just heard. Because you hurt their interests, a dozen LV5/LV6 shelters led by the merchant brother Long are headed for your C-36 zone to wipe your shelter tonight. Run. I froze. Jiang Yin, the woman who'd sold me Dainyu. Surprising she'd warned me. But more puzzling, C-36? I'm in C-52. She blanked. You're not in C-36? But they said they planted a spy in your shelter. They've already set out. I looked at the 3 women asleep, and via the monitor, the Decepticons snoring in the garage. There's no one else here. We both froze. No spy, wrong coordinates. Then who are they after? Chun Mo wasn't in C-32. He'd never even been to C-32, never mind a spy. It was only ever the 3 women. A spy planted half a month ago? Hardly. Wait. Then it hit me, my face changing. What? Jiang Yin asked. Chen Wushuang. Chen Wushuang? Isn't he your underling? I shook my head. We only cooperate. We finally got it. These people had mistaken Chen Wushuang for Chen Mo. Sure enough, in C-32, a 640-square, 5-story base, 40-some people, celebrating a big sales day with beer. A man toasted a slight, masked youth. 3 days, 30,000 coal coins. We're about to hit LV7. A few more days, and even the Jiayin gang won't out-earn us. Of course, the slight youth said, voice oddly neutral through a voice changer. Who'd have thought I, whose company went under in the real world, would thrive on the frozen tundra? Thanks to Chin Mo, really. Without that big order, how would I do this well? A little drunk, Chen Wushuang hiccuped. We should thank Chin Mo. Without Brother Mo, no way we'd have all these coal coins. Right? Long live Brother Mo. Meanwhile, outside, deep night, -20, 100-some had crept up, led by a tattooed, bald bruiser. The merchant brother Long, with the slight, good-looking Wu Di beside him. They'd planned to close in before striking. What if it was the wrong target? But hearing the crowd shout, Long live Brother Mo, Long's eyes gleamed cold. Brother Mo, Chin Mo, it is their shelter. Wu Di, slight but hot-tempered, fired his flintlock. Brothers, charge, flattened Chun Mo's shelter. 100+ surged in. The shout woke the celebrating Chun Wushuang. The gunshots sobered her. Fast. What's going on? Boss, 100+ people are storming us. She reached for the M4A1. But before she could grab it, the door took a hit. And drunk as she was, she blacked out and collapsed. Back by the canyon, Chen Mo kept messaging Chen Wushuang. No reply. Don't tell me he's really done for. A talent. Future earnings depend on him. Where would I find another? So I ordered Black Hawk, Scout C-32, check for a big fight. If there is one, find this Chen Wushuang and bring him back alive. Understood, honored creator. The shelter's 4th floor was now a helipad with a big H, just right for Black Hawk to rest. It took off, rotors thundering, and tilted towards C-32. 2 hours later it radioed via the Decepticons link. A large fight happened here, much shelter debris, but no Chen Wushuang or other survivors. I frowned. Done for? A pity, a talent, 3 days selling all that. I'll have to find another partner. Come back. Yes, creator. But just as I figured the guy was dead and turned in. Next morning, bang bang bang, urgent knocking. Who's so rude this early? Annoyed, I opened the door, to a disheveled young woman, scorch marks everywhere, hair a mess, as if through a cataclysm, slight, well-figured, grimy-faced, but undeniably gorgeous. The instant she saw me, she threw herself into my arms, bawling, "Big brother, I finally found you. My place got robbed." The sudden hug stunned me. "This woman is Chen Wushuang. Brother, weren't you a man? How are you a woman?" I gaped at the woman in my arms. It was Chen Wushuang. The night before, mid-celebration, a dozen shelters had stormed her place. Drunk, she nearly passed out, but 20-some loyal men fought a desperate breakout. Heavy losses, 50-some down to under 20, supplies and resources gone, even the firearms and gear seized. So she'd run to me overnight for help. "Brother Imo, no time. You have to help me. I need to take revenge." Robbed of everything but coal coins, the only ally she could think of was me. This was a humiliation Chen Wushuang couldn't swallow. "I'll kill Zhang Long and Wu Di, those bastards." Revenge. I didn't know what to say. Should I tell her they were after me and mistook her for me? But honestly, I was grateful to that crew. Otherwise, would Chen Wushuang have come to me? A perfect chance to take her in. So I soothed her. "Easy. First, go take a shower." She reeked. "Shower." She froze. "Brother, you can shower here?" "Yes, you're under stress. A shower will help. Revenge can wait." She softened. Near a month on the frozen tundra without a bath, and she liked being clean. Then, excuse me. I had Li Miao take her. An hour later she emerged, in a black slip dress, fair-skinned and striking, sharp-featured, hair up, cold and commanding. Even I paused. That pretty? A lady CEO air. Embarrassed under my look. Before the apocalypse, she'd been a strong woman, ran her own company. After, she'd disguised herself as a man with a voice changer to stay safe. A beauty gets stared at anywhere, she sighed. Then, businesslike, she sat and came to the point. "Brother Imo, I'll be direct. I want to borrow some people." Ambushed by Zhang Long and Wu Di's dozen shelters, she'd taken a heavy hit. Revenge was non-negotiable, and she needed manpower. She knew it'd take an incentive. I played calm. "Help you, what's in it for me?" She'd expected it. She bit her lip, lifted her eyes, and vowed. "Help me, and I'll make Wushuang Base your subsidiary base. Sign a contract with you." A subsidiary base, a frozen tundra rule, a LV5 plus base could bind one subsidiary, not counting against your own headcount, an extra shelter that can't attack the main and must obey it. Essentially selling herself. She had no self-defense left, supplies looted, only coal coins, but figured she was still useful to me. Plus her looks, her figure. "Didn't expect you'd go this far for revenge," I said, packaging her whole shelter to sell. A LV6 throwing in with a LV5 was rare, but only I could help. I was too rich. LV5, but millions of coal coins, a sprinkle of which would keep another shelter busy a year. "Besides you, who could help me?" She shook her head, then steeled herself and upped the ante. "Help me get revenge, and even I am yours." "Oh ho, a bonus?" I laughed. I'd only meant to take her in, a talent, after all, and got this too. I nodded. "Done. We signed. Congratulations, alliance contract signed. Subsidiary base, Wushuang Base, LV6. Owner, Chen Wushuang. Members, 20. Supplies, scarce. She'd been cleaned out completely. Perfect. Whatever those people ate, they'll cough back up." My eyes went cold. Li Muyao, Jian Meng. Go with Chen Wushuang and flatten Zhang Long's base. Understood. The three lit up at a fight. "Wait, Chen Wushuang, just signed, froze." "Big brother, you've got it wrong. I said borrow people, but you're lending me these three? Where are the others?" I gave her a clear look and spread my hands. "What you see is my shelter's entire roster." She blanked, head ringing. "You've got only 4 people? A LV5 shelter. For people. 3 of them women? You should have said. Why'd I sign a contract?" I've jumped into a fire pit. However down on her luck, she still had 20 brothers, and I had 4? A LV5 with 4 people, 3 of them women. You should have said. But as night fell and the convoy rolled to Zhang Long's C-42 zone, she realized she was wrong. Because the moment they arrived, a Lamborghini, an Aston Martin, and a red Ferrari, gleaming on the frozen ruin plain at -20. They hadn't even closed in. Chen Wushuang and her ragtag survivors set up on a slope, looking down at Zhang Long's LV-6 base. Inside, Zhang Long's base was celebrating 70-some people. But Chen Wushuang frowned. There were 2 more bases here, nearly 200 people total. Why so many? Is this it? Li Muyao asked, pointing at the 3 bases in a triangle formation. Yes. Then move. She drew the Barrett, and Chen Wushuang stopped her. Wait, they've got 200 plus, and we've barely 20. Even with gear, it's dangerous. Dangerous? Heh. Li Muyao had been with Chen Mo too long. She'd seen thousands of zombies cleared, never mind 200 survivors. She rolled her shoulder, hefted the Barrett barehanded on her shoulder. Watch. They wanted to kill my brother Mo. They die here first. Boom. 1 shot, and the sentry on the high platform burst apart. That changed Zhang Long's face. The day before, they'd wrecked Chen Wushuang's shelter, thinking they'd cut out the merchant thorn, and seized a haul, including an M4A1, a king-tier weapon on the frozen tundra, which Zhang Long had been stroking lovingly, planning to unify all the merchant bases. Then the blast. He grabbed a weapon and rushed out. Who's firing? Then, a low-engine roar. A red Ferrari tore down the slope, a Lamborghini and Aston behind it. Supercars. Li Muyao fired again, blasting the fence by Zhang Long. He nearly got hit. Only his trait saved him. But seeing only 3 women and 3 cars, they relaxed. Where's this fool? Charging in to make trouble. Looks like that Chen Mo. A man cried, spotting Chen Wushuang's 20 up the slope. They've come for revenge. Oh, Chen Mo. Still thinking Chen Wushuang was Chen Mo, Zhang Long sneered. Some nerve, beaten that badly yesterday, and still raiding us, with helpers? 3 women, to get revenge? Hilarious. Boss, that woman has a Barrett, his man warned, tense. Zhang Long's eyes lit at the Barrett anti-material rifle, a frozen tundra divine weapon, kills zombies like a game. No wonder she dared come with 20 and 3 helpers. But, don't forget, I've got an M4A1 now. Dodge your edge. He told his men. Go. Bait her into firing. When she's close and out, I'll shoot her dead. Me? 1 blanked. You want me to race a Barrett? What are you afraid of? The Barrett's heavy. She's in a moving car. She can't hit you. Go now, or I'll kill you myself. Seeing the muzzle, the man agreed. High-speed targets are hard to hit, especially when you run. So a few men ran out to bait Li Muyao. Come hit me, you witch. 1 cocky, sure she'd miss. He raised a hand. Splat, his body burst. Another's pupils shrank. That accurate? As the cars neared, his mind went blank. Run, but mid-turn, splat, he burst too. Zhang Long swallowed. That accurate. But he calculated coldly. 1 shot at the start, 1 just now, 2 more. About 200 meters to me. 1 more shot, and it's my chance. He gripped the M4A1, palms sweating. Bang, another shot, another man down. Overjoyed, he leapt out from the fence, aimed at the on-rushing black Lamborghini, sneering. Out of bullets now. My turn. But before he could fire, gears grinding. The thing that made him doubt reality. The speeding Lamborghini didn't brake. It accelerated, transforming into a 6-meter, pitch-black, dense metal bone transformer that charged on huge mechanical feet. 1 pass, smack, and it flung him flying. His men? Boss. The sudden sight left everyone dumbstruck. The car turned into a robot. But it wasn't over. A few men snapped too. Shoot it. Someone fired a flintlock at Dainyu, but it couldn't even scratch the paint. Never mind do damage. Dainyu smiled coldly. My turn. Its arm formed the electrified hook. 1 spin flung 7 or 8 survivors away, and its right arm reconfigured to an energy hand cannon. Hum boom. The blast hurled a dozen-plus survivors flying, screaming. It spun, fired again, boom, another 7 or 8 gone. The remaining men were terrified. They'd never seen the like. Not on the frozen tundra, not in modern society. And there was more. The Ferrari and Aston joined. 3 transformers converging into a massacre, blue energy bursting between the 3 bases. The Ferrari fired and laughed. Ants, a pile of ants. Where do you think you're running? In a blink, Zhang Long's base was nearly wiped out. The noise stirred the other 2 bases. Wang Hai walked out cursing, meaning to see who dared cause trouble, and froze at the sight. Zhang Long's base a sea of fire under the moonlight, three 6-meter colossi firing without restraint. It scared him witless. What is that? A new frozen tundra calamity creature. 3 of them flattened a LV-6 base that easily. Wang Hai, save me. Zhang Long, flung aside, ribs broken, coughing blood, called out. Wang Hai paled. Zhang Long had triple defense from an orange trait and still couldn't take it? He ran over and hauled him up. What happened? It's Chen Mo. Zhang Long coughed. Got these big things somewhere. Came for revenge at midnight. Chen Mo. Everyone's face changed. But where'd he get these monsters? Too late. Dainyu had spotted them, its blue eyes shifting, and fired a shot at their base 200 meters off. Boom. Run. Wang Hai's pupils shrank. He abandoned Zhang Long and bolted as the blast hurled a dozen slow survivors away. Dainyu, having grabbed a few captives, radioed the Ferrari. Ferrari, you take here. There's another base over there. No problem. The Ferrari whistled, and Dainyu charged, transforming to a supercar mid-run. Wang Hai paled, ready to fight. The survivors grabbed cold steel, but Dainyu was already there, hooking the fence and flinging it into the crowd. Then a shot at the fleeing dozen. Boom. All blown away. Finally, it leveled the cannon at Wang Hai's head, malicious. Don't move. Move, and you die. Big brother, don't kill me. Wang Hai threw up his hands, surrendering, not daring to twitch, cold sweat pouring despite -20. His remaining men, seeing the boss surrender, dropped their weapons too. Over there, Aston had taken the third base, signaling, then radioing Li Muyao. Hey, Sister Yao done. Good. The captured survivors looked up to see a strikingly beautiful woman in a black pencil skirt, black stockings, a shirt under a down jacket, hefting a barret, walking over on heels. They stared. Who's that so pretty? Li Muyao surveyed the captives, satisfied. 200 plus, 3 LV-6 bases, few left alive, about 40, all herded over, one kicked by the Ferrari for being slow. Move faster. They huddled by the fire, surrounded by 3 6-meter transformers, whose hard, dense metal frames defied description, like being captured by aliens. Then Li Muyao waved up the slope at the still-stunned Chen Wushuang. Sister Chen, it's done. On the slope, Chen Wushuang and her men. Chen Wushuang and her men were utterly dumbstruck, staring down at the 3 big ones who'd finished it, speechless. They'd known the 3 women might be no ordinary survivors, carrying firearms, or 3 wouldn't have come alone. But they'd never imagined the trump card was 3 supercars, that 3 supercars trailing along would become 3 6-meter, heavily armed transformers on the battlefield. Their heads rang. This isn't the frozen tundra. We've been dropped on an alien planet? Who has underlings like that? 1 shot, a dozen dead. Even modern tech didn't have mechanical life forms this advanced. And the fight was fast. It had felt long, but the whole thing took under 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 200 dead. Now she understood why Chun Mo had no other survivors around. With these terrifying machines, who needs underlings? Boss, her men gaped at her. But Chen Wushuang came around and smiled. Come, it's time for our revenge. Right. Her men, stunned, realized, these are our allies. With them, surviving the frozen tundra is easy. So they charged down, excited. Bonfires, the whole base ablaze. Zhang Long still alive, but suffering, 40-some forced to crouch, hands on heads. Chen Wushuang stormed up and kicked Zhang Long. He flipped over, already coughing blood, nearly dying, as her long leg pressed his chest. Chen Mo, let me go, I'll do anything. Not daring to resist, never mind face these things. He wanted to live. Chen Mo? Chen Wushuang's face blanked. What did you just call me? Chen Mo, no, Zhang Long, thinking she was displeased, hurried. Sister Chen, be generous, let me go. Ha ha. Chen Wushuang finally got it, laughing and near crying, the survivors' scalps crawling. What's wrong with her? Gone mad. But they didn't know her state of mind. She'd finally understood why a dozen bases had ambushed her base out of nowhere. These people mistook me for Chen Mo? No wonder. Killing her, they kept saying capture Chen Mo alive. You took me for Chen Mo, didn't you? She glared, murder in her eyes. You're not Chen Mo? Zhang Long blanked. Heh. She forced calm, every word edged. Call me Sister Chen and you're not wrong, because I am surnamed Chen, but I'm not Chen Mo. My name is Chen Wushuang. Zhang Long and Wang Hai gaped at each other. Wrong target. Wang Hai forced a grin. So it was all a misunderstanding, Sister Chun. We didn't know. We thought you were the bastard dumping goods cheap at the post. Since it's a misunderstanding, let me go. I'll give you all my resources. I'll sign a subsidiary contract. Anything. Me too. Zhang Long scrambled. But before he finished, the hot-tempered Ferrari couldn't stand it. You dare curse my boss? And gave Wang Hai a light tap that nearly killed him. Why'd you hit me for cursing Chinimo? Then Chen Wushuang said coldly, these are Chunmos. Wang Hai. Lady, why didn't you say so earlier? Aren't you just cooperating with him? Then the Ferrari opened a video call. A holographic projection appeared, showing Chun Mo far off in C-52, lounging on a soft sofa, legs on the table. Seeing Wang Hai and Zhang Long, he asked, done? Yes, honored creator. Dainyu knelt, reverent. All taken. The Colossus kneeling brought unmatched pressure on the captives. They swallowed hard, baffled. What is this Chun Mo, that such terrors obey him? Chun Mo lowered his leg and looked at the two LV6 owners, smiling. I hear you've been looking for me. Wang Hai, Zhang Long. Such a show-off, sitting there, projection, low voice. You'd think he was a big boss. Even Wang Hai and Zhang Long blanked. He's this young. They'd assumed some sea-city scientist. Now, eyeing the three colossi, cold sweat pouring, they kowtowed. Big brother, don't kill us. It's a misunderstanding. Right, a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Chinimo laughed. If not for his transformers, he'd be the one lying there now. This was the frozen tundra, not modern society. No laws, just survival of the fittest. He raised a hand. Dainyu, finish them all. That dropped Wang Hai's group into an abyss. He kills just like that. Wait, Wang Hai tried, but Dainyu raised the cannon. One shot. Vaporized on the spot. No blood, clean. Relax, it won't hurt. Dainyu told Zhang Long in its villain voice, then fired again. Boom. Boom. Soon all were dealt with. Runners were caught and brought back, and Chen Wushuang's crew put a few more rounds in. You didn't go easy killing our brothers yesterday. Give me back my gun. Chen Wushuang spat, picking up the M4A1. When it was done, Aston saluted elegantly. Creator, handled. Good. Chen Wushuang said. Brother Mo, they're merchants, lots of supplies. Take it all back? Of course. A mosquito's still meat. She charged into the ownerless bases with her men. 3 bases, a full 500 tons of supplies, 80,000 coal alone, plus food and drink. Zhang Long's base 200 tons by itself. About an hour to clear it. One resourceful man could even hotwire the big trucks. Chen Wushuang then used the system to dismantle the 3 LV6 bases, enough building units for a LV7. Then, with her men, Li Muyao's trio, and the 3 supercars, they raced back across the -20 plain. They didn't know that the moment they left, the channel erupted, Zhang Long's, Wang Hai's, and Chen Kuan's bases vanishing from the rankings. Zhang Long's base is gone. Wang Hai too. 3 at once. The whole channel blew up. 3 LV6 bases gone hours before the second calamity. By whom? Only a handful on the frozen tundra, under 10, could wipe 3 LV6s at once. The Jiayin gang? Night Rose? Both LV9 now. But those two were speechless. Why pin every mess on us? We leveled up through numbers and grinding zombies. Unlike Sirius or Lone Wolf, the Jiayin gang and Night Rose didn't raid cities. Never mind wipe 3 LV6s in one night. So if not them, who? The top 10 were known. Who else could? Chen Wushuang didn't care. She sat in a supercar, humming, blasting music, thrilled, nearly dancing in her seat. So satisfying. Revenge in one stroke. Li Muyao, driving, was a little speechless. Sister Chen, you don't have to be that excited. You don't get it. Chen Wushuang glared. If you'd watched friends you'd worked with nearly a month fall one by one, you'd know the feeling. Light as she kept it, the faint tremor in her voice stung. But now they're avenged. Yeah, Li Muyao nodded. Thanks to Brother Mo, otherwise no revenge. Of course. Chen Wushuang glanced at her, pursed her lips. I know what I need to do. But before they finished, boom, a collision sound outside. Ahead, on the dark plain, as their speed climbed, more and more white snow appeared, battering the supercar's shell. The two sat up. What's going on? A temperature drop? Chen Wushuang noted. Then the radio, Chun Mo's voice. Get back to the shelter now. The second calamity is here. What? It's here. Their faces changed. Weren't there 7 more hours? Usually 8 a.m., and it was barely past midnight. But they didn't know that 300 kilometers off, by the scout bird, Chen Mo was watching a sky-filling white extreme cold blizzard sweep the plain like the world collapsing. A snowstorm like a sandstorm, rumbling, swallowing huge swaths of the frozen tundra, howling winds burying trees and hills in an instant. Damn, even Chun Mo's scalp crawled. That's not a blizzard, it's a sandstorm, with snow instead of sand. It froze the already frigid plain into a cold-toned waste, like a desolate alien world undergoing its daily storm. Some shelters were hit early. Boom. An ordinary LV-3 nearly couldn't hold, almost flung apart. Survivors warming by the fire, stocked up to wait out the calamity, watched their whole shelter nearly shatter. Wave after wave battered it. The stone door, swaying, finally blew open, and knife-like snow tore in. One small survivor was blown into the wall. Looking out into the wind, they saw nothing but white. The wind so fast the snow near solidified, and the stove's countdown plunged. 10 hours, 23 minutes, 22, 21. Warning, blizzard, door damaged, stove consumption surging, repair the door. Terrified, one survivor fought the wind to repair it, only for it to blow open again, nearly killing him. They kept at it, braced the door, and after 10 brutal minutes the battering eased, but the stove was burning 3 times faster than normal. Still, they were the lucky ones. Weaker LV-3s had their stoves blown out entirely, vanishing. Watching via the scout bird, even Chun Mo doubted his eyes. That fierce. He'd hit it in 10 minutes too. But he wasn't worried. His LV-5 shelter would shrug off a blizzard easily. Chen Wushuang and Li Muyao, though, weren't back yet. Speed up, the storm's coming. They'd already seen it, trapped on a high slope, watching the rumbling, lightning-laced, sky-whitening blizzard spread toward them. Hurry, find a way through, or once the real storm hits, we're done. Chen Wushuang said, pale. Dainyu, Aston, and the Ferrari weren't worried. Decepticons, heavy, unafraid of the cold. But the 4 women and 20 men behind them were another matter. The blizzard hammered the convoy's flank. The men driving were terrified, one gripping the wheel for dear life. Why's this place always cheating? Every time, springing it early. Last time the final night zombie tide came early too, and many died. Now the blizzard. But no time for that. Hold on. Follow the 3 supercars. Don't fall behind. Falling behind means death. The 2 heavy trucks, loaded to 30 tons. The storm couldn't move yet, but visibility was gone. We can't go on. Surrounded, near blind, Chun Wushuang decided. Find a slope to shelter behind. At least it'd block the storm. Survival was down to luck. Dainyu drifted and led the convoy behind a slope, the 2 trucks and 20 men arriving, just as the first real wave hit like a calamity beast, flipping one truck, the dozen men inside nearly dying, screaming. Those are my people. Relax. Aston transformed and grabbed the truck, dragging it to the corner. But the cold was brutal, 50 degrees below normal, -70. The coldest places on Earth's Arctic only reach -70. An ordinary person's blood would freeze in 10 seconds. The truck was saved, but the men couldn't take the cold. What junk truck has no heater? I'm freezing, one cursed. Survive the second wave first, another said wryly. Second wave? He looked back, horrified, an even denser storm slamming toward them. We're done. Even Chen Wushuang and Li Muyao paled. If this wave hit, they were finished. Then, at the brink, a grating roar in the whiteout, and a 20-meter black shadow rose and slammed down. There's a monster in the blizzard too. Chen Wushuang cried. Watch out. But, boom, a huge yellow mechanical arm, like a small mountain, blocked the front, holding back the terrible storm with ease. As the spray cleared, they saw a transformer like being too tall to see the top of. Li Muyao rejoiced. It's the Constructicon. The Constructicon had come, Chun Mo's mining excavator. 20 meters as a transformer, its arm extending 10, its bucket a small mountain. It braced before them, steady as a rock against the storm. The 1,000-ton king was no boast. It shielded the whole group easily. Chen Wushuang gaped up, awed. She'd seen Dainyu, Aston, the Ferrari, but never a near 20-meter mechanical titan. Li Muyao and the twins knew it well, though. The Constructicon came to save us. Then Chun Mo's voice from its speaker. Let the Constructicon take you back to base. Knowing they couldn't make it at their speed, he'd sent the big one, cutting the trip in half. It had arrived at the critical moment, sharing coordinates via the Decepticon's wireless, blocking the storm with its bucket. 2 hours later, in the shelter, the 4 women, freshly showered, collapsed onto the cockpit's big bed, exhaling. Soaked, but warm thanks to the nuclear stove. They'd even washed off the day's exhaustion. 4 very different beauties, the pure Drama Academy Belle, the steady elder twin Jian Meng, the lively younger Jian Yao, and the lady so, Chen Wushuang. Most men couldn't handle it, but Chen Mo had seen the world. In a black slip dress, gold-framed glasses adding a mature contrast, Chen Wushuang thanked him. Brother Mo, thanks to you, or we'd have died out there. Small thing. Decepticons didn't fear -70, moving as normal. And he'd sent them at those 3 LV-6 bases mainly to test their level, and the results satisfied him. 3 Decepticons wiped LV-7, equivalent bases easily. With 30, 300, he'd walked the frozen tundra sideways, especially with the Constructicon, which handled calamities like a game. So he'd add more members. Brother Mo. Chen Wushuang hesitated. He looked up at her. Black slip dress, silk tracing her figure, gold glasses, a real elder sister air, looking at him with a complicated gaze. The other 3 women tactfully giggled and pulled each other upstairs to the 2nd floor to sleep. What is it? That. A little awkward, blushing. Before the apocalypse, she'd been the CEO of a listed Sea City company, now a used car dealer. But without Chen Mo, she wouldn't have survived. She steeled herself, met his eyes earnestly. Brother Mo, thank you for saving me and for the revenge. He waved it off. Said that already. She blinked, exasperated. Brother, you really don't get my meaning. Seeing he wouldn't move, she finally, in the black slip dress, after a hesitation, sat herself on his lap. That stunned him, and by his ear, a soft, lip-biting voice. Brother Mo, I said, help me get revenge, and I'll do anything. Do I have to keep taking the initiative? Chen Mo. Well, with it put that plainly, what could he say? The source fades to black here, as before, and I'll keep it the same, a one-line cut with the storm outside. So, with the blizzard raging outside, the rest of the night was theirs. Next morning, day 1 of the 2nd calamity, the storm still blew, less fierce than the night before, but bitterly cold. No going out. Chun Mo woke warm, needing only a thin blanket, a fair, jade-like arm across him. He turned. Chen Wushuang, sound asleep, a smile at her lips. Before he could move, the cold voice chimed. 2nd calamity, blizzard, has arrived. Duration, 1 week. Temperatures down to -70. Stove consumption doubles. Prepare. It woke Chen Wushuang, who flushed and instinctively pulled back, embarrassed. Didn't I see everything last night? He said, unbothered. Redder, she changed the subject. Brother Mo, did you hear? The 2nd calamity's a blizzard. Of course. He rose and sent the scout bird out. The Decepticons were immune to the cold, so the bird was perfect for recon. Squawk. The bird flew out the 4th floor. Through its view, the whole frozen tundra wrapped in white storm, thick snow everywhere, -50 now, -70 expected at night. Almost no one on the surface. Chen Wushuang sucked in a breath, eyes shaken. Is this the real frozen tundra? The screen showed nothing but white, not a single sign of life. The wind howled, the snow bit to the bone, and the blizzard filled the sky. This didn't look like Earth at all. It looked like a planet that had frozen to death. Chen Mo sent a scout bird to fly over the city ruins and take a look. That place had changed too. The buildings were buried under heavy snow, coated in thick ice on the outside. When the sun hit them, they reflected a light so cold it was frightening. The entire city had frozen into a city of ice. Mo, what do we do? Chen Wushuang looked at him, panic in her eyes. Sure, this wasn't as bad as a zombie horde, but 50 degrees below zero could kill you just the same. Don't panic. Chen Mo was rock steady. He'd stockpiled supplies long ago, enough to last 7 years, no problem. He opened the channel to check, and sure enough, Everyone had lost their minds. Sea City had originally been a southern city. The coldest it got in a year was maybe a few degrees below zero. Now, overnight, it had plunged to -50. Even worse, charcoal consumption had doubled. Someone was cursing. I only prepped 5 days worth of charcoal, and now that's only enough for 2.5. How am I supposed to survive? Others were freaking out. There was no way to go outside now. An ordinary person would freeze to death after half an hour out there. The road to scavenging supplies was completely cut off. But Chun Imo wasn't worried. He had his Decepticons. 50 below meant nothing to those big guys. Everyone else couldn't leave their shelters, which was exactly his opportunity. He'd use these 7 days to send them out to search for supplies, find people, and hunt down blueprints. Right then, the system chimed. Today is day 22 of survival. 880 kilometers away, in an abandoned shelter, a level 5 zombie tyrant guards a golden resource crate. Opening it will grant one level 6 golden building blueprint. Chun Mo's eyes lit up. He'd just been complaining about needing blueprints, and here one came knocking. He couldn't help grumbling. System, what happened to one golden crate a day, huh? The system answered without a trace of guilt. The number of golden crates that spawn each day is limited. Sometimes there aren't any at all. Chinamo thought about it, and figured that was fair. Golden blueprints were seriously powerful. He might only be level 5, but in terms of defense and materials, even a level 9 shelter couldn't compare. He had no rivals at his own level, and even punching above his weight, without needing the Decepticons to fight it out, hardly anyone could take him on. Once he'd thought it through, he stood up and gave the order. Black Hawk, head 880 kilometers out, kill that tyrant, and bring the crate back. Understood, Creator. Outside was a frozen wasteland, but that pitch-black attack helicopter's rotors began to spin. The snow and wind couldn't even get near it. With a thunderous roar, it lifted off. A nearby survivor stared, dumbfounded. Holy crap, Mo's got a helicopter too. Chun Wushuang's shelter was only 50 meters away, and she watched the massive thing fly off, completely stunned. This frozen plane had gotten this advanced already? Chun Imo turned and instructed Chun Wushuang. Keep selling goods, and stockpile more charcoal coins. The ruins were right next door anyway, so it wouldn't hurt to sell them dry over these 7 days. Got it. The moment she heard sell goods, Chun Wushuang perked right up. She loved making money more than anything, and immediately told her people to keep the sales going. After working at it for a while, she added, ask around the exchange, see who's got any large machinery, especially subways and trains. Keep an eye out for Imo. Oh, Chinamo gave her another look. Big machines like subways and trains, if activated, would be the ultimate weapons, flat out unstoppable. He was pleased with how sharp she was. So in the exchange, Chunmo's goods flooded the listings again: bread, ham sausages, canned food, hot pot base, furniture and appliances, even space heaters and generators. Fire sale, rock bottom prices. If you can think of it, we've got it. But the moment the goods went up, the whole exchange was baffled again. Wait, this guy's back? It's -50 degrees, and you're still hooked on selling? Where the hell do you get so many goods from? Everyone was completely thrown by Chun Mo's crazy move. It was 50 below outside. Just stepping out the door was a struggle, and nearly everyone was frantically hoarding. But not you. You're out here selling? You must have cleaned out the entire city ruins. Still, despite the grumbling, a huge wave of survivors rushed to buy. They had no choice. They were desperate for food. Charcoal could open crates, and ordinary resources would do in a pinch, but the -50 degrees was terrifying. Any random cold or fever could kill you. So besides food, the second best seller was medicine. Chen Wushuang's team seized the chance to jack up prices. They dared to sell a single ibuprofen tablet for 10 charcoal coins. Someone cursed. This is highway robbery. Chen Wushuang's people answered flatly. Scarce goods, nothing we can do. As much as it stung his wallet, the guy really did have a fever, so he gritted his teeth and bought 2 tablets. Just like that, in a single morning, Chun Mo's side moved another 500,000 charcoal coins worth of goods. That number made the other merchants question their whole lives. The entire frozen plain had only around 200,000 survivors left, and all their charcoal coins combined only came to 20 or 30 million. You pulled in 500,000 in one day. At this rate, the entire plain would end up working for you. This stirred things up, and some of the large shelters couldn't sit still anymore. Among them was the Lone Wolf base. It was now a level 8 shelter with over 200 people, riding high, firmly ranked in the top 20 of the frozen plain. Sitting in that luxurious hall that rivaled a mansion, Lone Wolf, a rapist who'd walked out of prison, had never in his wildest dreams imagined that he'd been serving his sentence and then gotten teleported here, only to become a boss overnight and build up such a large force in a mere 20-odd days. Beside him knelt a maid in white gauze, waiting on him carefully. That woman had once been a famous businesswoman in Sea City. Now she was like a dog. Lone Wolf smoked, blew out a ring, and his single eye was full of enjoyment. "This Chun Mo guy, where'd he come from?" he asked the underling beside him. The underling fawned. "I looked into it. Sounds like he's a level 6 shelter. A couple days ago, Wu Di and the others surrounded and wiped him out. Only about 20 of his people escaped in the end. Word is Wu Di seized over 500 tons of supplies." "Oh, 500 tons." Lone Wolf's hand paused mid-stroke on the maid's hand, shock flashing in his eye. He knew merchants had money, but he hadn't expected this much. "If we could rob Chin Mo just once, we wouldn't have to worry for months." As he spoke, his hand tightened without thinking, and the maid let out a muffled cry of pain. Just as he was mulling it over, an invitation to join a meeting room popped up, sent by Wu Di. Lone Wolf blinked. What does this kid want with me? Might as well go in and see. The moment he entered, aside from Wu Di, there were 5 or 6 other merchants holding a meeting. They all chorused Wolf over each other. Lone Wolf cut to the chase. "What's this about?" Wu Di chuckled. "Wolf, I brought you here because there's a deal I'd like to work with you on. You've seen the situation at the exchange. A merchant named Chun Mo is dumping goods by the ton. If we hit him once, we'd have months of supplies covered." Lone Wolf wasn't stupid. "Kid, you didn't call me here just to share good news, did you?" Woody hadn't expected him to see through it so fast. Of course, he wasn't trying to rob Chun Mo again. He was trying to save his own skin. Last time he'd teamed up with a dozen-plus merchants to rob Chun Mo. And because they hadn't finished the job, that very night, Zhonglong, Wang Hai, and a third shelter had all been wiped off the map. Even a fool could tell Chun Mo had done it. But those were 3 level 6 shelters, over 200 people, annihilated in a single night. Whoever could pull that off was absolutely not someone they could afford to provoke. So they'd worked out a plan. Use Chun Mo's supplies as bait to get a big base to make a move. They couldn't summon the Skyblast Gang or Night Rose, but the Lone Wolf base would do. That base survived by plundering other mobile bases anyway, and together with its 3 affiliated bases, it could muster 500 people. Heh. Lone Wolf sneered. "You can't handle Chun Mo, so you want me to do it, huh?" "Huh. That's why your wolf saw right through it." Wu Di stopped hiding it. "This Chun Mo isn't simple. I suspect he's the one who wiped out those 3 bases yesterday. You know, we're just merchants. Our combat power's weak. Whoever can swallow 3 level 6 shelters in a single night is absolutely not someone we can deal with. We thought it over, and you're the only one who can step in, Wolf." The flattery hit the spot with Lone Wolf. That was right. He ran a level 8 shelter. Against anything level 7 or below, he basically steamrolled them. He had an archer squadron of 80, a fully armed 100-man saber unit, and over a dozen flintlock rifles. On the frozen plain, where cold weapons ruled, a force like that had few rivals, let alone some nobody named Chun Mo. But he wasn't dumb either. Help them? He needed to see some sincerity. Lone Wolf patted the armrest and asked slowly, "I help you, what's in it for me? As long as you're willing to step in, Wolf, we'll split the supplies 50-50. Wu Di said at once. No. Lone Wolf didn't even think about it. 80-20. One merchant got anxious. "Wolf, you get 8 and we get 2? That's not right. How about 6-4? "Screw you." Lone Wolf exploded, kicking a chair flying, then leaned in close to the interface and snarled viciously. "What I said was, I get 8. You get 2. The merchants balked. "That's way too much. We've got 7 shelters between us. Don't like it? Get lost right now." Lone Wolf sneered. "Let's see who else can handle Chun Mo besides me." Everyone shut up instantly. In the end, Wu Di smoothed it over. "Don't be angry, Wolf. 80-20 it is, that's fair." The others wanted to argue more, but he pressed them down with a single, "We do what Wolf says," and they reluctantly agreed. A cruel smile curled the corner of Lone Wolf's mouth. Then it settled. You find Chinmo's coordinates. Notify me when you do, and I'll handle it. The meeting broke up, and Wu Di sat in his own hall, letting out a breath of relief. His underling was confused. Boss, are we really giving him 80%? Wu Di opened his sharp eyes. At a time like this, who cares about the percentages? Deal with Chunemo first, then we'll talk. As long as Chunemo was alive, he couldn't sleep soundly. What if one day he got taken out in the dead of night like Zhang Long? But with Lone Wolf stepping in, he could finally breathe easier. Chunemo didn't know about any of this yet. Even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. Flintlock rifles? Survive my storm Gatling guns first, then we'll talk about the Decepticons. Right now he was directing Black Hawk toward that abandoned shelter. Blizzards were the easiest place to lose your way. 880 kilometers, and Black Hawk flew for nearly 3 hours before it locked onto the location. Rumble, rumble, through the wind and snow, Black Hawk spotted from afar a crumbling level 4 shelter, teetering on the edge of collapse. Its enormous rotors stirred up the storm as it closed in. What it didn't know was that at that moment, there were already 7 or 8 survivors inside, digging through supplies. This group was from a nearby level 4 shelter. They didn't have many supplies, so they'd risked coming out to scavenge, only to get caught in the blizzard and lose their way. They'd finally ducked into this ownerless shelter to take cover. There was no stove, but at least it blocked the wind and snow, better than being out in the 50 below cold. They fired up a generator and space heater and huddled around the warmth, and their deathly pale faces finally regained some color. A sharp-eyed girl suddenly noticed a crate in the corner giving off a faint golden glow. There's actually a golden treasure chest here. The group froze, then grew both excited and greedy. Almost a month here, and I've never seen a golden treasure chest my whole life. Boss, open it, quick. The girl couldn't wait. She ran over and carefully opened the crate. Blizzard crossbow, orange fires blizzard bolts, astonishing power, shelter defense equipment. Level 6 golden building blueprint, attribute storage warehouse, gold once used. Adds 1,000 tons of storage space, expanding as the level rises. Plus 100 charcoal and 200 steel. Items rained down onto the floor, and the group was stunned. Boss, an orange weapon. With this, we won't be afraid of zombies anymore. But before they could even celebrate, bang! A muffled roar came from outside the door. Oh no, it's a zombie. The girl's face went white. The words had barely left her mouth when the door they just sealed was slammed open. Wind and snow poured in, and a 3-meter-tall, black-armored, gray-brown-skinned bald tyrant walked in like a monster. Holy crap, it's a level 7 zombie tyrant. Every face turned pale. On a normal day, they couldn't even beat ordinary zombies. This thing could easily destroy a level 6 shelter, and it's 50 or 60 people. Run! The girl grabbed the golden crate and tried to bolt, but the tyrant wouldn't give her the chance. It charged with a furious roar and slammed a fist into the wall. The ground shook, and it punched a huge hole clean through the shelter. The girl barely dodged by twisting her head aside, scared out of her wits. Just as she was about to die, boom, the shelter behind her took another violent hit. The once sturdy level 4 wall was torn open like paper, and something a full 12 meters tall came crashing down. A massive metal arm shot out and seized the tyrant. Roar! The tyrant tried to fight back, but against Black Hawk's terrifying strength, it was helpless. With a crunch, it was simply crushed to pieces. The group's hearts pounded wildly. For an instant, it was like they'd seen the Grim Reaper. How is there a creature like this in the second cataclysm? But there was no time to think. Crushing the tyrant had dropped a golden item, and Black Hawk snatched it up, its blood-red mechanical eyes fixing straight on the girl. It roared irritably. Where is it? The blueprint. The blueprint. Black Hawk wasn't like Big Bull and the others. Maybe because it was modified from a war machine, its temper was extremely violent, and its mind ran on a single track. The girl was frozen in terror, and it took her a long while to react before she frantically pulled out that level 6 golden blueprint. Oh, you mean this? Hey, that's the one. Black Hawk snatched it away, leapt into the air in front of everyone, and with a series of clanks transformed back into a black attack helicopter. Its rotors spun, and it flew straight off into the blizzard. 7 or 8 survivors stood there dumbstruck, unable to snap out of it for a long time. The girl gazed in the direction it had left and murmured, "In the second cataclysm of the frozen plain, are there really monsters this terrifying?" She'd assumed it was some monster from the plane. Thankfully, she soon spotted the blizzard crossbow in her backpack and was both shocked and delighted. This powerful weapon was still theirs. At the very least, it could bump the shelter up several levels. Good thing that thing wasn't too bright. Meanwhile, Black Hawk had gotten the blueprint and was heading home, smug the whole way, letting out a grating, villainous mechanical laugh. "Huh, my first mission, and it was this easy. Boss is gonna praise me for sure." Its rotors spun even more gleefully, and it made it home in just an hour. The moment it landed, its rotors kicked up a whirlwind of snow. Big Bull came clanking out in transformation, letting out a strange cry. This hellish weather had zero effect on them. They moved like it was flat ground. The survivors watching from the log cabin were plain envious. "Look at that, they act like it's nothing." Well, duh, they aren't even people. An old chain smoker blew out a smoke ring and sighed. Chun Mo came out bundled in a thick down jacket, looked at Black Hawk's fanatical face, and was a little speechless. This guy's mind ran on a single track. "I told you to get the blueprint. So you literally brought back only the blueprint?" He'd been watching through Black Hawk's viewpoint the whole time. He should have kept a closer eye on things, but he'd wanted to see what would happen if he let the big guys handle it themselves. And on the very first mission, he'd discovered one that was too single-minded. Just because I told you to get the blueprint doesn't mean you leave the other good stuff behind, understand? Like that blizzard repeating crossbow. Huh. Black Hawk was stunned. "Boss, you didn't say you wanted that." "Do I really have to say it?" Chinemo was so exasperated he laughed. Wasn't that just common sense? Black Hawk's mind might not be sharp, but it was loyal, and it immediately made to go back for another run. Chunemo quickly stopped it, a 3-hour round trip, and who knew if those people would even still be there. Besides, it was just a crossbow. If those survivors got to keep it, so be it. He only reminded it, "Next time be smarter. When I send you to grab something, snag the other good stuff on the way too." "Understood, boss." Black Hawk had learned a new lesson and nodded fervently. After sending it off, Chinemo picked up the blueprint to check its attributes. This time the golden entry was a storage warehouse. 1,000 tons of storage space. Time frozen. Food never spoils. Capacity expands with level. It's a storage warehouse. Chinmo's eyes lit up. What he was short on now was no longer equipment or weapons. It was storage space. Raiding a single city ruins couldn't hold everything. He could only sell as he went and then stop. But with this, he'd start at 1,000 tons, and upgraded to level 6, it would be 32,000 tons, like carrying a large storage center on his back. No more worrying about where to put goods, and nothing would ever expire. Not bad. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade. He wasn't short on building materials anyway, with the blueprint and materials both ready. "Congratulations, your shelter has been upgraded to level 6. Current spark source level 6. Spark count 16 to 32. Storm Gatling turrets 8 to 16. Repair speed increased to 32 per second. Titanium alloy wall thickness 20 to 40 centimeters. Door 40 centimeters. Nuclear power supply level 6. Output 8,000 per hour, comparable to a mid to large power plant. Storage warehouse level 6. Capacity 12,000 tons. The original 320 square meter shelter was wrapped in golden light and grew to 640 square meters, from 4 floors to 5, each 15 meters tall. But none of that was the point. The point was, the storm Gatlings doubled, from 8 to 16, and the spark count jumped from 16 to 32. What did that mean? He could have 32 transformers now. All that was left was finding the vehicles. System prompt. You've reached level 6. Modify shelter? Modify. Chin Mo didn't hesitate. A 3D model popped up before him. After a moment's thought, he widened the base from its original 10 meters to 15 and stretched its 30-meter length to 42, roughly the size of a small cruise ship. The first floor was still the garage. The second floor, 320 square meters, became the rest area. The third floor, 160 square meters, was turned into a training room. In the apocalypse, he couldn't rely on the Decepticons alone. He had to train himself too. The fourth floor, 80 square meters, was living quarters. The fifth floor, 40 square meters, was for scouting and observation. The 16 Gatlings were rearranged along its length, 6 on each side and 2 each front and back, a perfect fit. Not bad. This was now a true mobile fortress, absolutely imposing. A flash of golden light, and the quiet shelter immediately doubled in every direction. A steel body 42 meters long and 15 meters wide rose from the ground, rivaling a mobile fortress. Looking at this hulking, intimidating thing, a bold idea suddenly popped into Chun Mo's head. This base is all titanium alloy now, and it has a drive mode. Technically, it counts as a vehicle, right? So if I turn this thing into a transformer too, haha, wouldn't that be yet another Cybertronian beast? A sudden thunderous roar shook the entire frozen plain, and quite a few survivors couldn't even keep their footing. What's going on? Another earthquake? Since when does the frozen plain get earthquakes? Then that cold system voice sounded again. The Shanghai city ruins have descended. They will officially open at 8 a.m. tomorrow. All survivors take note. You may head there to collect supplies. This is a great opportunity to seek survival resources. Chun Mo blinked, his expression a little odd. The Shanghai ruins had appeared on the frozen plain too? Everyone else went even crazier. The whole channel instantly boiled over. What? The Shanghai ruins? Are you serious? Shanghai got moved here too? Weren't they saying only Sea City got teleported en masse? Where'd Shanghai come from? Could it be the whole world has fallen? At first, everyone had assumed only Sea City got teleported. But now being told Shanghai had become ruins too. Didn't that mean Shanghai survivors were on this plane as well? But that raised a question. If they really were, why had nobody ever seen them? Some guessed they were probably in other regions. After all, everyone's ID number so far started with C. So maybe there were Zone A, Zone B, Zone D as well. But soon nobody cared about that. Instead, everyone got excited. Shanghai. That was one of the world's top-tier first-class cities. Just one such ruins. How many supplies and modern industrial goods must be hidden inside? With those, who'd have to worry about surviving on the frozen plain. So the moment nearly everyone saw that red coordinate, they got fired up. Some large shelters didn't say a word and just fired up their massive mobile fortresses, roaring straight toward it, shouting in the channel as they went. This city belongs to Sirius. Anyone who dares to fight me for it, I'll kill them. But threats like that couldn't scare anyone off. Before, the city ruins never announced their coordinates, and you couldn't find them on the vast plain at all. Now it was different. The coordinates were laid out plainly, and it was Shanghai. This was a chance to return to modern society. I don't ever want to be a savage again. Even if you were the president, I'd still take you on. Well said, charge. In no time, who knew how many people came surging madly toward the Shanghai ruins. On Chun Mo's side, Li Muyao, Chen Wushuang, and the other women came running out. Boss, did you hear? The city ruins have descended, and it's Shanghai. Should we go for it? Chen Wushuang's pretty face was flushed with excitement. She knew exactly how much Shanghai was worth. Full range of supplies, high grade. If they could take it, they could leap from the Stone Age straight into the Industrial Age in a single step. Go for it, of course. Chen Mo had planned to check it out anyway. His position was over 500 kilometers from the Shanghai coordinate, and at full speed his shelter would take a dozen-plus hours to get there, plenty of time before it opened. But his goal was different from theirs. What he wanted wasn't supplies, it was vehicles. He still had over 20 spark energies in used, which meant over 20 transformers. He hadn't acted before because he lacked suitable vehicles. He had no shortage of supercars. What he lacked were special, big-scale machines. Say, since it's Shanghai, might there be big machines like subways and high-speed trains? Chen Mo suddenly turned and asked Chen Wushuang. That one line, and Chen Wushuang's pretty face stiffened. Then a jolt hit her heart, and she understood in an instant. Boss, you're not thinking of grabbing a subway train, are you? That was right. Chen Mo smiled. A subway train made into a transformer would be an earth-boring beast. It could go anywhere it wanted on the frozen plain. Why fear any zombies? No sooner said than done. It's not far, let's move out now. Before leaving, he didn't forget the business in the city, leaving Chun Wushuang's people to keep selling. To be safe, he also left Digger Bull, Big Pillar, and a few supercars behind to guard the place. You keep the goods flowing. Anyone who dares eye this place, take them all out. Understood, Creator. There will be no intruders here. Big Pillar answered in that magnetic mechanical voice. Chun Imo nodded, satisfied, entered the cockpit, and waved his hand. Move out. The moment drive mode kicked in, that 40-meter-long steel beast rose rumbling from the ground. Its massive treads, 8 meters tall and 35 meters long, let out a deep, grinding sound, crossing the plane like flat ground at 30 kilometers per hour, rolling out mightily. The 4 women sitting in the cockpit were thrilled. Driving it feels so much better. The 500-kilometer trip, even at full speed, would take until the next morning, and they took turns at the wheel. From day into night, the temperature dropped lower and lower. Along the way, they occasionally ran into a few small level 4 or 5 mobile bases. But when those people saw this looming black steel beast rolling toward them, they were all stunned. Holy crap, a level 6 shelter that's all titanium alloy? That's a big shot. And what made them rub their eyes even harder was that an attack helicopter was actually parked on the 5th floor. Where would the frozen plane get a helicopter? They just figured it was a decorative prop. The closer they got to Shanghai, the more mobile bases were on the road, in all kinds of designs. Some looked like mansions, crawling along slowly. Some were standard fortresses. Most were level 4, 5, or 6, all rushing toward Shanghai. A place where even scooping up a bit of stuff could free you from this primitive Stone Age misery. But these small and mid-sized bases weren't stupid. Level 5 or 6 counted as decent on the plane, but compared to the top-tier level 8s and 9s, they were 3 or 4 times weaker. Run into Sirius or Lone Wolf, and they'd most likely be wiped out on the spot. So to grab a share of Shanghai, they started banding together. One level 6 couldn't hold off the Skyblast gang, but 5 or 6 of them. So several coalitions sprang up along the road, recruiting as they moved, not even passing up the small level 3 and 4 bases. One group named itself the Commoner Alliance, meaning no background, no backing, relying entirely on themselves. There's no hope going it alone. Only by uniting can we stand against those hegemon organizations. Their leader hyped everyone up the whole way, frantically recruiting in the channel. As it happened, one of the leading mobile bases spotted Chun Mo's steel beast. In the darkness, cold frost coated its titanium alloy shell, chillingly menacing, like a steel beast lurking in the dark. Holy crap, a level 6 shelter developed into this. The leader was a woman in black leather armor, a face mask, and with long legs, named Li Jingwen. Shock flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she immediately got the idea to recruit them, directing her people to pull over and talk cooperation. She wasn't the only one. Other alliances had their eyes on Chun Mo too. A level 6 that could produce material rivaling level 8 or 9 was definitely no ordinary thing. There'd likely be fighting inside the Shanghai ruins, and roping a base like this into cooperation would greatly improve their odds. A base pulled up close, and a young man leaned out, signaling for Chun Mo to lower his cockpit glass. Jin Meng, at the wheel, glanced back for instructions. Chun Mo nodded, and only then did she lower a small section. The man was first struck by Jin Meng's good looks, then spotted Chun Mo and hurriedly called out, "Brother, any interest in joining our Frozen Land Alliance? Cooperate and grab Shanghai's supplies together. A lone level 6 going solo won't get so much as a sip of soup in there." Chun Mo had zero interest and simply told Jin Meng to drive on. The man didn't give up and chased after them, shouting, "Don't go. Our benefits are great. A level 6 gets 1,000 charcoal a week, and we supply reinforcements. Shanghai's about to be carved up by the big shots. Without 300 to 500 people, you won't even get a seat at the table." Before he could finish, rumble, a deep, thunderous roar came from behind, and the very ground shook. Everyone turned to look and froze. A colossal thing a full 100 meters long and 24 meters tall was rolling in, like a walking mobile beast. Holy crap, it's a level 9 shelter, the Starlight Alliance. Someone recognized it and paled in shock. This was one of the very top mobile bases on the entire frozen plain, a terrifying top 10 organization. Especially that luxuriously decorated spot in the middle that took up a whole floor by itself. Standing there was a woman in pale yellow silk, her figure faintly visible through it. Lin Xingyue, the young lady of the Starlight Alliance. Quite a few people got excited the moment they saw her. I hear her dad is Lin Batian, a big-shot developer from RC City, and she's his only daughter. Even in a world like this, she still lives so refined. If she took a liking to you and let you inherit the Starlight Alliance, you could walk tall anywhere on the frozen plain. At that moment, Lin Xingyue, looking down from on high, could nearly survey most of the mobile bases on the plain, and naturally she'd noticed that steel beast not far off. Her beautiful eyes stirred, and she got the idea to recruit them. Although the Starlight Alliance had already taken in plenty of level 5 and 6 bases, compared to this all-titanium alloy one, they still fell a bit short. She directed her people to pull over. "Boss, a level 9 shelter has caught up to us. It's more than 3 times our size," Jian Ming warned. Chinemo didn't take it to heart at all. What good was being big? Could it stop one of Big Bull's energy cannon blasts? Still, he wanted to see what they were after, so he had Jian Ming slow down. The Starlight Alliance drew close, a window opened, and Lin Xingyue, wrapped in a down jacket, raised her hand in a gesture, "Accept the friend request." A prompt popped up in front of Chun Mo, Lin Xingyue. He paused. He'd sold her goods before. On her side, Lin Xingyue saw the other party's name clearly too, and looked surprised. "You're Chun Mo?" Chun Mo looked her up and down. Good-looking, striking presence, a real boss lady vibe. But he only replied coolly, "Something you need?" Arrogant, same as ever. Lin Xingyue didn't mind, and gave a small smile. "Didn't expect to run into you here. I've bought your goods before. So, you're headed to Shanghai too?" "Yes." Chinemo gave just the one word. Lin Xingyue thought highly of him. This base was only level 6, yet stronger than a typical level 7. She spoke up with an invitation. "Any interest in joining the Starlight Alliance? I'll give you autonomy. A lone level 6 shelter has no foothold in Shanghai. Sirius, the Skyblast Gang, Night Rose, Lone Wolf are all going, and even the smallest of them has close to 1,000 people. Come with us, and I can get you the supplies you want." But Chun Imo smiled and replied bluntly, "No need." Then he told Jian Ming to speed up. "Go." That one move left not just the Starlight Alliance, but even the nearby stragglers dumbfounded. Am I seeing this right? This guy turned down the Starlight Alliance? And just drove off? That arrogant. You had to understand. So many people wanted in and weren't even qualified, and here he was, turning it down when it was handed to him on a plate. Inside the Starlight Alliance, things blew up even more. Where'd this punk come from, daring to reject Boss Lin? He's tired of living. "Boss Lin, just say the word, and I'll ram him to death right now." The driver at the wheel snarled viciously. But far from being angry, the corner of Lin Xingyue's mouth curled up slightly, and she raised a hand to stop them. "Interesting. Nobody's ever dared to reject me before. You've successfully caught my attention." Her smile was captivating. "Let's go. We'll talk once we reach Shanghai." She ought to count herself lucky she hadn't provoked Chun Imo. Otherwise, she'd have been torn to shreds by the Decepticons in a heartbeat. Big was worthless. On this plane, being able to fight was what really mattered. And Chun Imo had never intended to deal with them anyway. His goal was only one thing: the vehicles in Shanghai. Having pulled ahead, another night passed. Early the next morning, "We're here." With a muffled thud, the sleeping Chun Imo was jolted awake with a clatter. Jian Yao stretched and yawned. They'd switched shifts twice during the night. "Imo, we've arrived." Chun Imo smiled, got up, and went to the top floor to look down. Below the canyon was another plain, and in the center of that plain sat a city that stretched beyond sight, a full 30 kilometers across. It had once been bustling in the middle, but now the high-rises had all collapsed, leaving broken walls and rubble everywhere. Even so, you could still tell how prosperous it had been in its day. "So this is Shanghai?" Chun Imo frowned. Chun Wushuang walked over to take a look and shook her head. "Probably not all of it, just a section of Shanghai. Shanghai's over 6,000 square kilometers, after all." By now, quite a few mobile bases had already charged in, and in some places fighting had broken out over resources. "I found this first. Huh. Good cigarettes. I can finally smoke again." A group was fighting it out under the rubble, clearly the ones who'd come early or been close by. Chun Imo had no interest in any of that. "Come on, let's go in and take a look." He got off the shelter, leaving Black Hawk, Li Muyao, and Jian Yao to guard it, and took Jian Ming and Chun Wushuang along, driving Big Bull and Wei Long. In the 50 below cold, engines screaming, they drifted stylishly straight into the heart of Shanghai. Along the way, aside from collapsed buildings, toppled road signs, and bus stops, the ground was actually fairly clean and tidy, befitting a big city. But further in, it became a chilling sight. This wasn't just rubble. There were also huge numbers of zombies frozen into ice sculptures, holding all sorts of poses in the middle of the road. Man, even Chun Wushuang sucked in a cold breath. No wonder it's so quiet. Turns out the zombies all froze into ice sculptures. Probably the cold made them so sluggish they just froze solid. Chun Imo tried shattering one with the lightning bow. With a bang, it shattered, and nothing dropped afterward. He was a little exasperated. Froze into an ice sculpture and doesn't even drop resources? This plane is one stingy place. No wonder so many survivors were just focused on grabbing stuff and nobody bothered with these zombies. Since there was nothing to gain, he stopped caring and kept driving toward the subway entrance. But before he got there, a group blocked his path. It was an intersection, and the fighting was fierce. In the 50 below cold, steel would tear the skin right off if it touched you, and a crowd was fighting over a few convenience stores. Clearly not any big base, or they wouldn't be gnawing on such scraps. This 7-Eleven belongs to us, the Wang Chong shelter. The hot pot restaurant goes to my Lu Hong shelter. While they were fighting over it, two supercars suddenly drove up, and someone immediately blocked them. The moment the man saw the Bugatti and Lamborghini, his eyes lit up. He assumed Chun Imo had just stolen them in Shanghai, then felt a pang of regret. Shame it's the frozen plane. Roads are too crappy. These things are just decoration. Still, he called out warmly. Brother, want to join our shelter? You've got some serious car stealing skills. No keys, and you can still drive it. Our Lu Hong shelter needs talent like you. Chun Imo, what do you mean stolen? I took these fair and square. Get the hell out of my way. Chun Imo didn't hold back. The man got annoyed. I invited you out of goodwill. Don't want to join, fine, but why the cursing? What if I curse at you? Chun Imo sneered. Are you going to move or not? The young man's face flushed red, and he barely choked back his anger. Damn it, move, I'll move. And with that he stepped aside. That actually caught Chun Imo off guard. He'd been about to have Big Bull make a move. He gave a cold snort. Smart enough. Otherwise I'd have taken you out in a heartbeat. He floored it. Big Bull's engine roared, and he sped off. The young man spat on the ground in fury. What's so great about him? He just stole a car. I'll steal one too later. Just then, a middle-aged, burly construction worker type walked over and said sourly, Move the goods first. The big shelters are almost here. Don't let them clean out the stuff and take us all out along with it. Only then did the young man remember Lone Wolf and Sirius were about to arrive, and he hurriedly called everyone to grab the loot. Chun Mo's group of three wove through in their supercars and soon found a subway station, its sign reading Line 2. Boss, there's one here. No need to tell me. I see it. Chun Imo gave the order directly. Big Bull, Wei Long, charge in. The two supercars roared excitedly and plunged straight down. The sight startled the Lu Hong shelter people not far off. Holy crap, where'd that guy go? His car must have lost control. Lu Hong frowned, assuming Chun Imo had crashed, and sent his underling Yi Xiaodian to lead some people over to check. Little did they know Chun Imo had already driven into the subway station. There was actually a backup power supply still keeping it lit and bright inside. The two supercars easily smashed straight through the security checkpoints and drove all the way to the platform. Getting out of the car, Chun Imo paused. The temperature here was decent, -30, warmer than outside, but the protective barriers along the tracks were mostly broken. Imo, doesn't look like there's a subway train here, Jin Ming said. That's normal. Chen Wushuang walked over. This isn't a starting or terminal station, just an ordinary stop. It makes sense there's no train parked here. Chun Imo nodded and pointed off toward the darkness at the far end of the tracks. Then let's just follow this line and keep going. See if we can find one. The two women got in the car, and they drove into the tunnel along the rails. Big Bull and Wei Long crashed through the barriers with a bang and tore along hugging the ground, striking an absolutely awesome pose. Too bad no one was there to see it. It was pitch black inside the tunnel, so they had to keep the headlights on. Watching the scenery whip past on both sides, Chun Imo was a little exasperated. Can you drive a little slower? Aren't you afraid of getting us all killed? Haha, understood, boss. Big Bull dropped from 200 kilometers per hour straight down to 80. With the speed cut, Chun Mo got his first clear look at the underground tracks, a cramped space, just enough for two subway trains side by side. Luckily, there were occasional ventilation shafts, so they wouldn't run out of air. But after driving 3 or 4 kilometers straight and passing 2 stations, there was still no sign of a subway train. Chun Mo couldn't help questioning his life choices. Don't tell me there won't be one all the way to the end. Just as he was muttering, BM, rounding a bend, a figure suddenly darted out ahead. Chun Mo's pupils shrank. Careful, there's someone. But it was too late. Big Bull simply couldn't brake in time. With a bang, it sent the figure flying and slammed it hard into the concrete wall, shattering it into pieces across the ground. Ah, Big Bull, you killed someone. Jin Ming screamed. That's not right. After the emergency stop, Chun Mo sensed something was off. How would there be a living person down here? He got out to look. Well, would you look at that? The thing on the ground was withered and rotten all over, torn into pieces by the impact, yet still twitching feebly, with 10 pieces of charcoal scattered beside it. It's a zombie. Chun Mo was speechless. He casually picked up the charcoal and put it in his backpack, then made a gesture to the two women. It's fine, just a zombie. Chun Wushuang ran over to look and let out a breath of relief. But then a problem occurred to her. How is there still a zombie down here that can move? That question reminded Chun Mo. He instinctively looked toward the dark far end of the tracks, and his heart skipped. Right, everything up top froze into popsicles. Why isn't the one down here frozen? Suddenly his expression changed. Could it be that the ones up top were only a fraction, and that far more zombies were hiding down here in the higher temperatures underground? The words had barely formed. Roar. From the unseen darkness deep in the tunnel came a raspy zombie howl. Then a zombie came stumbling out from the far end, followed by a second, a third, and soon they came swarming in groups of 3 and 5. The moment they saw Chun Mo's group of 3, their once ashen, lightless eyeballs eerily lit up, and they excitedly began to pick up speed, charging in. Damn it, Chun Mo swore. We just barreled straight into the zombies' home base. That was right. This was the zombies' home base. It was simply too cold up on the surface of the Shanghai ruins, and to survive, those zombies had instinctively burrowed toward warmer places. And these subway tracks had become their ideal den. No wonder there were hardly any zombies up top. Turns out they were all hiding down here. Watching the zombies gather in ever greater numbers in the darkness, Chun Mo finally understood. Boss, what do we do? They're charging at us. It was Chun Wushuang's first time seeing anything like this. There were at least a few dozen zombies around them, and more kept pouring out from deep in the tunnel. The instant they spotted Chun Mo's group, their listless demeanor changed in a flash. Like starving people spotting a table laden with a feast, they revealed a bloodthirsty excitement and lunged forward faster, howling. This time, though, Chun Mo had no intention of backing off. Instead, he let out a cold little smile. Perfect, he was still short on attribute entries, and taking out a wave like this would give him a nice power boost on the side. Get in the car, we'll just plow straight through. Big Bull and Wei Long had been itching to go for a while. The moment the three of them got in, with a roar, the blue Bugatti Veyron took the lead. Without even transforming, it just formed a laser cannon on its roof with a series of clanks. Pew pew pew, charging forward while firing at high speed. It turned every zombie that lunged at it into Swiss cheese. Big Bull followed right behind with a deep engine roar. You're still driving forward, dude? Even though Chun Wushuang knew how formidable these mechanical life forms were, staring at that pitch-black far end of the tracks still drained the color from her pretty face, and she instinctively gripped the handhold. There might be even more zombies up ahead, but Chun Mo was perfectly calm. We've come this far. There's no reason to turn back now. Push a little further, and maybe we'll find the subway train we're after. And so, a hunt began inside the tunnel. The two supercars barreled through, and everywhere they passed, zombies were blasted into a bloody mist, with all sorts of items popping out on the ground from time to time. Chun Mo didn't have the spare attention to look closely. He just swept it all up. That was the perk of reaching level 5. He'd gained auto pickup. Even with the shelter nowhere near, as long as there was space in his backpack, any resources he killed and that dropped nearby would automatically get collected. This left the zombies utterly bewildered. They hadn't fed on fresh flesh and blood in a long time, and had assumed they'd get a good, satisfying chomp this time. Who knew the enemy's firepower would be this fierce? Before they could even get close, their companions beside them were riddled full of holes. The few arrogant zombies at the front watched their brethren fall one after another and panicked, letting out terrified howls as they tried to flee. But Wei Long was too fast, firing its cannon while it charged, and letting out a grating, freakish cry. "Ha! Come on! Come on! Today I'm gonna blast every one of you into a bloody mist." To Chun Wushuang's surprise, these zombies actually started to run. A few level 3 zombies even threw their heads back and roared, their whole bearing like they were shouting, "Run, brothers. Let the old ones and the little ones go first." And sure enough, a crowd of old and weak zombies really did start to retreat. But the tunnel was too narrow, there was no room to run. The more they crammed, the more chaotic it got, and any that fell were trampled to pieces by their own kind on the spot. The few level 3 zombies in the lead were so frantic they were roaring and directing traffic, and one even tried to cover the rear, a hulk of a thing, all corded muscle, roaring as it moved to take on the supercar head-on. Screw you. Wei Long couldn't even be bothered to dodge. Half of one will clanked and transformed into a mechanical arm, grabbed that zombie, and flung it against the wall, smashing it to bits. One more cannon blast, and it was blown clean out of existence on the spot. Nearby, a level 4 zombie saw this and let out an anguished howl, wanting to charge in, but several level 3 zombies held it back for dear life, jabbering something, probably along the lines of "as long as we're alive, there's always another chance," as they dragged it around and fled. That scene left Chen Wushuang and Jian Ming dumbstruck. Good grief, are these even zombies? They can actually communicate? How did the two of us end up looking like the villains here? Jian Ming couldn't help but grumble. But Chun Mo saw it clearly. Villains? Give me a break. That's just because our firepower's overwhelming. Send an ordinary survivor in here to try it, and they'd get eaten clean in a heartbeat. The moment he said it, Jian Ming snapped out of it and figured he was absolutely right. What good stuff have zombies ever had? So she joined in, shouting, "Wei Long, run them down, crush them hard for me." Hearing that, Wei Long got even more fired up, going full throttle, its laser cannon sweeping across like ammo was free. In under 3 minutes, nearly 1,000 zombies were wiped out, and Chun Mo's backpack was almost full to bursting. Finally, as they charged out of the last stretch of track, the 2 supercars drifted stylishly to a stop on a platform. The 3 of them had barely breathed a sigh of relief. We finally made it out. When they looked up and saw a train sitting at the far end of the tracks. 8 cars linked into one, a full 140 meters long. Only it was already battered beyond recognition. "It's a subway train," Jian Ming cried out excitedly. She hadn't expected there to really be one here, but she quickly frowned. This train looks pretty badly wrecked. Chen Mo could see it too. It was a bullet-shaped subway train, 140 meters long. In normal times it would count as a first-class train. Too bad the zombies had trashed it so badly. The windows were shattered to pieces, glass shards scattered all over the floor, and there were still zombies staggering around inside. The very picture of scrap. This thing, is it even still usable? Even Chun Mo was starting to question his life choices. But then he reconsidered. Finding a subway train wasn't easy, and looking around, there probably wasn't a second one in this whole area. Even if it's a battle-damaged version, I've got to find a way to fix it up. It was a scavenger, after all. Who wouldn't want a giant pet like that? Once his mind was made up, Chun Mo didn't dawdle. He stepped forward and tossed out a spark energy, trying to activate it. The instant it made contact, that train was engulfed in a beam of blue light, and then transforming metal kept sprouting out with a series of clanks, rapidly reworking the entire body. The sight left Chen Wushuang and Jian Ming wide-eyed. Whoa, that's so cool. It was like alien tech. Boss's attribute was seriously overpowered. No wonder he had so many terrifying big guys under his command. It was just that this big hulk activated a bit slowly. But the commotion had long since alerted the nearby zombies. Big Bull and Wei Long were already itching for it, gearing up for another fight. But this time they'd overthought it, because the first thing to come charging out wasn't a zombie, but that still-forming subway train. Roar! Before everyone's eyes, at a speed visible to the naked eye, It transformed into a nearly 6-meter-tall steel beast covered in metal gears, its internal structure just like a tunnel-boring machine. The instant it emerged, its 100-plus-meter body whipped out like a giant dragon rolling across the ground. Everywhere it passed, the zombies that still wanted to feed were instantly dumbfounded. Over 100 of them were crushed into paste. Its body slammed into a pillar, the concrete shattered in an instant, the rebar inside was bent, and a whole section of the ceiling caved in with it. The entire subway entrance seemed about to collapse. Holy crap! Chun Wushuang and Jian Ming were absolutely stunned, gazing up at that 100-plus-meter-long terrifying mechanical creature. What kind of monster is this? But Chun Mo recognized it. It's Scavenger. That was right. This thing was almost identical to Scorponok, the scavenger from the movie Transformers. So imposing. 6 meters tall, over 100 meters long, with that tunnel-boring machine body. Digging through the earth was as easy as drinking water for it. This wasn't a subway train at all. It was a man-eating, boring machine. Chun Mo glanced at its stats. Strength 10,000, defense 8,000, agility 2,000, firepower loadout 3,000. That strength was practically a match for the 1,000-ton king. The one thing lacking was firepower, only 3,000, about on par with Big Bull and the others. But this thing won out on sheer size, over 100 meters long. Just imagine a big guy like this rolling into a zombie frenzy. What kind of tide could hold up against it? After the big guy had crushed a ring of zombies and nearly toppled the subway station, it turned that mechanical head. No visible eyes, just a big mouth glowing red, while 4 tentacles as thick as a person's height whipped around it. Those digging tentacles were packed with countless tiny gears. No wonder it could bore through the earth. But when it saw Chun Mo, it was unexpectedly meek, letting its head droop and slamming it against the ground with a boom, trying its best to make a gentle sound, as if to show goodwill. Not bad, not bad. Chun Mo was overjoyed. Though it was still a little battered, that was no big deal. He could just patch it up later. He reached up and patted that big head, its chin, really, and said, "From today on, your name is Scavenger." Roar. The big guy answered docilely. That scene left the 2 women utterly stupefied. They'd never in their wildest dreams imagined that activating a subway train could produce something this terrifying. All right, Chun Mo wasn't about to waste time. Let's get up top first. The 2 women nodded blankly and followed him into the car, and the 2 supercars sped off toward the exit. As for Scavenger, thanks to the information sharing between the Decepticons, it raised its head slightly and abruptly bored down into the earth. The hard ground split open in an instant, and it followed along the tracks, tearing after them with plenty of destructive force. Its boring kicked up such a commotion that the moment it surfaced, it nearly leveled the whole subway entrance. The ground shook, and a huge crater suddenly burst open from below. As luck would have it, several survivors nearby who were hauling supplies happened to catch sight of it. They stopped what they were doing, one and all, and stared wide-eyed at this colossal thing that had suddenly appeared and vanished, half convinced they were seeing things. Holy crap, what was that thing? Did you see it? It looked like a monster. No, it was a mechanical monster. At those words, everyone's back went cold. This frozen plane was already absurd enough. Zombies and mutant creatures aside, now a city ruins had suddenly popped up. They didn't believe for a second that the plane would be kind enough to hand things over for free. There's definitely something else hidden here. The group assumed Scavenger was some native monster and, scared, hurriedly urged one another on. Don't just stand there. Finish hauling, and let's get out of here. They were only a level 5 shelter. They didn't dare linger. If they'd known this was a survivor's pet, they'd probably have cried with envy. We're all players, so how come you get to cheat? Chun Mo, meanwhile, still didn't know Scavenger had put on a show, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. After all, it was hardly his only one. At that moment, he was charging out of the subway entrance with Chun Wushuang and Jian Ming, planning to find his next target. But the moment they got out, they found the entire Shanghai ruins had already descended into chaos. Survivors killing one another over resources everywhere, wave after wave. Dozens of people fighting over every single spot. This block's mine. Someone who'd grabbed a street-side shop was so pleased he laughed out loud. There are even lighters, chicken feet, and pickled mustard greens inside. On another side, A survivor cut down 2 people in a row to seize a liquor and cigarette store, acting like a madman. Chen Imo had no interest in any of that. His target was still vehicles. He wanted to convert all 20-odd remaining spark energies as soon as possible. By then, would he really have any trouble swallowing all of Shanghai? So, grab away, grab away. It'll all be mine in the end anyway. But right then, a violent explosion boomed from the direction of the city center, startling quite a few people. What was that noise? Who's firing cannons over there? Some ran out to check. Chen Wushuang heard it too, but unlike the others, her pretty face lit up with delight instead, and she quickly turned to Chen Mo. Boss, that sounds like a tank. What a tank. Even Chen Mo was taken aback. How would there be a tank here? Are you sure? Definitely. Chen Wushuang was thrilled. She'd grown up in a military compound alongside her father since childhood, and she couldn't be more familiar with that sound. And it's a tiger tank. A tiger? Chen Mo's eyes lit up. If there really was one, activating it would be a great choice. He was exactly short on military weapon vehicles. Then, on top of the cannon fire, a savage howl came ripping through the air. It's a tyrant. This time it was Jian Ming who picked it out, saying in surprise, from the sound of it, no weaker than level 6. They weren't the only ones. Others heard it too, and their faces went pale. Holy crap, why is there a tyrant's roar too? What's going on in the city center? But Chen Mo paid none of that any mind. A tank and a tyrant. Now that was double good fortune. He made an instant decision. Come on, let's go check out the city center. Big Bull and Wei Long's engines roared, and they sped off toward the center. The moment they arrived, sure enough, there was a tank with over 30 survivors beside it, most of them armed. Only their weapons were outdated flintlock rifles. Aside from that tiger tank, everything else was useless junk. And the leader turned out to be none other than Lin Xingyue of the Starlight Alliance. As it happened, Lin Xingyue had brought a squad to scavenge for supplies and had gotten lucky, finding this tiger tank. One of her people happened to be a discharged tank crewman, and to their surprise, when he gave it a try, it actually started up. She'd thought she'd struck it rich. Who knew the tank's commotion would be so great that it alerted a level 7 zombie tyrant hiding in the underground parking garage? The moment that thing emerged, it took out 7 or 8 of her people, and with one furious roar, it drew out every zombie sheltering from the cold in the various underground garages. A full several thousand of them. These 30-odd people were clearly well-trained, retreating in an orderly fashion behind the tank and their weapons. But fighting like this wasn't sustainable, and her people were being killed off one after another. Boss Lin, we can barely hold on. We've got to pull back now. One man said urgently. You think I need you to tell me that? Lin Xingyue's expression was grim. She hadn't expected to draw out a level 7 tyrant death god like this. This is the city center. Where do we retreat to? Are there any of our alliance bases nearby? Even a level 5 will do. Get them over here to hold off these zombies. Already notified, her underling said nervously. But the closest one's still 6 kilometers out. It'll take at least half an hour to get here. Half an hour was more than enough time for these zombies to tear them to shreds. Roar! Just then, that tyrant kicked a car aside and came charging over with a bearing that said it didn't care who anyone was, its gray-brown eyes full of ferocity, radiating pressure. Holy crap, it's coming, open fire. A few underlings hurriedly shot, but flintlock rifles were fine against ordinary zombies. Against a tyrant, they were useless. They couldn't even break through its defense. Throw the Molotov cocktails. Lin Xingyue ordered urgently. This was the easiest improvised weapon to make in the frozen plain era. A bottle, some alcohol, and a flame, burning over a wide area, very effective against zombies. A dozen-plus underlings hurled Molotovs in unison, and they burst with a series of bangs, the flames rushing at that tyrant. But they'd still underestimated a level 7 tyrant. The thing was completely unharmed. It patted the flames off itself, kept lumbering forward with heavy steps, and with a furious roar charged in. In one leap, it seized 2 underlings and crushed them into meat patties with a splat. Holy crap! The others were scared out of their wits and tried to flee, but that tyrant was like a wolf among sheep, leaping through the air one after another, wiping out whoever it saw. It was about to pounce on Lin Xingyue, hiding behind the tank. Boom! At the critical moment, a beam of blue energy erupted with terrifying force, striking the tyrant dead on and blasting the thing, so arrogant just a second ago, flying, slamming into the rubble with a deafening crash. Everyone turned to look and saw a black Lamborghini and Chun Mo, who'd just gotten out. Clearly, that terrifying blue light had come from the car. Holy crap, what is that thing? How's it so powerful? It's you, Chun Mo. Lin Xingyue recognized him at a glance. First shocked, then her pretty face lit up with delight. She'd actually assumed this guy had a secret crush on her and had followed her here. Too bad she was reading too much into it. Chun Mo hadn't come to save her at all. He was here for the tiger tank. The moment he got out of the car, his gaze was firmly glued to the tank. In Transformers, there was also a tiger tank Decepticon called Brawl, and though he'd been taken out by the Autobots in the end, his firepower was truly fierce, far stronger than a car-type vehicle. It had its downsides, but on this zombie-infested frozen plain, it would absolutely be a devastating weapon. Over there, the tyrant had had half its body blown apart, gray-black blood gushing out, yet it still ferociously lunged at Chun Mo, clearly not expecting anyone would dare to ambush it. But before it could get close, boom. The Lamborghini fired another shot, the blue light striking dead on, and the level 7 tyrant exploded into a bloody mist on the spot, raining down a gray shower of blood. HSS, holy crap. The whole crowd sucked in a cold breath, horrified. This guy one-shot a level 7 tyrant. Are you kidding me? Are we even playing the same game? You must be cheating. Only now did Lin Xingyue vaguely understand. No wonder this guy had so many supplies. The rumors at the exchange were probably true. He'd most likely taken an entire city ruins. Otherwise, where would all these plentiful goods come from? But now he'd come to Shanghai. Could it be he wanted to swallow this place too? Before she could think it over, the 2,000 or 3,000 zombies around them, no longer held in check by the tyrant, came surging in even more madly. But the next second, boom. The ground at the intersection abruptly collapsed, and accompanied by a grating grinding of gears, Scavenger bored up out of the earth. It was so enormous that its body hadn't fully emerged, yet its 5-meter diameter head raised high already brought an incomparable death-like pressure. Roar! Without hesitation, it dove down with a slam, then went into a death roll. Everywhere it passed, 30% of the zombies were ground away, one wave killing over 1,000. The entire wide intersection was crushed into chaos and rubble by it, and the ruined buildings only added insult to injury. The walls were like paper, crumbling at a touch. What the hell is that thing? Is this even the frozen plain anymore? The remaining survivors were completely stupefied. Scavenger couldn't be bothered with these ants. It just twisted its body and madly plowed everything flat, and with each drop of its body it crushed dozens to death, easily killing another 1,000 or 2,000. When it came down to it, the large Decepticons really were the most effective. Even Chun Mo was quite satisfied. It might not be good for other things, but for sheer destructive power it was absolutely top tier, and clearing out zombies was all about destructive power. At this, even those death-defying zombies were afraid. The ones with a bit of a brain hurriedly directed a retreat. Stay any longer, and they'd all die here. The rest could no longer hold on, and fled madly like a receding tide. Scavenger wanted to give chase, but Chun Mo stopped it. Don't chase any further, and this perfectly good city center would be completely destroyed. And who knew? There might be other good vehicles hidden here. Under the crowd's stunned gaze, this mechanical beast that had been so ferocious a moment ago turned out to be as docile as a puppy. It turned around, raised its body high, and abruptly sank down, boring back into the earth with a rumble. The whole city center shook as if it were being blasted apart. Only after Scavenger had gone far did Lin Xingyue, gazing at the devastated intersection, finally snap out of it. She now fully understood why Chun Mo could get his hands on so many supplies. With a terrifying beast like that at his side, what city ruins could he possibly fail to take? Coming to her senses, she rushed over to thank him first thing, her slender waist bending gracefully. Thank you for saving me, Chun Mo. Don't read too much into it. Chun Mo was perfectly calm, his gaze fixed only on the tank. I came for this. Only now did Lin Xingyue realize why he'd shown up here. It was the tank all along. Assuming Chun Mo wanted to arm himself, she kindly warned him. The tank's nice, but it's out of shells. A tank with no shells is no different from scrap metal. Shells. But Chinemo smiled. Did a Decepticon need shells? Of course not. He couldn't be bothered to explain, and just said, just because this thing's useless to you doesn't mean it's useless to me. All right. Though Lin Xingyue didn't understand, she respected it, assuming he had some other way to get shells, and simply nodded. Since you need it, take it. After all, he had saved her life. She thought for a moment and added, if I run into any other military vehicles down the line, I'll give them all to you too. Consider it repayment for saving my life. As they were talking, a level 5 mobile base came rumbling over from a distance, shaped like a stretched version of the 100-ton king. A girl poked her head out and was startled by the wreckage all around. Whoa, this place got hit by missiles. Then she spotted Lin Xingyue at a glance. Boss Lin, are you all right? I'm fine. Lin Xingyue shook her head, led her people onto the base, and only then turned back to Chunemo. Come visit the Starlight Alliance anytime you're free. Contact me if you need anything. All right, off you go. Chunemo urged impatiently. Rejected so bluntly, Lin Xingyue felt a little awkward. Her whole life, whether by looks, figure, or family background, which of those wasn't top tier? This was the first time she'd run into a man who had no interest in her at all. But the more it went like this, the more it stirred something in her. And so, under the crowd's doubtful gaze, is this still that cold, aloof lady CEO? She still gave a slight smile. See you. And with that, she walked straight into the base. Actually, it wasn't that Chunemo had no interest in women. It was just that right now his eyes were all on the tank, that big toy. Come on. When you've already got supercars, could a woman's appeal to a man really compare to a tank's? Sorry, it really couldn't. Once that mobile base had slowly driven off, Chunemo finally set his sights on that tiger tank. Without hesitation, he tossed out a spark energy, eager to see his new member. Hum, boom. Accompanied by a violent tremor, that half-dead tank suddenly whirred with clanking gears, flipped over, and in the blink of an eye transformed into a nearly 8-meter-tall, incredibly muscular Decepticon, covered all over in weapons and ammunition. It was just that the moment it appeared it was a bit crazed. It immediately formed a massive Gatling gun and sprayed madly, rat-a-tat, firing as it bellowed. Damn it! What kind of hellhole is this? Where's the enemy? Where's the enemy? Chunemo. Well then, this sudden turn of events left even Chunemo stunned. At the critical moment, it felt a big bull. It clanked and transformed, becoming a 6-meter-tall steel giant in the blink of an eye, grabbed a scrapped car beside it, and swung it hard at the tank's head. Ha ha ha, brother, calm down. Bang, the car was smashed in two. Oh, that one blow snapped the tank a bit more awake. When its pair of blood-red mechanical eyes made out Chunemo before it, its pupils shrank sharply, and its entire attitude instantly changed, becoming utterly clear. Creator, mechanical life form, reporting to the honored creator. It turned out it had just been going toe-to-toe with the level 7 tyrant, and its mind hadn't caught up in time. When it activated, it thought it was still on the battlefield. Now that it had come to its senses and realized it had nearly hurt Boss by mistake, it flipped out on the spot, apologizing frantically. Handsome creator, please forgive my recklessness. Chunemo. No, seriously, what kinds of weirdos keep getting activated? He was genuinely a little dazed now. Take that earliest scout bird number 1. It didn't talk much, but at least it was obedient. Later ones like Big Bull, the Corvette, and the Aston Martin, even if they had a bit of personality, weren't this dopey. How is it that the further along I activate, the worse their brains get? But it didn't matter. Chunemo took one glance at this big guy's stats, and his irritation immediately vanished. Strength 8,000, Defense 8,000, Firepower loadout 8,000, Agility only 800. As for loyalty, absolutely loyal. Good grief, these stats looked downright bizarre. Strength, defense, and firepower were all maxed out, but the agility was pitifully low, worse than Big Pillar, practically able to compete with Digger Bull for who could run slower. This made Chunemo faintly suspect that the stats these mechanical life forms activated with probably had something to do with their original vehicle type. A tank was slow to begin with, so naturally what it activated into wouldn't be fast either. But then again, so what if it was a bit slow? The firepower was fierce. On this frozen plain, dozens of degrees below zero and infested with zombies. Firepower was exactly what you needed. As long as the firepower was brutal enough, what did lousy agility matter? Not to mention its loyalty was maxed out too. At that thought, Chun Imo stopped caring, waving his hand. All right, come back with me first. Yes, my great and mighty creator. The tank whirred with a round of gear turning and transformed back into a tank. Big Bull turned back into a supercar too. Before leaving, Chun Imo picked up every last resource that Scavenger had dropped clearing the field. Attribute entries, all sorts of odds and ends, not a single one missed. Then, engines roaring, the group swaggered off. That Tiger tank followed behind, barreling along the whole way, absolutely imposing. Soon, Chun Imo made it back to the shelter. At that moment, outside the shelter, Chun Wushuang and Jian Ming, bundled in thick down jackets, were waiting anxiously. Chun Imo had told the two of them to head back first while he went off alone to handle the tank business, and this wait had dragged on for ages. Both women's hearts were pounding, terrified something had gone wrong. Look, here he comes. Sharp-eyed Chen Wushuang was the first to spot that Tiger tank speeding across the ice field in the distance. Whoa, a tank! There really is one. The moment Jian Ming saw the colossal thing, she was so excited her eyes went wide. The two of them genuinely hadn't expected Boss to actually get his hands on a tank. There were plenty of mechanical members in the shelter, sure, but this was the first genuine war weapon. Wei Long beside them got interested too, clanking into a transformation and striking an especially flashy humanoid pose. It raised its arm cannon and fired 2 shots into the sky with a boom boom, letting out a freakish cry. The new members here. The moment Chun Imo got out of the car, Big Bull and the tank immediately transformed. Big Bull was 6 meters tall, and the tank a full 9 meters. Standing there, they radiated pressure. Wow, badass. Chen Wushuang and Jian Ming clicked their tongues in awe. They'd seen plenty of transformers, but a military vehicle build like this really carried a certain violent aesthetic. This thing, one look and you can tell it can really fight. Chen Wushuang couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Yeah, Chen Imo gave a smile that didn't reach his eyes. And it's really reckless too. Reckless? The two didn't get it. Chen Imo couldn't be bothered to explain. Counting his current members, the tank, Scavenger, plus the earlier Wei Long, Black Hawk, Big Bull, the Corvette, the Scout Bird, the Aston Martin, the Ferrari, Big Pillar, and Digger Bull, that made 11 in total. Honestly, this lineup was already quite formidable. But Chen Mo's appetite was far from satisfied. He wanted more, ideally 100 or so. By then, once the Nemesis was up and running, with Decepticons standing all over the Cybertronian megacity, just imagining the scene was a thrill. So he instructed them. Tomorrow you two keep looking for vehicles. The stronger the better. No problem. The two nodded repeatedly. They knew all too well what Chun Imo wanted these vehicles for. Oh right. Chen Wushuang suddenly remembered something. Today I noticed the survivors in the Shanghai ruins are more than 10 times the number there were this morning. Several large shelters have arrived. Oh, something stirred in Chun Mo's mind. I just got word, Chen Wushuang said, frowning. Serious, the Lone Wolf Base, Night Rose, the Skyblast Gang, and the Starlight Alliance. These 5 are discussing carving up the entire Shanghai ruins among themselves. When that happens, other survivors won't get a chance to come in. It turned out that around noon today, these several large shelters had already put out word that they intended to seize control of the Shanghai ruins. What I mean is, Chun Wushuang said, testing the waters, should we get a piece of the action too? The way she saw it, Chun Mo's shelter had few people, 5 at most, counting every last one, but with 11 Decepticons backing him up, he was more than qualified to grab a share. Carve it up? But Chen Imo smiled. Honestly, he'd never been in the habit of sharing things with others. Still, this was a good opportunity. Since they're gathering together tomorrow, that makes it even easier. Chen Imo looked up at the two of them. Tomorrow you and Jian Ming take 2 of the big guys and keep looking for vehicles. I'll handle that other business. Got it. Chen Wushuang's eyes lit up. One listened and she understood Boss was about to make his move. Early the next morning, which was the 3rd day of the blizzard, the temperature was still 50 below. Jian Ming and Chen Wushuang set out first thing with Wei Long to look for vehicles. And Chun Imo, who'd loaded himself up with max stats, wasn't idle either. Yesterday, Scavenger, Big Bull, and the others had killed nearly 3,000 zombies altogether, dropping roughly 1,800 attribute entries. After giving each of the women 120 to boost them to 5 times their own strength, Chun Imo added all the remaining 1,300 to himself. Ding! Congratulations! You've successfully allocated 1,300 points. As the prompt sounded, Chun Imo felt a terrifying power surge up inside him, so violently he nearly couldn't withstand it. Holy crap, this hurts so much. The intense pain broke him out in a sweat all over, and he could clearly see his arms and abdomen slowly taking on perfectly defined muscle, as if he could tear a bull apart with his bare hands. This agony went on for quite a while, and when the pain finally faded, it was replaced by an incomparable sense of explosive power. Phew! Chun Imo braced his hands on the ground, panting heavily, the red light in his eyes gradually fading. His shirt was soaked with sweat, yet he felt more refreshed than ever. Just then, Jian Yao happened to come in. She'd meant to ask when they'd set out for Shanghai, but the moment she walked through the door, she caught this scene and couldn't help swallowing hard, her little heart pounding wildly. "Moi." She stepped closer, wanting to say something, but Chin Mo was perfectly calm. He stood up and changed his shirt. "Business first, we'll talk later." Watching him walk out without looking back, Jian Yao stamped her foot in frustration, but there was nothing she could do, so she could only follow along with quick little steps. Meanwhile, the Shanghai city center had already descended into utter chaos. Nearly all the major factions had arrived, and large-scale slaughter and land grabbing were playing out. The Skyblast Gang, the Starlight Alliance, Night Rose, Sirius, the Lone Wolf Base. The lowest of these 5 was level 8, some even level 9. Together with their affiliated smaller shelters, their combined headcount was already approaching 10,000. What kind of concept is 10,000 people? You have to understand, the entire frozen plain only had about 280,000 people left. These 5 alone accounted for nearly 1/30th of that. From this you could see just how terrifying these shelters' power was. At that moment, the heads of the 5 were gathered together to negotiate, each with nearly 1,000 troops at their backs. The Skyblast Gang's Wang Zheyin, the Starlight Alliance's Lin Xingyue, Night Rose's Pei Shi, the Lone Wolf Base's Lone Wolf, and the Sirius Base's Wolf King. The first to speak was the Wolf King. This man was bald, all corded muscle, with a fierce look in his eye. Just from the size of those muscles, you could tell he'd eaten no shortage of attribute entries. Haha, my demand is simple. The Wolf King propped up a leg. Since none of us has the ability to swallow this place alone, we might as well split it evenly. I had someone roughly estimate it. The Shanghai ruins is about 1,500 square kilometers. 5 families, 300 square kilometers each, east, south, west, north, and center. Each of us picks a section. How about it? Then I want the west. Before he'd even finished, the one-eyed lone wolf cut in first, his tone overbearing. The west. Pei Shi, who'd been silent all along, suddenly sneered. The west has the ruins of the Shanghai Armed Police Corps headquarters. It's full of firearms and weapons. Give you that block, and you'd be making out like a bandit. It turned out Pei Shi had sent people to scout it out yesterday afternoon. The armed police headquarters didn't have heavy weapons, but in this era full of cold weapons, with maybe a few beat-up World War II guns at most. Even getting your hands on a few sniper rifles or a couple pieces of anti-tank equipment would be enough to give everyone else a serious headache. So she'd sent people to seize it first thing, only to run into Lone Wolf's men. The two groups had fought, and it was still a stalemate right now. At those words, Lone Wolf slammed the table and shot to his feet. "You bitch. I was wondering how so many people showed up before I'd even made my move this morning. So it was all you. What? You've got your eye on the West District too." Obviously, Pei Shi's voice was cold. With that many weapons, who wouldn't want them? Just as the two were about to come to blows, Wang Zheyin, who hadn't said a word, grew displeased. This Wang Zheyin was different from everyone present. He wasn't a discharged Special Forces soldier, wasn't an ex-con released from prison, and certainly wasn't some big CEO. Plainly put, he was just an ordinary gaming shut-in. But it was exactly this normally ordinary man who, relying on his experience, strategies, and resource hoarding from apocalypse survival games, had pulled way ahead of the pack and become the #1 power on the entire frozen plain. He stepped forward to play peacemaker. It's just a few guns, right? If everyone wants them, split them evenly. What's there to argue about? Lone Wolf, you want the West District, don't you? It's yours. Just carve out the armed police headquarters block and split that separately. Problem solved, isn't it? Screw that. Lone Wolf sneered, his eyes fixed viciously on Wang Zheyin. Easy for you to say. I came specifically for the armed police headquarters. The West District's a desolate dump. Other than the weapons, what would I want it for? Exactly. The Wolf King also spoke up slowly. If the weapons get split evenly, then I'd rather have the city center. It's the most prosperous, most resource-rich area. Hold on. Lin Xingyue raised an eyebrow. The city center. Sorry, I want it too. If you all want it, then I want it too. Peishi added. Damn it. Lone Wolf slammed the table again in fury. How are we supposed to negotiate like this? Everyone was eyeing the good spots. There was just no way to divide it. At this point, Wang Zheqian stepped up again, sweeping his gaze slowly across the group. I've got another idea. Each of the 5 sections has its pros and cons. Forcing an even split definitely won't be fair. How about we divide it by strength? By strength. Everyone was taken aback. That's right. Wang Zheqian nodded. My Skyblast gang ranks first, so by rights we pick first. Next is Night Rose, then the Starlight Alliance, Sirius, and the Lone Wolf base. This way it's hassle-free, no need to fight, everybody wins. Night Rose had no objection. Picking second, the resources wouldn't be much worse. But Lin Xingyue, the Wolf King, and Lone Wolf, those 3, weren't having it. Lone Wolf especially, his brows shooting up. Damn it, Wang Zheyin. So what you mean is you want me to pick the worst one? Oh, Wang Zheyin waved a hand, wearing a punchably smug smile. It's not that you want the worst one. It's that you only deserve the worst one. Lone Wolf. Holy crap, you're looking for a fight, aren't you? The pack of hardened bandits behind Lone Wolf, all released from prison, blew up on the spot. This bunch might be few in number, but when it came to fighting, they were genuinely vicious. The Skyblast gang side wasn't backing down either. Screw you, you think the Skyblast gang's afraid of you? We've got 3,000. You've only got 1,000. Let's see who beats who. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, Lin Xingyue couldn't sit still. She frowned and said in a low, heavy voice, Everyone settle down. You want to slaughter each other here and waste your forces for nothing, and let that pack of stragglers outside reap the benefits? Don't forget, there's still a commoner alliance out there recruiting troops, and they're close to a full 1,000 people. If they really get a seat at the table, then it's 5 families splitting into 6. At those words, everyone finally cooled down a bit. It was true. As impressive as the 5 families were, they couldn't ignore the tens of thousands of stragglers outside. If those really united, it'd be a real problem. But Lone Wolf still craned his neck stubbornly. Have me pick the worst one? No way in hell. More people doesn't mean you can fight. Damn it. This time Pei got angry too. This won't do. That won't do. Then you tell us how to divide it. This time, Lin Xingyue rose to her feet. Twisting her slender waist, she took a few steps, sweeping her alluring gaze across the 1,000-some people present, and only then spoke slowly. I say we go with Wang Zheqian's plan. Pick by ranking. The West District's the worst, so carve off another piece of the city center for Lone Wolf. Stop being so picky. Lone Wolf, you only just barely qualify for a seat at this table by sheer luck. Those words truly set Lone Wolf off, his face darkening. But Lin Xingyue wasn't rattled. Instead, she tossed out another line. I've got another suggestion. Oh, what suggestion? She gave a cold little smile, a flicker of killing intent in her eyes. The 4 of us join forces and wipe out the Lone Wolf base right now. That way the 5 sections only need to be split among 4 families. Wouldn't that be even better? The moment she said it, the Lone Wolf base side went green in the face. Good grief, this woman was truly ruthless. With a single sentence, she'd hoisted Lone Wolf right over the fire. You bitch, what garbage are you spouting? Yeah, is that any way to talk to our boss? Lone Wolf's men panicked. If the 4 major shelters really did team up to surround and wipe them out, the Lone Wolf base would have nothing to do but wait for death. And Pei Shi, who loved to fan the flames, sneered in agreement. That idea is actually not bad. We could give it a try. Pei Shi you. Lone Wolf's heart lurched, and he hurriedly turned to the Wolf King. Brother Wolf, Luckily, the Wolf King wasn't stupid. He understood perfectly well. If they really hauled off Lone Wolf as Lin Xingyue suggested, the next one to get ganged up on 3 against 1 might well be himself. In the end, it might come down to just 3 families splitting everything. So the Wolf King mused, the Lone Wolf base can't leave. 4 shares are nice, but 5 shares aren't much worse. There are plenty of supplies here. Then it's simple. Though somewhat disappointed, Lin Xingyue still gave a captivating smile. In that case, nothing more to discuss. We split it Wang Zhejian's way. No. Who'd have expected the Wolf King to shake his head? Lin Xingyue was displeased. What other ideas do you have? My idea is, before the Wolf King had finished, killing intent flashed in his eyes, and his whole body lunged at Lin Xingyue at incredible speed. Fortunately, Lin Xingyue was no pushover. She flashed aside abruptly and just barely dodged. With a boom, the Wolf King lunged into empty air. What's the meaning of this? Lin Xingyue snarled. The Wolf King gave a heh laugh. The meaning's simple. Your dad is the leader of the Starlight Alliance. You're just a proxy, not qualified to sit at this table at all. So the way I see it, the Starlight Alliance should just pull out. Brothers, go. It turned out this was his scheme all along. Lin Xingyue was the weakest, so clear her out first, and then the remaining territory could be split into 1 fewer share. Oh, good brother. The moment Lone Wolf saw someone taking the lead for him, he was overjoyed, and he too waved his hand grandly. Brothers, get her. Lock down Lin Xing. Damn it. Lin Xingyue's people panicked. They hadn't expected this bunch to turn hostile at the drop of a hat. But they weren't cowards either. Brothers, protect Boss Lin. Kill these scumbags. In an instant, 1,000-some people all charged out to fight. It left Wang Zhejian utterly baffled. The hell? 1 minute we're talking, the next we're fighting? But he wasn't stupid either, and he immediately called to his men. Everyone stay ready and watch how this plays out. Just as everyone assumed these families were going to fight it out to the bitter end. Boom. A terrifying beam of deadly icy light suddenly swept across from up high. That energy, laced with the breath of death and extreme cold, instantly drained the color from every face present. Quick, look out. Lone Wolf's men scrambled to dodge. But that energy beam was too fast. It sliced the entire city center battlefield clean apart, killing over 30 survivors on the spot. Holy crap. Everyone was scared out of their wits and looked toward the direction the icy light had come from. There, atop an 8-story building in the city center, stood a woman. A black bodycon dress, high heels, her faintly purple long hair pinned up, paired with a waist you could wrap your hands around, and black stockings. And on her shoulder, she boldly hoisted a beret. That single shot cowed everyone present. Then, this stunningly beautiful woman spoke, thoroughly displeased. Damn it. Grabbing what? Did you ask RMO first? Get the hell out, all of you. Everyone. This woman was gorgeous. Not just ordinary survivors. Even the several shelter bosses had never seen such a dazzling, spirited beauty. But more than her face, everyone's gaze was riveted on the gun in her hands. Holy crap, look, it's a Barrett. And it looks like it's golden quality. Someone recognized the Barrett anti-tank rifle and pointed at it, crying out in shock. You had to understand, golden quality weapons on the entire frozen plain could be counted on one hand. Anyone holding such a divine weapon should have made a name for themselves on the frozen plain by now. But that raised a question. Where had this woman come from? The several bosses were full of doubt. Even more absurd was that she'd actually dared to charge in here all alone. Who are you? The Wolf King said coldly. What? You want to share too? With just yourself? He gave a scornful snort. This woman clearly wasn't simple. For such a slender frame to fire a Barrett, she must have strengthened her body with attribute entries. But which of those present didn't have a few entries backing them up? No matter how strong you are. So what if you've got a golden weapon? The Wolf King sneered. We've got over 1,000 people here. You think you're qualified? Oh, is that so? Li Muyao gave a scornful smile. Then what about with these two added in? Rumble. The words had barely left her mouth when a great roar sounded simultaneously from the high-rises on all sides. 2 mechanical creatures with metal skeletons all over came climbing up from below. Their 6-meter-tall bodies stood up high, looking down from above, letting out a grating screech of metal. You're surrounded. Especially that brawl, a full 9 meters tall and covered all over with military weapons. The moment it showed itself, it scared everyone present half to death. Holy crap, what is that thing? Damn it, it's a monster. It's a mechanical creature. The several thousand people instantly fell into panic. Even the Wolf King, Wang Zhiyin, Pei Shi, Lin Xingyue, and Lone Wolf couldn't help but have their pupils shrink at the sight of the two mechanical beasts atop the high-rises. But it wasn't over. The next second, the earth began to tremble without warning. Everyone looked down at the ground beneath their feet and realized in alarm that something was about to burst out of the soil. Roar! With a thunderous boom, at the other end of the street, a mechanical beast a full 100+ meters long and covered all over in metal gears, Scavenger, suddenly bored up out of the ground and came sweeping toward them. The instant its 120-meter body appeared, the entire city center's ground shook. Survivors close to buildings had no time to react before the collapsing structures nearly buried them alive, sending them scrambling in terror to take cover. Holy crap, what is this thing now? Damn it. Is it a monster of the frozen plain? A crowd of survivors gazed at this steel behemoth, so shaken they were speechless, their eyes full of fear. Two transformers were absurd enough. Now here came a 100+ meter long thing too. This was more outrageous than a level 7 shelter. And the most absurd part was that after this colossal thing charged over, it actually climbed and coiled like a nimble giant snake, finally stopping at Li Muyao's feet and lifting her high into the air. Its enormous shadow blanketed the entire intersection. At this, the several thousand people were utterly dumbfounded. Standing atop Scavenger's head, buried on her shoulder, Li Muyao only now sneered. Now, do you still think I'm not qualified? Everyone. Holy crap, so smug, way too smug. This 100+ meter long mechanical beast lifting a person into the sky, paired with two transformers. The scene was downright badass. Who'd still dare fight you for anything? More to the point, how had the frozen plain never heard of a figure like this? Where on earth did this woman come from? And who's this MO she keeps mentioning? The several bosses knitted their brows. With just these three big guys, that was enough to sit firmly at the top of the frozen plain, yet they hadn't heard so much as a whisper. Only Lin Xingyue recognized where this woman came from, and murmured, "She's Chen Mo's woman." Chen Mo? Pei Shi, who was closest, gave a start, and for some reason the image of that young man she'd met last time surfaced in her mind. She couldn't help murmuring, "It's him?" Lin Xingyue was startled and turned to look at her. "You know Chen Mo too?" Pei Shi came to her senses and shook her head. "There are plenty of people named Chen Mo. I'm not sure it's the same one." She paused, then raised her eyes to the imposing Li Muyao, her voice grave. "But one thing's certain. If these big guys mean to fight us for Shanghai, then we probably don't stand a chance at all." How could Lin Xingyue not see it too? By now she finally understood completely. No wonder Chen Mo could get his hands on so many supplies to sell. What he relied on wasn't just one mechanical beast at all, but an entire terrifying legion. Never mind this era full of cold weapons. Even before the top-tier firepower of the modern world, it would probably be a match. Running into an opponent like this, how could they still fight for it? This guy had hidden himself far too deep. Clearly, the others had caught on too. After the brief shock, the several leaders immediately switched to ingratiating smiles. "Of course, someone like you absolutely qualifies." But Li Muyao gave a disdainful smile. "Since you qualify, then all of you get the hell out. Remember, from now on this place belongs to Chun. Withdraw from the Shanghai ruins immediately, and the farther the better. A pack of trash like you. You think you're fit to sit here discussing carving up Shanghai?" Everyone. Those words really stung. Good grief, if you want to hog it all, then hog it all. Why throw in the humiliation on top? God knows how many present ground their teeth in fury, itching to tear this woman apart on the spot. But they didn't dare, because three menacing behemoths were still standing around. As for these things, forget about them. Even a level 8 tyrant probably couldn't withstand them. Li Muyao wasn't just talking big either. Ever since she joined up with Chun Mo, she genuinely looked down on these so-called large shelters. That paltry handful of cold weapons in your hands. You think you're fit to go up against our Mo's Decepticons? A pack of trash with cold weapons, still putting on airs discussing dividing up territory here. You think you're fit? Get the hell out, All of you. She repeated it once more. At those words, more people boiled over, and some couldn't help but curse under their breath. Damn, what's so great about her? She just got lucky, that's all. But to everyone's surprise, the Skyblast gang side didn't say a word. Wang Jian stood up, left behind a single line, and simply led his people off. Boss. His 3,000 followers were all stunned, faces full of bewilderment. Wait, boss, we're really just leaving like this? There are so many supplies here. Wang Jian didn't even turn his head, but his voice brooked no argument. They've got to cheat. Can't beat it. Everyone. That was right. This was Wang Jian's principle. As a genuine gaming heavyweight, he could sweep all before him without spending a dime or paying to win. But he had one iron rule. Never go head-to-head with an opponent who's cheating. You ask how he knew the other side was cheating? Please, they'd whipped out a 120-meter-long mechanical beast. If that's not a cheat, what is? So retreat. Though his men looked at one another, heads full of question marks, they still chose to respect their boss. In a rush, 3,000 people withdrew, 2/5 of the crowd on the scene, in the blink of an eye. At this, the Wolf King and Lone Wolf were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Wang Zheyin to bolt so decisively. You had to understand, this Wang Zheyin also held a golden weapon. By rights, he could have put up a fight. But it still wasn't over. Night Rose's pay, she didn't waste a single word either, and led her people off. Lin Xingyue followed right behind. Hey, wait, you're all leaving? The Wolf King and Lone Wolf were completely bewildered, watching the great streams of people withdraw. They hurried forward to stop the two women. You're not going to put up a fight? There are still so many supplies here. Fight. Stopped in her tracks, Lin Xingyue gave the Wolf King a cold, sidelong glance. You and I still have a score to settle. We'll deal with it once we're out of Shanghai. Actually, regardless of the other side's combat power, Chen Imo had saved her life last time, and she had to give him this face no matter what. So before leaving, she turned her head and added a line to Li Muyao. Tell Chen Imo thank you for saving me last time. This time I won't fight you for it. With that, she led her men out in single file. Oh, hearing this, a flicker of interest crossed Li Muyao's cool, pretty face. Ooh, there's gossip to be had. Now only two groups remained on the scene, nearly 2,000 people. Li Muyao raised her eyes to the Wolf King and Lone Wolf. You too. You don't plan on leaving? Leave. The two exchanged a glance and gave a cold smile. So many supplies. Who could bear to leave? Lone Wolf craned his neck. Those were trash cobbled together from ordinary folks, but my crew's different. We're all people who came out of prison. There are even death row convicts here. You think we're afraid of dying? He meant to use his gang of desperados background to scare Li Muyao a little. After all, they had numbers. But before Li Muyao could even speak, Big Bull had already let out a round of freakish laughter, leaping down from a 20-plus meter rooftop. The electrified hook in its hand scraped down the entire building, sparks flying. The instant it landed, it clanked into a transformation and pulled out its energy arm cannon, letting out a deep mechanical voice. Since you don't want to leave, then none of you gets to leave. The words had barely left it when the arm cannon was already aimed at the Wolf King and Lone Wolf, blue energy light beginning to gather. Holy crap, the two's pupils shrank sharply, and without a second thought they flashed off to the side. With a boom, the blue light exploded where they'd stood, and a dozen-plus underlings who couldn't dodge in time were instantly vaporized. Amid their screams, they turned into a cloud of water vapor in the blink of an eye. The Wolf King, who'd narrowly escaped, felt his heart pound wildly, and he hurriedly raised a hand and shouted, "Hold on." Oh, Big Bull was surprisingly obliging and actually stopped. What else do you want to say? I have something more to say. The Wolf King panted, hands raised, edging out cautiously. What do you want to say? Big Bull had just this one flaw. It loved to show off. It had no idea it was being stalled for time. I want to say. The Wolf King, hands raised, suddenly sneered, cold light flashing in his eyes. They're here. Rumble, rumble. The words had barely landed when the earth began to tremble. Big Bull and Brawl looked up and saw, not far off, two mobile shelters, each a full 40-plus meters long, charging toward them at 20 kilometers per hour. It turned out this was the very moment the Wolf King had been waiting for. A sinister, vicious smile spread across his face. Can't beat you. Don't forget, I've still got my mobile bases. 40 meters long, made of pure metal. Even if you two are mechanical life forms, take one of these massive iron hunks head-on, and you might not withstand it. Haha, this was originally my trump card for dealing with the Skyblast gang. All steel construction. Even a tyrant that got run over would only meet its end. Seeing the two bases charge in, the Wolf King's calm returned, and he slowly lowered his raised hands. Didn't think you two would get the benefit of it today, but that's fine too. Kill you, and maybe I'll even score some good gear. Boom. Before he could finish, a beam of blue energy had already struck dead center on the furnace position of one of the level 6 mobile bases. That base was like it was made of paper. It exploded on the spot. Big Bull shook the energy cannon in its hand, then unhurriedly turned around and looked at the Wolf King with a face full of curiosity. What were you just saying? The Wolf King. Fast, way too fast. One shot, and a level 6 mobile base was wrecked. How many casualties there were? Nobody had any idea. And this big guy was staring right at him. What else could he possibly say? In the 50 below cold, the Wolf King's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. For the first time, he tasted despair and blurted out, I want to call the police. Right now he'd rather be hauled into prison than face this steel monster before him. But Li Muyao couldn't be bothered to waste breath on him. She'd come here with one goal, to take Shanghai. Mo said we came here to take Shanghai. Why yammer with him? Since they don't want to leave, then none of them gets to. Wipe them all out. With that, she hoisted the Barrett and fired another shot. Hey, got it. The two big guys didn't hold back either and went full firepower. Hum, boom, hum, boom. Blast after blast of blue energy exploded amid the crowd. Wang Zheyin and the others, who hadn't gotten far, heard the chain of explosions behind them, the ghastly screams, and scavengers' grating clank-clank of metal, and felt a chill rising from the depths of their hearts. Holy crap, looks like the Lone Wolf base and Sirius are about to meet their end here. Wang Zheyin didn't dare linger, quickening his pace. Move it, saving our own hides comes first. Yes, yes. At this moment his men admired their boss to the point of utter devotion. Boss really did have foresight. If they'd let a moment of impulse make them stay behind with the others, they'd most likely be dead now. At that thought, the crowd's retreating steps grew even faster. And so, a massacre went on for over a dozen minutes, and the entire city center was ravaged into a scene of utter devastation. Boom! At this point, Chen Mo came driving slowly out in a red and blue heavy-duty truck. Beneath the truck were enormous exhaust pipes and fuel tanks, thoroughly imposing, the spitting image of Optimus Prime from the movies. It was a Western Star 4900, found in an underground parking garage. Who knew which rich kid had bought it as a toy? After all, one of these cost over 10 million, so who'd actually use it to haul cargo? Chen Mo took one look and activated it on the spot. The moment Chen Mo and Jian Yao got out of the car, that quiet Western Star immediately clanked into a transformation. Amid the violent turning of gears, in the blink of an eye it became a nearly 10-meter-tall steel giant, the very image of Optimus Prime, standing steadily behind Chen Mo. Surveying this stretch of rubble that looked as if it had been carpet-bombed, Chen Mo asked, So, is it handled over here? Yeah. Li Muyao proudly reported her achievement. I drove them all off. Sirius and the Lone Wolf base didn't want to leave at first, but after I killed a few hundred of their people, they slunk off too. She paused, then added with some regret. Too bad that Lone Wolf and the Wolf King slipped away in the chaos. I didn't chase. You blockhead. Hearing this, Chen Mo's face went blank with exasperation. He gave her a look. Remember, next time you run into a situation like this, take out the leaders first. Leave the leaders alive, and they'd be trouble down the line. Oh, Li Muyao stuck out her tongue sheepishly, a world apart from the imposing, cool figure of a moment ago. Got it, I won't next time. Want me to send Big Bull after them now? No need. Chen Mo waved a hand. They'd have long since vanished by now, and he hadn't taken these two seriously in the least. He instructed, have Black Hawk patrol and seal off this area, notify Chun Wushuang's trade squad to come over, and gather up all the weapons in this ruins for me. Don't let anyone snatch a bargain. Ordinary folks had no real use for firearms anyway. Got it. The two women nodded and immediately went off to make their arrangements. Before long, Cartload after cartload of supplies was hauled over. They'd worked out a new method. First pick things up directly with the storage backpacks, then unload them all onto the trucks. Much simpler. Besides supplies, Chun Mo also saw plenty of weapons, all scavenged from the Shanghai Armed Police Corps headquarters. Infantry assault rifles, pistols, submachine guns, anti-material rifles, piled up all over the floor in a clatter. A rough count came to over 100. Any one of these things, thrown out onto the current frozen plain, could let a person live large. But now, they were all graciously accepted by Chinemo. By rights, the armed police headquarters shouldn't have had only these ordinary firearms. There should have been helicopters and armored vehicles too. But not a single one was to be found. Still, these were enough. Chun Mo stowed all the weapons in his backpack and started hauling them to the shelter, cartload by cartload. Soon, word spread that Chun Mo had taken the Shanghai city ruins, and the trade channel blew up. What? Holy crap, Chun Mo took the Shanghai ruins. Are you serious? He beat the Skyblast gang, Night Rose, and serious? You had to understand, those families combined came to nearly 10,000 people. It's only been a few days. Where'd he get so many people? Though many had heard Chun Mo's name, no one had imagined he could develop this outrageously in this stretch of time. Strong enough that even the 5 great shelters were no match. No matter what anyone said, they just couldn't quite believe it. But then someone in the know came out to spill the beans. Ugh, you all don't get it. He doesn't rely on numbers. He got 2 mechanical life forms from who knows where, plus a 100+ meter long mechanical beast. You tell me, who could beat him? What? The moment this was said, everyone sucked in a cold breath. 100+ meter mechanical beast? No wonder he could scare off the Skyblast gang and Night Rose. Turned out he had a trump card like that. I also heard Sirius and the Lone Wolf base were nearly wiped out to the last man. Huh? Wiped out. This time the channel exploded even harder. Those two combined had over 2,000 people. What good are 2,000 people? His 100+ meter mechanical beast. Even modern weapons might not pierce it, let alone cold weapons. Quite a few people who'd long found Sirius and the Lone Wolf base in Isor felt rather vindicated at this. Finally, someone had vented their frustrations for them. Of course, there were also sharper ones who'd already started private messaging Chinemo, their goal crystal clear, to join his shelter. How much safer to follow a big shot like this, especially since he was still short on people. In no time, all sorts of private messages stuffed Chinmo's inbox. Big bro, I just turned 18, I'm a college freshman. 1.7 meters tall, 50 kilos, can you let me join your shelter? Boss, need any underlings? I can also. It left Chinmo's forehead lined with dark streaks. Damn it, guys are jumping in on this too, go to hell. As for those claiming to be fair-skinned beauties, he had no interest either. The lessons from those online romances a few years back were still fresh in his memory. One of them had even dared to pass off a photo of a famous actress as her own. So he ignored them all. Over the next few days, Chinemo did nothing but sell goods. Chen Wushuang's squad handled clearing out the supplies, and in under 2 days they'd sold 12 million charcoal coins worth. That number even shocked Chen Wushuang. In the shelter, dressed in a black slip dress, she watched the charcoal coins climb rapidly and couldn't help looking up at Chen Mo. At this rate, if we sell all of Shanghai, we'd rake in 300 or 500 million, right? The whole frozen plain would be depending on us to feed them. You had to understand, the entire frozen plain now had only around 200,000 some people. With Shanghai supply volume, feeding these 200,000 some for a month would be no problem. We're basically invincible. The more she talked, the more excited her eyes grew. But Chun Mo, sipping iced tea and reclining in an aviation seat, was perfectly calm. You think this world only has these 200,000 some of us? Chen Wushuang paused. Mo, you mean? Chun Mo closed his eyes, resting them. These 200,000 some are just the survivors left from our sea city. But don't forget, our coordinates on the frozen plain have always started with the letter C. Who's to say there aren't Zone A, B, D, E, F, and all sorts of others? I don't believe for a second that the whole frozen plain is just the 3 million some people from our sea city who got teleported over. That's true too. Chen Wushuang nodded thoughtfully. Right. If this really were an apocalypse game like this, there was no way only one city would be teleported. And with even the Shanghai ruins being teleported over, if it were only Sea City, then where had the ruins' original people gone? There's only one possibility. Her eyes flickered. The others were teleported to different zones, and we just can't reach them yet. Shin Mo gave this beautiful CEO an approving glance. Quite clever. But this is all still just speculation. The pressing matter is to deal with the Shanghai ruins first and upgrade the shelter's level along the way. Understood. Chen Wushuang nodded repeatedly. Never mind whether there were other people. Stacking up more charcoal coins was never wrong anyway. So over the next few days, they went nowhere and just held down the shelter selling goods. Because Scavenger's single appearance last time had directly cowed those large shelters, no one dared set foot here right up until the last day of the blizzard. During this time, they sold roughly another 60 million charcoal coins worth, and combined with their earlier stock, they'd accumulated nearly 80 million in total. This absolutely enraged the top-tier shelters like the Lone Wolf Base and Sirius. 80 million. This had basically drained the entire frozen plains charcoal reserves. But there was nothing they could do. They couldn't beat him, so they could only watch Chen Mo monopolize the entire Shanghai ruins, wanting to cry but with no tears to shed. The one thing Chen Mo found regrettable was that for 7 days straight, not a single golden treasure chest had appeared, and he couldn't help grumbling that the drop rate was way too low. As for level 7 shelter blueprints, forget it. Though someone at the exchange did offer a purple one, to Chen Mo, who only cared for gold, it was utterly useless. But at least there were still plenty of zombies in the Shanghai ruins. On this final night, under Big Bull's lead, another wave of zombies was driven out, and amid Brawl's ferocious cannon fire, old and young alike, not a single one was left, all mowed down clean in the corners. Chen Mo obtained about 2,000 more attribute entries, and added 1,200 of them to himself. He glanced at his panel. All his stats had already reached 120 times an ordinary person's. What kind of concept was 120 times? Chen Mo figured that with one punch, even a level 8 zombie would be calling him daddy. At that thought, on a whim, he beckoned to Big Bull. Come, give me a shot. Big Bull, which had just wiped out the last batch of zombies, was dumbfounded, its blue mechanical eyes blinking. Boss, are you crazy? Damn it. When I tell you to fire, you fire. Chen Mo said impatiently. He wanted to test just how much of a beating his defense could take. Still, he added a line. Dial back the energy a bit. Don't go too hard. Oh, all right. Since the boss had spoken, Big Bull didn't hold back either, raising its energy cannon, blue light gathering in an instant. Chen Mo's pupil shrank, and he was about to shout, wait. Boom. That shot had already arrived, blasting Chen Mo straight into the rubble. This infuriated Brawl, which came rumbling forward and slammed an iron hammer down on Big Bull's head. Are you crazy? They tell you to fire, and you actually fire. Ouch, holy crap. Big Bull rubbed its head aggrievedly. I was just resolutely carrying out boss's orders. It hurriedly ran to the front of the rubble. Boss, are you okay? Cough, cough. Chen Mo crawled out of the rubble, most of his clothes torn to shreds, but he was fine, just with his face blackened by the blast. His defense hadn't broken this time, and Big Bull had held back too. Even so, it hurt enough to make him grit his teeth. After changing his clothes, he grumbled. You didn't pull your punches, did you? Big Bull scratched its head with a mechanical arm, not forgetting to flatter. Boss, with your current power, you could totally take on a level 8, or even higher level tyrant single-handedly. Oh, is that so? Hearing this, Chen Mo felt rather pleased inside. But before he could keep gloating, boom, accompanied by a violent blizzard tremor, as if the sky were falling and the earth splitting, the ground shook. Then, the system's cold prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! Tonight the second cataclysm is about to end. Congratulations to the survivors who made it. Starting tomorrow, temperatures will rise and a heavy fog will descend, in which zombies will be roaming. Please be sure to exercise caution. At the same time, at 8 a.m. tomorrow, the system will initiate merge mode. Frozen Plain Zone C will merge with the remaining 25 zones, and all shelters will be re-ranked. 2 days after the merge, a new frozen ruins will open. Exploring it can earn item and supply rewards. The coordinates will be announced at 8 a.m. Please make your preparations early. The string of prompts made Chun Mo, who was training, pause his arm, and his eyes lit up. Oh ho, the merge is coming this fast. Though he'd long guessed the frozen plain had more than just these people, he hadn't expected it to come so soon. But on second thought, it made sense. It had unknowingly been a full month surviving on the frozen plain, so a merge now was normal enough. At this point, Chun Wushuang, who'd heard the commotion, came jogging over, hands braced on her knees, panting. Imo, did you hear it? There's going to be a merge. Her expression was excited. Didn't think you'd actually call it. This time a total of 25 zones are coming. Who knows how many people they add up to all together? At a guess, the once arrogant Skyblast gang probably wouldn't even make the rankings this time. But Chun Mo didn't much care about any of that. We'll know tomorrow. He glanced outside. The last night's blizzard was already sweeping in like a sandstorm. To guard against mishaps, he said, "Get in the car first. We'll talk once we're back at base." And so, amid the roar of the heavy truck's engine, the Western Star took the lead and swiftly returned to base with Brawl and Big Bull. The moment they entered the base, all the vehicles drove into the garage. Even in the time it took to take off their coats, violent tremors were already coming from outside. Even a level 6 shelter swayed slightly in the blizzard. But it was only swaying. No cause for worry at all. The shelter's strength spoke for itself. The yellow light flickered, illuminating Chun Mo's muscular upper body, and it left several of the women flustered with wandering thoughts. Jianming forced herself to stay composed, but she couldn't tear her eyes away. Looks like tonight's blizzard is even stronger than before. Normal. Chun Mo took a sip of milk to rinse his mouth. The fog cataclysm last time already proved that. That million zombie frenzy, just recalling it now still sent a chill down the spine. This time the blizzard being a bit stronger stood to reason. But at least their level 6 shelter was tougher than a level 9's, so there was nothing to worry about. Seeing that it was getting late, Chun Mo waved a hand. Rest up first. We'll know how things stand first thing tomorrow. The women nodded obediently, but they weren't in a hurry to sleep. First they showered, then prepared a little late-night snack, bringing out the pre-cooked frozen sweet shrimp and salmon they'd found in the Shanghai ruins, and had a simple bite. Their mouths full of sweet freshness. Who'd have thought this was the apocalypse? They were living even more comfortably than in normal times. Following Mo was just too great. By the latter half of the night, Chun Mo found there was one more person beside him. It was Jian Yao, the little thing who'd been longing for this for days. Since she'd come to him on her own, Chun Mo naturally didn't stand on ceremony. By early the next morning, the blizzard outside had stopped, and the temperature was starting to rise. Chun Mo pulled back the curtains and saw a vast expanse of white fog outside. Unlike the gray fog from before, this time it was snow white, with much better visibility. He could probably make out about 20 meters ahead. Zombie howls came from the fog now and then. Clearly, with the 50 below cold now past, these frozen stiff things had regained their activity and begun staggering around the area. Chun Mo had deliberately left those frozen zombies uncleared before. After all, they were all attribute entries and resources. Now it worked out to his benefit. He directly summoned the storm gatlings. Rat-a-tat, a burst of dense firepower ran wild, and soon there was no more movement outside. Nothing was left but zombie corpses, dropped supplies, and entries. He picked up all the entries and resources, about 60 attribute entries, and added them to himself. Afterward, he opened the zone channel to check the situation. One look, and he wore a surprised expression. The current total population of the frozen plain had actually reached 10,250,000. In just one night, it added roughly 10 million people. Even Chun Mo was a little astonished. At this moment, the entire frozen plains channel completely blew up upon seeing the population count. Damn, 10 million people. That's more than the 300,000 some who were left before. Is this the merge? Which zone are you all from? I'm from Jinling. I'm from Shanqing. I'm from Linqing. Quite a few people reported their hometowns, clearly all from various places across the Dragon Nation. As one place name after another was called out, everyone gradually understood. Looks like it wasn't one city that got teleported, but a whole bunch of cities. Someone named Li Xiuwu said. But going by the frozen plains 26 zones now, The Dragon Nation has over 300 cities. There should be even more than this. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned grave. I'm guessing the whole Dragon Nation got teleported over. It's just that this merge is far from complete. There'll have to be at least one more merge. Clearly, many people had realized it. The merges were definitely more than a one-time thing. Looking at the shelter rankings again, because of the merge, each zone's rankings had changed dramatically. The once level 10 Skyblast gang had actually dropped to 7th place, replaced by an organization called Official, whose level had actually reached level 13. Level 13. This meant the base could hold roughly 10,000 people. Quite a few people were shocked to see this ranking. Holy crap, what's the deal with this Official? So impressive, level 13. The second place, Divine Cult, is only level 11. This is domination by a landslide. Even Chun Mo's brows knitted slightly. A level 13 base had no small number of people. You had to understand that with each level a shelter went up, the required materials nearly doubled. Even the lowest quality level 13 needed over 10,000 units of steel alone, no small figure. Of course, for himself it was nothing, but a shelter of nearly 10,000 people like this was indeed no simple matter. Further down the rankings, second place was Zone B's Divine Cult. Third was Zone E's Iron Blood Legion, and it wasn't until 7th place that you found the Skyblast gang, which had just reached level 10. As for Night Rose, it had fallen to 15th. But making the top 15 out of 10 million people was no small feat either. At this moment, in the Zone channel, everyone was still reeling at how terrifying this merge was. The various great shelters that were usually so arrogant and domineering couldn't even make the rankings in front of these 10 million people. Some bases had also begun recruiting people first thing. Divine Cult, we worship the divine. Now that everyone's been dragged into this game called the Frozen Plain, perhaps this is the divine's trial and punishment. If you want to survive, join us, the Divine Cult. Damn, those words immediately left a crowd of people speechless. What kind of time is this? How is there a pyramid scheme cult popping up? But the moment this was said, the Divine Cult's believers instantly exploded. How dare you? You actually disrespect the Heavenly Father. You should end your own life. That's right, the Heavenly Father has come to save the world. How can you all be so rude? Dense swarms of believers flooded the screen, enough to make one's scalp tingle. It's the apocalypse, and they've still whipped up a flock of believers. Who set this up? All right, enough arguing. At this point, someone from Official came out to speak. Now that everyone's been dragged into this game, there's only one way to survive. Work together with one heart, seek survival together, and build a true mobile city. Before the apocalypse, we were the Jinling Official Organization. Everyone is welcome to come to our base. We have firearms, we have equipment, and we can better defend against zombie assaults and the frozen cold of the blizzards. The moment those words came out, everyone suddenly understood. No wonder they'd leveled up so fast. It turned out to be an official organization. But even the Jinling officials couldn't buy anyone's cooperation now. Damn, so you're the government? Big deal? This is the Frozen Plain, not peacetime. Right, it's the apocalypse and you still want to boss me around? Then I'd have come to the apocalypse for nothing. I'd advise you to mind your own business, or you might get beaten down along with everyone else. Official. The moment those words came out, even the officials were dumbfounded. Wait, are today's survivors all this arrogant now? They don't even hold the government in any regard? But the officials were tactful enough and said no more. Don't kid yourself. This was the frozen world. 10,000 people seemed like a lot, but the entire frozen world had 10 million survivors. If they really provoked the crowd, and a dozen some high-level shelters teamed up, even the officials would have a hard time of it. So after eating this snub, they could only choose to stay silent. The scene left Chun Mo shaking his head. He'd discovered these large shelters were each more arrogant than the last. They'd even start a fight over a few disagreeable words. For instance, there was a shelter called the Black Tiger Alliance, ranked 6th in Zone D. The moment the zones merged, it set its sights on Zone C. Black Tiger Alliance. We're from Zone D. Didn't expect to be right on the edge of Zone C. Now we can have some fun. Survivors of Zone C, are you ready to welcome us Big Shots Hunt? The Skyblast gang, as Zone C's top dog, wasn't about to be outdone. Wang Jiayin, watch your mouth. We're all survivors. You'd best stay put in your own zone. Otherwise, I don't mind having a little scuffle with you. Oh, the Black Tiger Alliance got interested. Looks like your zone sees top dog. Interesting. What a coincidence. We just love invading other zones. Skyblast Gang, don't let me find your location, or you'll be in for a rough time. Just as Chun Mo was watching the show, the cockpit door was pushed open, and Chun Wushuang walked in. Mo, the zones have merged. Take a look at the zone channel. It's total chaos now, and there's even a level 13 shelter base. What do we do next? That was a level 13 base capable of holding over 10,000 people. Such a colossus had sprung up in just one short month. Chun Mo, however, couldn't care less. As long as they don't come after us, fine. But if they do, wipe them all out. He didn't care in the least who the other side was, or how many people they had. So what if you've got 10,000 people? Even fully armed modern soldiers couldn't withstand the ravaging of a dozen-plus Decepticons, let alone the 10,000 people on the frozen plain. Right now, what mattered most was finding more mechanical life-form vehicles and golden building blueprints, then selling off the entire Shanghai ruins to convert it into charcoal coins. Don't worry about anything else. We'll keep selling goods. 10 million people means selling a lot faster than 300,000. Chun Mo waved a hand. Also, since the zones just merged, put out a call and ask around. See if the other zones have any suitable vehicles. The bigger and stronger, the better. Buy them all up. By then, with a whole several hundred Decepticons, would he still have to worry about surviving on the frozen plain? Right. Chen Wushuang's eyes lit up, and she immediately understood. The more people, the more they'd earn. As long as they had money, would they ever fear failing to hold their ground? She agreed with a smile and headed out to have the underlings keep selling goods. Sure enough, because there were more people, the selling pace picked up quite a bit. On just the first day of the merge, plus the newly recruited survivors, Chen Wushuang's team already had over 50 people, and in a single day, they moved a full 20 million charcoal coins worth of goods. Added to the earlier 80 million, the total broke 100 million. This grand-scale operation left the original Zone C merchants, like Wu Di, dumbfounded. Selling like this right after the merge, weren't they afraid of dying? But Chen Wushuang couldn't care less. Set your sights on us? Heh, go take it up with my big brother's Decepticons. Besides selling goods, she also spent the whole day buying large vehicles at high prices, even military equipment. Luxury cars and pickups were easy to find, but the truly big items, mining hydraulic machines, trains, subways, were rare, let alone military weapons and helicopters. She hung out an offer all day and got nothing but small junk. But Chen Wushuang wasn't discouraged. If 1,000 wasn't enough, then 2,000. If 2,000 wasn't enough, then 4,000. She refused to believe she couldn't buy anything. This price shocked merchants in the other zones. Holy crap, 4,000 charcoal coins for one vehicle? Have they lost their minds? Even as they said this, some had already started scheming to buy low and sell high, pocketing the difference. While Chen Wushuang was busy moving goods, Chen Mo wasn't idle either. Taking advantage of the first day, even though there was a vast expanse of white fog outside, he still brought the Decepticons along to clear out nearby zombies and collect attribute entries. After all, boosting his own stats was never wrong, especially since the system had said there'd be even stronger tyrants and forbidden existences later. What he wanted was to be able to easily save himself even without relying on the Decepticons. Over the whole day, he racked up quite a few more entries. Though finding zombies in the heavy fog was a bit difficult, little by little it added up. 200 a day, and 10 days would be 50 times an ordinary person. Damn, someday it might just break 1,000, and then one punch could blow up a mobile city. Chun Mo mused happily, and only returned to base with Big Bull once night fell. He'd barely gotten out of the car when Li Muyao, who'd also gone out to collect resource chests, had already returned a step ahead of him. The moment she saw him, this girl, dressed in a look that perfectly captured the vibe of an apocalyptic gun goddess, excitedly threw herself into his arms and clung to him like a koala. Wow, Mo's back. How was the haul? Chun Mo asked, holding a pair of long legs. Li Muyao stuck out her tongue a bit awkwardly, looking as if she was afraid of getting scolded. Sorry, Mo, we searched resource chests all day and still didn't find a golden building entry. The drop rate on this thing is way too low. It's probably hard to find anywhere on the whole frozen plain. Chinemo could understand that. But before he could even comfort her, the little beauty pulled out a blueprint from her backpack that gave off a faint orange glow, waved it, and said regretfully, "Today I only found this one orange building blueprint, plus 2 purple weapons. Nothing else." Chinemo? The moment she said this, not to mention Jian Ming, who'd long gone numb from searching for chests, even Chinemo was shocked. "Wait, what do you mean only? You had to understand. Other people wandered around for a whole month, and plenty never even touched a single purple treasure chest. And here you are, 1 orange and 2 purples in a single day. You still think that's too few? Are you damn well cheating?" Ah. Li Muyao opened her beautiful big eyes and met his gaze with a face full of innocence. "Isn't this just standard operating procedure?" You had to understand, she'd picked up a golden resource chest the moment she landed, crouched at home for 2 weeks, and opened a red blueprint the moment she stepped out. She'd always assumed this was just the normal drop rate. Standard operating procedure. Chinemo was so exasperated he laughed. Of course, he wasn't angry at Li Muyao. It was just that comparing people to people could make you die of frustration. This woman was practically a chosen one. He even suspected she'd started the game with a luck system built in. But this worked out perfectly. Shun Imo tweaked her cute upturned nose with his hand and smiled. "In that case, from now on you'll specialize in collecting supplies." "Sure," Li Muyao readily agreed. Before, without transportation and with few chests, it was rough. But now, cycling through several hundred kilometers a day was child's play. She'd be picking up so much her hands would go numb. Shin Imo glanced at that orange blueprint. Berserk engine. After use, burning a bit more charcoal fire could boost speed to 120 kilometers per hour. Too bad it couldn't be upgraded. Despite the regret, an orange blueprint was pretty good. He put it away for later use. As for the other 2 purple weapons, one was an AWM sniper rifle, the other an energy bow and arrow. He stowed them all away too. "From now on, you're the collection captain. You don't have to do anything else. Just focus on picking up supplies." "No problem." Li Muyao nodded firmly. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Shun Imo opened the world channel and found the rankings had changed again. A high-level shelter had been wiped out. The channel had blown up, full of fights breaking out everywhere. After the merge, this had become the norm as everyone battled for territory. A shelter ranked 13th was completely wiped out overnight. Damn, the Girlsand shelter got wiped out. Wasn't it level 10? Even that got taken down. Who did it? It was the Black Tiger Alliance. The moment this was said, everyone sucked in a cold breath. The Black Tiger Alliance was Zone D's #1, always decisive and ruthless in battle, surviving specifically by plundering other bases' resources. Anyone in Zone D who didn't submit had been beaten to pieces by it. After the merge, they got even more vicious. They'd taken down even a top 15 shelter, and the Black Tiger Alliance itself had risen to 3rd off the back of it. And the Black Tiger Alliance was still trash-talking in the channel. "Haha, you little nobodies listen up. From now on I'm taking over Zone C. Anyone who wants to live, immediately become my subsidiary base, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless." Those words infuriated Wang Zhiyin, Pei Shi, and the others. "Pei Shi, you really think Zone C has no one? Lin Xingyue, if you want to take Zone C, you'd better have what it takes." But the Black Tiger Alliance's boss couldn't care less, and even got interested. 2 female shelter bosses. Lin Xingyue, Pei Shi, I've heard of you. Here's the deal. I'll give you a chance. If you're willing to be my subsidiary bases, I can let you stay, but the 2 of you have to sleep with me. Lin Xingyue, you're courting death. Black Tiger Alliance. Ooh, so you refuse? Then I've got no choice but to do it the hard way. You'd best watch out. Don't let me find out your coordinates. Haha. Just as everyone was trading verbal jabs, a prompt tone suddenly sounded across the frozen plain. Ding! The Ruins Military Zone relic has opened, located at C88. Interested survivors may head there, but note that you may very well encounter attacks from mutated creatures. Friendly reminder, there is also a golden resource treasure chest inside the relic, but it is guarded by a level 8 zombie tyrant. Please weigh your own strength thoroughly before making a decision. The moment this news came out, the entire frozen plain instantly blew up. Holy crap, a relic's opened? and it's a ruins military zone relic. Even Chun Mo, who'd been watching the show all along, was stunned for a moment, thinking he'd misread it. He hadn't expected that besides city ruins, a military zone relic would actually appear. A military zone relic. Put plainly, it was a military base. What was there most of inside? Firearms. He wasn't too interested in those assault rifles and submachine guns. But what if there were military vehicles? Main battle tanks, armored vehicles, self-propelled artillery, maybe even attack helicopters and fighter jets. If he could activate those, wouldn't he be invincible? At that thought, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Mo. Chen Wushuang got excited too. It's a military zone relic. There's definitely military vehicles inside. Even if most of them are wrecked and scrapped, as long as there are 3 or 5 good ones, we'll strike it rich. Exactly. Chen Mo nodded with a smile. He'd just been fretting over the lack of vehicles, and here it came. But glancing at the distance, 800 kilometers. It's a bit far. Chen Wushuang muttered. No matter. Chen Mo waved a hand, not treating it as anything. Driving the shelter over would of course be slow, and they'd get beaten to it. But don't forget, we still have Black Hawk. Right. Chen Wushuang smacked her forehead. How did I forget about it? With Black Hawk, we can get there in under an hour. What are we waiting for? Let's set off right away. Notify Li Muyao and the twins. We leave immediately. Chen Mo's side set off, but the others weren't idle either. Having been through 2 city ruins, everyone had tasted the sweetness. This time, it was outright a ruins military zone relic. Just from the name you knew there had to be a huge batch of military weapons inside. You had to understand, everyone's basic survival supplies were fine now, but to truly grow big and strong, you had to rely on weapons. And the odds of opening a chest and getting a high-end weapon were too low. There might not even be 1 in 10,000. Now it was different. The military zone relic had tanks, armored vehicles, and what if there were even attack helicopters? If someone really got their hands on those, they might just directly dominate an entire region. Who knew how many people were tempted? But some also noticed there was a level 8 tyrant inside. This thing could easily destroy a level 9 shelter. Ordinary folks who went would be torn to shreds in minutes. And even with weapons, they'd have no life left to use them. So quite a few began to hesitate. But top-tier shelters were different, especially the Black Tiger Alliance. Damn, so what if it's a level 8 tyrant? With so many good things inside, I'd risk it even against a level 10 tyrant. His base now had 3,000 people, so he wasn't afraid at all. As long as he could get the equipment, no matter how many people died, it'd be worth it. He immediately notified all his subsidiary bases to rush to C-88 at top speed. The other large shelters weren't about to be outdone either. The Iron Blood Legion, the Divine Cult, the White Tiger Alliance all rushed toward Zone C, and even declared, in this region, any base below level 8 clear out on your own. Don't wait for us to arrive and clean you up. A ruins military zone relic like this was too tempting, even more tempting than city ruins. Supplies could be looted, but modern firearms, this was the only chance to skyrocket. With these weapons, even a level 6 shelter could climb into the top 10. And they want us to leave? What are they thinking? Give it a shot. Your motorcycle might turn into a bicycle, but even with a level 8 tyrant, plenty of shelters were willing to take the gamble. In an instant, countless survivors surged madly toward Zone C. The most worried were people like Lin Xingyue, Wang Zheyan, and Pei Shi. They knew all too well that if this relic fell into the hands of the Black Tiger Alliance, which had been itching to swallow Zone C, they wouldn't stand a chance at all. Inside the Starlight Alliance base, Lin Xingyue stared at the blinking red dot on the map 600 kilometers away, then gritted her teeth. No matter what, we have to take it first. This is the key to whether we can wipe out the Black Tiger Alliance. An underling edged closer. Boss Lin, 600 kilometers. Driving the base over would take at least 2.5 days. That's too far. By the time they got there, it'd all be over. Lin Xingyue sneered. We're far, but others are farther. Though the Black Tiger Alliance borders Zone C, this location's toward the middle. We won't be too late getting there. She paused. Don't we have cars? Pass the word. Bring over 300 some people and rush there. With cars going 100 kilometers per hour, they'd arrive in 6 hours. And bring the retired soldiers. There might be heavy weapons inside, and we'll need someone who knows how to drive them off. Meanwhile, in a hidden canyon shrouded in heavy fog, the Wolf King, who'd been scared witless by Chun Mo, was hiding out and fretting over how to get his revenge. And then this ruins military zone base came along. Looking at the red dot on the map 500 some kilometers away, his eyes turned vicious. Brothers, our chance is here. Chun Mo's still at the Shanghai ruins right now, which is over 800 kilometers from the military zone. Unless he can fly a plane, there's no way he's faster than us. As long as we grab the weapons first, humph, then even those two big guys of his won't scare us anymore. Right? Get the weapons. Kill Chun Mo. The underlings were all flushed in the face, fists clenched tight. The Wolf King gave a sinister smile, waved his hand grandly, and set off with his men. But he'd overlooked one thing. Chun Mo really did have an attack helicopter. And right now, he was already about to arrive. That's right. Just as survivors across the entire frozen plain were rushing madly towards C-88, Chun Mo had already boarded the Black Hawk attack helicopter with 4 women, and from a bird's-eye view, could see the outline of that ruins military zone relic. About 30 kilometers away, a thick fog shrouded the area, faintly revealing the shape of the military zone relic, and most importantly, a big red coordinate marker floated above it. Hey, look. This was the first time Li Muyao and the others had ridden an attack helicopter, and it was somewhat thrilling. Seeing the red dot below, she said excitedly, "Mo, we're here, almost there. This fast." Chun Mo, who'd been resting his eyes, sneezed, opened his eyes, and rubbed his nose, feeling like someone was cursing him. Damn, who was being so nasty? The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the abandoned military base sprawling across several hundred acres in the heavy fog, and his eyes lit up. We're here already? If the other survivors heard this, they'd surely be furious enough to vomit blood. Out there in that primal world, the lucky ones scrounged up a car, picked up a bit of gasoline, and at best moved at the speed of one car. And here you were, directly rolling up in an attack helicopter. How could that even compare? As they approached the coordinates, Chun Mo reminded the 4 women, "Get ready, we're going down soon." The alert here mentions a tyrant, and there are surely plenty of ordinary zombies too. Check your weapons and ammo. Don't get grabbed the moment you land. Though even Jian Yao, the weakest now, had 8 times an ordinary person's stats, better safe than sorry. The 4 women also knew that this time, to beat everyone else there, none of the other Decepticons could keep up. The fastest would take 2 or 3 hours, so they had to rely on themselves. Li Muyao, shouldering the Barrett, smiled. "Don't worry. Even if there's a level 8 zombie, I can handle it." The Black Hawk slowly approached the relic and hovered at 30 meters. Li Muyao volunteered. "Boss, you all go down first. I'll do recon for you from up here. If there's danger, I can take it out in one shot." "All right." Chun Mo nodded, gesturing for the 3 women to slide down the rope, while he himself leapt straight down from 30 meters and landed steadily. "Let's go, follow me in." Chun Mo, gripping the Fire Phoenix Warblade, led the way, with Chun Wushuang, Jian Yao, and Jian Ming right behind him. The 4 of them formed a small squad and crept toward the relic. Passing through weeds taller than a person, visibility in the heavy fog was much better. Soon they crept up to the outside of a rusted base wall, and the sharp-eyed Chun Wushuang spotted the big iron gate at the entrance. But upon getting close, holy crap, why is it in English? The blue sign was densely covered with red English markings. "Do you recognize it?" Chun Mo turned and asked. Chun Wushuang got awkward. How could she admit her English was bad? Jian Ming wore an odd expression. "Sishuang, don't tell me you don't recognize it." Chun Wushuang wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and mumbled vaguely, "My eyesight's been bad lately." "TCH, if you don't know it, just say so." Jian Ming curled her lip, then pointed at the first line and read, "This should be restricted zone." Jian Yao hurriedly corrected her. "Doesn't this mean restrict? It's a restricted access area." The 2 sisters started arguing over a single word. Chun Wushuang was dumbfounded. Enough. Just tell me the next line already." But it turned out Jian Ming was only half-baked too. She read for ages without getting anywhere. Chun Wushuang chuckled. "Sisters, so it turns out you only half understand it too. Damn it." Chun Mo finally couldn't hold back. "Can you all stop fussing over this useless stuff?" They'd come here to find transformers, not to study English. If you don't know it, don't just make stuff up, all right? Then, boss, do you understand it? The three women turned to look at him in unison, every pair of eyes full of a thirst for knowledge. Stared at like this, Chinemo felt a bit guilty, but under everyone's expectant gaze he forced out a line. I'm patriotic. Foreign dregs, who'd bother learning that? The three women. If you don't know it, just say you don't know it. What's all this about patriotism? But what could they do? He was the boss. Still, this might be a base of the beautiful nation's military. Chen Wushuang frowned slightly. She'd assumed it was a domestic one. Chun Imo didn't take it seriously. The frozen plane could even haul Shanghai over here. What's so strange about one beautiful nation base? As long as there are military vehicles, that's all that matters. Let's get inside first. But he'd barely stepped through the gate. Roar. In the heavy fog, a zombie, its whole body rotting, came charging at high speed with a snarl. Mo, look out. Jian Ming was about to warn him, but Chun Mo was a step faster. He backhanded a grip on the Fire Phoenix warblade, and a flash of crimson light shot out. THWCK? That zombie was cut clean in half at the waist on the spot, its head and body severed, tumbling several rolls on the frozen ground before a cluster of flames rose up and swiftly burned it to ash. This maneuver stunned the three women. They lifted their eyes and stared at Chun Mo in disbelief. Whoa, that slash, so fast, so cool. There was no helping it. Right now Chun Mo's physical stats were too strong. His agility alone had broken 1,000, far beyond anything an ordinary person could match. Dealing with one zombie couldn't be easier. But he didn't let his guard down. After all, they said there was a level 8 zombie tyrant hidden inside. Putting away the Fire Phoenix warblade, he calmly led the three women deeper. Stay close to me, don't fall behind. The group quickly entered the abandoned military zone base. Inside, the heavy fog swirled, but visibility was decent. You could see over 20 meters. Everywhere in sight were abandoned vehicles and weapons, even grenade launchers. Unfortunately, when Chun Mo shone a flashlight on them, these vehicles were wrecked beyond recognition. The desert-colored military trucks had all 4 tires flat, 2 doors fallen off, and some had engines completely scrapped. It looked like the military zone had fallen first, and these vehicles had crashed down afterward, each smashed to pieces. How is this a military zone relic? Isn't this just a junkyard? Chen Wushuang couldn't help but grumble. Luckily, not everything was ruined. Walking in a bit farther, Jian Yao's eyes lit up. Boss, look, that's a military pickup. Chun Mo stepped up and shone the light. This desert-colored military pickup had all but one flat tire, everything else intact, far better than the others. This one's not bad, but he didn't plan to activate it directly. He only had 20-some sparks, and had to use them on the good ones first. He gave Chun Wushuang a look. After their long time together, the two already had an understanding, and she immediately caught on. This vehicle was to be traded back to the shelter first. But just then, Chun Wushuang sensed movement beneath the vehicle. She peered down. A thing missing its eyeballs, its whole body rotting, was crouched there. Ah, holy crap. A ghost. Bold as Chun Wushuang was, she was still scared into a scream, and the two sisters hurried over. It's a zombie, Sis Shuang, Jin Ming said, exasperated. Only then did Chen Wushuang come to her senses. Seeing that zombie slither out from under the vehicle, excitedly trying to eat flesh, she got angry and grabbed a wooden stick beside her, smashing it down hard. Bam! The zombie's arm snapped clean off, followed by another blow to the head. When she was done, she cursed away. You're a zombie, so be a zombie. What are you playing dead as a ghost for? But she quickly realized something was off. Faint sounds came from all directions, followed by that familiar snarling. She turned her head to look, and a great mass of zombies came surging out of the thick fog, drawn by the noise. Mo, there's a lot of zombies here. Chen Wushuang's expression shifted, and she grabbed Chen Mo's arm. What's there to fear? Chen Mo, however, wasn't worried at all. Sure enough, before those few dozen zombies could even get close, rat-a-tat, a burst of rapid autocannon fire rang out, and the charging zombies were all riddled into sieves. The three women looked up and saw the Black Hawk descending from the sky, carrying Li Muyao. That firepower just now had been its doing. Ah geez, how did I forget about Black Hawk? The three women were overjoyed. This was a transformer. What zombies could scare them? The Black Hawk slowly landed, clanked into a transformation, and became a 12-meter-tall colossus, firing 2 shots at the surrounding zombies the moment it emerged. Haha, come on, ants. 2 shots in, over 30 zombies were instantly done for. But the surrounding zombies kept gathering, more and more. Boss, let me handle them all for you. The Black Hawk wanted to fire again, but Chun Imo stopped it. Ease up on that. The reason he'd had the Black Hawk stay on the perimeter was precisely because its firepower was too fierce. If there was an armory in this military zone and it got carried away with 1 shot, the entire relic would be leveled. Don't use the energy cannon. There are lots of munitions here. If you blow up a nuke by accident, we'll all go flying. Hey, got it. The Black Hawk grinned, first using the energy cannon to take out a dozen plus, then switching its weapon to the ordinary autocannon. Rat-a-tat. It stood firmly in place, both Gatlings spraying madly, drawing all the zombies in, blocking them, and grinding them into minced meat. Watching the toned-down firepower, Chunmo finally relaxed. That works. Then he seized the chance to lead the 3 women deeper. Passing through the heavy fog, they came to another area, and before them were even more military vehicles, transport trucks, armored vehicles, tanks, Humvee command vehicles. Nearly 100 of them. Only, this place was equally a mess. The vehicles scattered every which way, some smashed to pieces, some crashed into each other and scrapped. A genuine graveyard for military vehicles. Chun Imo frowned at the sight. Damn, what a waste. If these had all been intact, activating a batch of them would make him straight up invincible. Just as he was lamenting, Chun Wushuang's delighted voice rang out. Boss, look, it's a helicopter. Chun Imo followed the sound and saw, in the steel graveyard, a desert-colored Chinook transport helicopter lying on its side. That distinctive twin-rotor design stood out especially in the ruins. It's a Chinook. Chun Mo's eyes lit up, and he immediately thought of the first Decepticon to appear in the Transformers. Blackout. That was a fierce character who destroyed an entire base the moment he showed up, one of Megatron's capable lieutenants. If this thing were activated on the frozen plain, it'd absolutely be a top general. He and Chun Wushuang stepped up to check it. Aside from the head being damaged, this Chinook had no major issues. Chun Imo unhesitatingly tossed out a spark of energy. Blue light enveloped it, and amid the violent turning of gears, a nearly 12-meter-tall colossus slowly rose from the ruins. Oh, damn it, what kind of hellhole is this? Like the tank brawl, this guy's head wasn't too clear when it first emerged either. But the moment it saw Chun Imo, its red mechanical eyes instantly sobered, and it dropped to 1 knee. Mechanical life form, reporting to the honored creator. Chun Wushuang was stunned again. As a girl who'd grown up in a military compound, she'd never liked dolls. She loved big toys like military weapons. Watching such an alien machine-like existence rise up before her, the feeling was indescribably shocking. This is way too cool. Chun Imo, however, stayed calm and glanced at the data. Strength 5,000, Defense 4,000, Agility 3,000, Firepower 5,000, Absolute Loyalty. About the same as the Black Hawk, and it could also serve as transport. He nodded with satisfaction. From now on, you'll be called Blackout. And at this moment, several hundred zombies had swarmed in densely all around again. Perfect timing. Chun Imo waved a hand grandly. Blackout, get in there. Given the order, Blackout charged in with enormous strides, trampling several to death in the first encounter, then clanking a Gatling into being in its hand and spraying madly, rat-a-tat. Everywhere it passed, zombies were shredded into pulp, the smell of gunpowder mixed with rot, indescribably thrilling. The 3 women were dumbfounded. This combat power is way too fierce, not one bit inferior to Black Hawk. But Chun Imo smiled. This was nothing. This was an existence that could destroy entire bases. Dealing with a few hundred zombies was child's play. Sure enough, after wiping out over 100 in one pass, the remaining zombies all panicked and turned tail in terror. Weren't there supposed to be flesh and blood? Why was it all metal that no one could bite through? And with such fierce firepower on top. But how could they outrun Blackout? Several more were trampled to death in a row, and the rest were all reduced to minced meat under the dense cannon fire. Chun Mo couldn't be bothered to deal with these. There was the Black Hawk at the gate and Blackout here, more than enough to clear out the perimeter zombies. He only concerned himself with finding suitable vehicles in the steel ruins, hoping to activate a couple more. Luckily, in this stretch of ruins he found two more usable ones. One was a green striker assault gun with a 105mm main cannon. Though its tracks were broken, it was overall fine. The other was a Bradley infantry fighting vehicle, its large turret fitted with a 25mm autocannon and anti-tank missiles. Both were bona fide war machines. Chun Mo unhesitatingly tossed out two more sparks of energy. Boom. After a blinding blue flash, two 8-meter-tall giants rose imposingly from the scrap metal. The infantry fighting vehicle was fine. It had only had two headlights broken, and once it emerged, its 8-meter desert-colored body cut a mighty figure. But the assault gun was in bad shape, because its tracks were broken the moment it clanked into a transformation. Oh, damn it, my leg. Good grief, this guy had actually snapped a leg. Even Chun Mo was dumbfounded. Holy crap, that can happen too? That's right. The track had broken, so this big guy could only walk on one leg. But at least, the moment these two were activated, their eyes turned red at the sight of zombies, and they excitedly joined the battle. Haha, excellent, a fight the moment I arrive. Creator, step aside, I'll deal with these ants. The infantry fighting vehicle fired off a missile, and with a boom it exploded amid dozens of zombies, raising a little mushroom cloud, blasting them straight to ash. The assault gun's broken leg didn't dampen its battle enthusiasm one bit. It clanked out an energy arm cannon and blasted away at its surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. A few 2.5-meter tyrant zombies, thinking there was flesh to eat, charged over and took one look. Four big guys, at least 8 meters each, were blasting away everywhere, the whole relic thundering with cannon fire, as if it had been invaded by aliens. Chen Wushuang, Jian Ming, and Jian Yao were utterly stunned. Have you ever seen a Gatling fire rounds like artillery shells? Have you ever seen something with a busted leg limping along while reaping with an energy cannon, shot after shot? What kind of things did Boss activate this time? How are they completely different from Big Bull and the others? Chen Wushuang's mouth hung open. At least Big Bull's crew had a bit of humanity to them. But these guys treated the sight of zombies like the sight of their own fathers. They were pure war machines. Had Chun Mo known her thoughts, he'd surely have rolled his eyes. Big Bull's crew were supercars. These were tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery. How could they be the same? And he'd noticed too. After activation, these guys' personalities were more or less tied to their vehicles. The ones activated from military weapons were genuine war machines. They'd keep fighting even with a broken leg. But Chun Mo soon smiled. The more warlike, the better. Warlike means the firepower's enough. This was what a true Decepticon was. As long as they were loyal, that was all that mattered. He instructed, clear them all out for me. But remember, don't aim your cannons at the weapons and ammo, or we'll all go flying. Haha, boss, just watch. The assault gun spun around, and because it had only one leg, went down with a thunderous crash in a big tumble. But even so, it didn't forget to first take out the dozen-plus zombies charging in. One shot vaporized them all, before saying with a heh, we'll be careful. Only then did Chun Mo relax. Afterward, he checked around once more and found no more usable vehicles among the 100-plus military trucks. But on the principle of not wasting anything, he had Chen Wushuang trade all these wrecked vehicles back to the shelter. What if we run into some mechanical genius later who can fix cars? Patch them up and they might just be usable. Chen Wushuang nodded excitedly, and under a sky full of cannon fire, traded them over one by one. The two big guys, knowing she was the boss's person, not only avoided hitting her by accident, but even carefully shielded her. Chun Mo, meanwhile, led the twin sisters deeper. This time, they found a large military warehouse, over 30 meters wide and 80 meters long, a full 2,400 square meters. Whoa, could this be an ammo depot? Jian Ming's eyes went wide. Hard to say. Chun Mo felt it wasn't that simple, because even up to now he hadn't seen that level 8 tyrant. It might be lurking somewhere. He beckoned. Infantry, come here. The infantry fighting vehicle, hearing the call, immediately transformed and sped over, then changed back to its 8-meter form once it arrived. Chun Mo pointed at the lock on the warehouse door. Open it. Whatever comes charging out in a moment. Take it down first for me. Hey, no problem. The infantry fighting vehicle extended a mechanical arm and lightly touched that mechanical lock with a fingertip. After a series of beeps as it cracked the code, the gate slowly opened. Watching the iron gate open, the twins' eyes glimmered with excitement. There had to be plenty of equipment inside. But the next second, boom. Roar. A muffled, furious roar came from inside first, and an enormous figure shot out like a cannonball, meaning to catch them off guard. Look out. It's the damn level 8 tyrant. Jian Ming's pupils shrank sharply. One swipe from this thing. Even with their now strong constitutions, they probably couldn't withstand it. But just as the two sisters were about to dodge, boom. A huge desert-colored metal arm shot out from the side like lightning, directly slamming the launched tyrant right back, then seizing its head and smashing it hard into the sheet metal wall. The entire metal wall caved in, and the level 8 tyrant, so arrogant a moment ago, went silent on the spot. The twins. That was way too brutal. That was a level 8 tyrant. So fast the sisters hadn't even reacted before the infantry fighting vehicle grabbed it and embedded it into the wall. They instinctively turned to look and saw the infantry fighting vehicle grinning. This guy's strength was actually this great? A level 8 tyrant was a top-tier boss, and it got pinned down just like that? Hey boss, let me slaughter it. The infantry fighting vehicle couldn't care less. What little nobody dared to run wild here. The tyrant had come to its senses by now too. Having finally been yanked out of the wall, it looked up and saw a guy twice its height, and its gray-brown eyeballs filled with terror. Where the hell did this thing come from? How is it even bigger than me? It had thought that being the relic guarding boss made it quite something, and this time was determined to gorge itself, maybe even evolve into a zombie king. But the very first wave was this fierce? I must have been teleported to the wrong place. But just then Chun Mo said, "Take it to the side and finish it." The tyrant panicked at hearing this and hurriedly begged for mercy, but the infantry fighting vehicle couldn't care less. With a heh-heh, it dragged it to a corner, and one boom of the cannon blasted it to pieces. With the level 8 tyrant dead, a floor of supplies dropped, and it also spat out a piece of equipment. Chun Mo's eyes lit up. He picked it up and took a look. An energy shield wristband, golden quality. After use, it could activate an energy defense barrier, canceling out all kinds of physical, energy, and magic damage, recharging via light energy, storing up to 20,000 points per day. It's actually an energy shield wristband. This is a good thing. Chun Mo was overjoyed. You had to understand, a Decepticon shot dealt only 3 or 4,000 damage, but this thing could take 20,000. Wearing it, he could block at least 4 or 5 Decepticon shots. Its defense was even higher than a level 8 tyrant's. He hurriedly stowed it in his backpack and led the sisters into the warehouse to look around. But the moment they went in, they were dumbfounded. In the huge military warehouse, aside from stacks of 500 or 600 crates of military supplies, canned food, rations, uniforms, compressed biscuits, and the like, there were almost no weapons at all. Only in the center sat 10 M4A1 carbines, 10 XM7 rifles with smart fire control, 2 M249 squad machine guns, 2 sniper rifles beside them, plus 10 pistols. Whoa, are you kidding me? Jian Ming and her sister ran up and checked repeatedly, unable to help doubting their whole lives. Mo, is this really all? Are they serious? Even Chun Mo was stunned for a moment. But on second thought he came to terms with it. This was the frozen plain. Here, one assault rifle already counted as a purple quality weapon, let alone this place having 20-some carbines and automatic rifles, plus sniper rifles and general-purpose machine guns. Counting it that way, there are roughly 20-some purple pieces of equipment and 4 orange pieces here. For a single relic dungeon to have this many weapons, that's actually not too few. The women were taken aback, then suddenly felt it made sense. After all, over 90% of shelters didn't have even one gun. Besides, I didn't come for these in the first place. Our goal is vehicles. These are just a bonus. Chun Mo said. Boss, you're just consoling yourself. No need to be so rigorous about it. Jian Yao couldn't help teasing. Chun Mo's face went black in a second. Get lost. If I don't console myself this way, how am I supposed to console myself? This frozen plain really was stingy, a base this big. If someone else had risked their life for it, they'd have only gotten this bit of equipment. A pure hell-level dungeon. But never mind, having some beat having none. There are still supplies here, aren't there? Chun Mo walked over to the mountain of supply crates and inspected them, finding that when it came to food, they hadn't been stingy at all. Compressed biscuits, military canned goods, rations, even dehydrated vegetables. It had been a month since they'd come here, and everyone's skin had gotten pretty bad, all because they lacked vegetables. This was the perfect chance to make up for it. And on top of that, he also found a shimmering golden chest in the pile of supplies. Ooh, a golden resource chest. So it was hidden here. Chun Mo's heart leapt with joy. This thing had been hidden deep, mixed in among a pile of military supplies. You really couldn't spot it without looking closely. It's mine now. The two sisters ran over at the commotion, saw that golden chest at a glance, and were beside themselves with excitement. It's a golden resource chest. It's actually here. Quick, Mo, open it and see. You had to understand. This was the first golden resource chest on the entire frozen plain in the last 7 or 8 days. Chun Mo nodded and opened it. After a wave of golden light, a prompt appeared before him. Obtain 200 units of charcoal, 100 units of titanium alloy, 1 bottle of anti-zombie virus infection serum, and 1 level 7 golden building blueprint. That serum, once used, could restore an infected survivor or zombie to their original state, making them a normal person again, but it could only be used once. And that level 7 building blueprint came with a golden entry, absolute defense, which, once used, could double the shelter's defense and would keep rising along with the shelter's level. It's a golden building blueprint. Chun Mo's eyes instantly lit up. It finally showed up. You had to understand. The shelter's defense was already outrageous as it was, and if it were doubled, then even cannons and missiles couldn't pierce it, let alone those trashy zombies and mutated creatures. Plus, that bottle of antiviral serum was pretty good too. This trip really wasn't in vain. He'd scored 3 transformers and gotten a building blueprint that could upgrade to level 7. He could go back and upgrade the shelter. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. The smell of gunpowder filled the air outside, mixed with the reek of blood and rot. The moment Chun Mo stepped out, the broken-legged assault gun, the infantry fighting vehicle, Blackout, and the Black Hawk carrying Li Muyao all slowly revealed their true forms in the heavy fog. Li Muyao leapt down from the 12-meter-tall Black Hawk's shoulder and asked eagerly, "How'd it go, boss?" "Found it." Chun Mo waved the golden blueprint in his hand. "A level 7 building blueprint. We can go back and upgrade." "Excellent. We can finally upgrade to a level 7 shelter." Li Muyao's face was full of wild delight. Having gotten what he wanted, Chun Mo didn't waste any time and immediately turned to leave with the 4 women and the 4 big guys. The Black Hawk clanked back into an attack helicopter, and Blackout and the infantry fighting vehicle also changed back to their original forms. The 4 people boarded the aircraft. This left the broken-legged assault gun fretting. "Hey, you're all leaving. What about me?" It had only 1 leg. Even transforming was a struggle. Seeing this, the infantry fighting vehicle simply punched at it. "Why'd boss activate a useless thing like you? With only 1 leg left, what are you living for? Might as well become spare parts for us." Say that again." The assault gun flew into a rage. "Even with 1 leg, I can still dismantle you." Seeing the 2 big guys about to start fighting, even Chun Mo was exasperated, and he waved a hand. "Chinook, hoist the assault gun back for me." Blackout reluctantly dropped the iron lock and hoisted the assault gun straight up. Whoa! The 1-legged assault gun watched itself take to the air and was rather excited about it. And so, Chun Mo led the 4 women aboard the Black Hawk up front, with Blackout hoisting the assault gun behind, and the infantry fighting vehicle bringing up the rear. The group swiftly left the base. This left the survivors still rushing madly toward the place in a miserable spot. You had to understand, a mobile base burned 1 unit of charcoal per kilometer. A round trip like this cost at least several hundred, even over 1,000. As it turned out, Chun Mo's side had barely left when the first batch of survivors arrived. It was Lin Xingyue. She'd been close by, and her dozen-plus cars had brought out her entire arsenal. The moment they got out and saw the base's marker looming faintly in the distance, everyone was thrilled. "We're here." But before they could even go in, with a thunderous roar, 3 big trucks came screeching over, blocking their path just in time, and 40-some people came pouring out. The moment Lin Xingyue saw that flag, her expression shifted. It was the Black Tiger Alliances. The woman in black who got out was extremely arrogant, with a great figure, wearing a face mask, her crisp short hair giving her a spirited, dashing air. She spotted Lin Xingyue at a glance and smiled. Lin Xingyue, I know you. Ooh, sure enough, gorgeous, truly the Lin family's precious daughter. You are. The other side knew her, but Lin Xingyue didn't know her. The woman in black waved a hand and pulled out a pistol, aiming it at Lin Xingyue. Boss Lin, don't come any closer to this place. It belongs to our Black Tiger Alliance now. It turned out they were the Black Tiger Alliance's vanguard squad, which had been prowling around Zone C anyway, so they'd arrived first thing. The main force was still hundreds of kilometers away, but the woman in black wasn't afraid, relying on their reputation. The Black Tiger Alliance isn't something just anyone can mess with. Lin Xingyue saw through it and gave a cold snort. So it's the Black Tiger Alliance's subsidiary base. But even if the Black Tiger Alliance's boss came in person, I wouldn't yield, let alone to you. This time she'd brought over 300 people. She wasn't afraid of these 40-some at all. An underling on the other side edged up to the woman in black's ear. Sis Mai, they've got more people, and firearms too. I saw a dozen-plus flintlocks. What's there to fear? The woman in black, however, didn't care. If I can't hold this place, do you think that bastard will let us off? The bastard she referred to was the Black Tiger Alliance's boss, Zhang Heihu. Just thinking of that fat body pressing down on her made her shudder from the depths of her heart. She stepped forward and said coldly, Lin Xingyue, you've got more people. If we really fight, we'll surely be wiped out. But before that, I'm confident I can take you with me. Want to give it a try? Lin Xingyue looked at the dark muzzle and didn't want to gamble on getting a scar left on her body. Though she had quite a few entries, her total stats were only about 3 times an ordinary person's. She shrugged and smiled. How about this? There's no one else here now anyway, and this place is so big I can't haul it all off myself. Why don't we split it evenly? Split it evenly? The woman in black paused. That's right. Lin Xingyue struck while the iron was hot. With firearms, even if there's just 30-some of you, you wouldn't have to fear Zhang Heihu, right? I imagine you don't much like being lorded over by him all the time either. Those words hit the woman in black right in the heart. She knew clearly that Zhang Heihu had more people, but in the era of firearms, one assault rifle could easily take on dozens of people single-handedly. Numbers were nothing but sieves in front of a gun barrel. She hesitated a moment, and the other underlings exchanged glances too. None of them wanted to follow a piece of trash like that. One underling said in a low voice, Boss. All right, then we'll do as you say. The woman in black finally nodded. Get the weapons first, worry about the rest later. Now you're getting it. Lin Xingyue smiled, and even reminded her, but there's still a level 8 tyrant inside. We have to be careful. That thing isn't something we can handle. Best not to alert it. Grab the weapons and pull out. I know that without you telling me. And so the two groups crept inside cautiously. But just as they, hearts full of tension and unease, were bracing for a great battle, before their eyes was a scene of utter devastation. Traces of bombardment everywhere and zombie corpses with flesh scattered all over, the air thick with gunsmoke and rot. They all froze. Hiss! Holy crap, what on earth happened here? Had someone bombed it with missiles? The scene was too brutal. As far as the eye could see, the entire military zone ruins were packed with densely scattered zombie corpses, along with chunks of flesh strewn all over the ground. A rough count showed at least several thousand zombies had been wiped out, not to mention the countless huge craters on the ground. It looked exactly as if it had been carpet-bombed by a full round of missiles. The survivors who'd rushed over were all dumbfounded. What's going on here? Who did this? This isn't a dungeon at all. This is just missile carpeting the whole place. The woman in black's heart lurched, and she frowned. Could it be the officials got here first, ahead of everyone? Lin Xingyue was taken aback at hearing this, half believing, but still decided to go in and take a look. Let's go look further in. The 300-some people pressed deeper, but the more they saw, the more alarmed they grew. Along the way, crater after crater, the zombie corpses grew more and more numerous, yet they could barely find a single intact one. They all had to be pieced together. Among them were even level 3 and 4 small tyrants with astonishing defense, which at least could just barely be pieced back into some semblance of shape. But even these made everyone's scalps tingle at the sight. You had to understand, though these tyrants were low level, their 2-meter height paired with super strong defense and terrifying attack power could easily kill over 100 ordinary people. Even the survivors here now would have to turn tail and run without the shelter's backing. But now, these tyrants that usually struck terror into everyone couldn't even be pieced back into a single intact corpse. Who on earth did this? Is this something a human could even do? The woman in black couldn't hold it in and cried out. It must be the officials. Besides the officials, she genuinely couldn't think of anyone else with this kind of power. They'd thought they were fast enough, arriving in under 2 hours. But now the earliest batch to arrive saw not zombies, not tyrants, not vehicles and equipment, but a ruin looted by locusts and bombed by missiles. How fast would you have to be to clear out all these zombies? Besides the officials, who else on the entire frozen plain could do it? She, of course, had no idea that it actually hadn't been 2 hours at all, but 20 minutes, because Chun Imo had left quite a while ago already. Lin Xingyue gazed at this ravaged, thoroughly looted ruin, but for some reason the shadow of a certain person surfaced in her mind. Chun Imo, because she felt that, besides the officials, only this person could pull it off. But right after, she noticed something was off. Looking around, she asked the people beside her in an icy voice, "Besides missile craters, have you found any other traces of large-scale destruction?" What she was looking for was the grand spectacle of that scavenger boring up out of the ground. After all, if Chun Imo really had made his move, he surely wouldn't have been without that big guy backing him. Otherwise, there was no way to clear it out in such a short time. But when that monster acted, the ground would inevitably cave and into a total mess. "Boss, there's none." An underling came back after searching around, shaking his head. Lin Xingyue frowned slightly. The ground was intact, without any trace of something boring up from underground. Could it be? I guessed wrong. She suddenly smiled, feeling she'd overthought it. Right. Even if Chun Imo came, it was several hundred kilometers away. From the merge until now was less than 3 hours. How could he possibly move this fast? And the woman in black, who'd been studying the officials for the past few days, still insisted it was them, muttering to herself. A bombardment this terrifying. Besides the officials, who can deploy attack helicopters. I genuinely can't think of anyone else. The officials have attack helicopters too. Lin Xingyue lifted her eyes and asked in surprise. The woman in black didn't hide it either, and nodded. The officials were established by that group of Jinling people after the apocalypse. They say they have several attack helicopters, plus equipment and scientists. Otherwise, how do you think they managed to build a mobile base holding over 10,000 people? So that's how it is. Lin Xingyue suddenly understood. In that case, maybe it really was them. With attack helicopters, with missiles and autocannons, being able to blast this place into such a state, it did make sense. But just then, an underling let out a terrified shout outside the military warehouse. "Boss Lin, come quick. Look, it's a tyrant, a level 8 tyrant." Lin Xingyue and the woman in black hurriedly led people over. When they saw the scene before them, everyone sucked in a cold breath. There on the ground lay a massive tyrant a full 4 meters tall, but its incredibly hard chest armor now had a big hole blasted clean through it. It was dead beyond dead. Everyone's pupils suddenly dilated. This is the restricted zone's top-tier boss, a level 8 tyrant. It got killed too? You had to understand, this was a level 8 tyrant. Its defense so tough that even a Barrett couldn't pierce it. If it set its sights on anyone, it could easily crush a level 8 shelter. Even a level 9 might not withstand it. But now, this existence that could be called the Frozen Plains' current top tier had died a violent death in the street just like that, its chest blasted to pieces by one shot. Everyone stood scattered and lost in the wind. Who on earth did this? Even Lin Xingyue's voice trembled. Even a level 8 tyrant had died so wretchedly. The woman in black stepped up and carefully examined that wound, finding it had been dissolved and pierced clean through by terrifying energy. Clearly a mark left by a high-tech weapon. Even now, they still insisted it was the officials who'd done it. Poor officials, still completely unaware they'd already been saddled with this giant blame. And at this point, Another batch of people arrived outside. Ha ha, we're here. Huh, why are there so many people here? Who are you all? We're from the Starlight Alliance. The arrivals were Lone Wolf's crew. Looking at the chunks of flesh and missile craters along the way, he frowned and asked, Lin Xingyue, did you do this? Lin Xingyue had no kind expression for this guy and shook her head coldly. No, the officials did it. Before we even got here, this place had already been missile carpeted. Besides the Jinling official shelter, no force could pull this off. Damn, Lone Wolf flew into a rage, slamming a fist onto the scrap steel beside him, veins bulging on his fist, his expression ferocious. Why is everything working against us? More and more people arrived one after another from behind, and every one of them was stunned dumb at the sight of this scene. Lone Wolf really wasn't in the mood to fight anyone over anything, and only cursed viciously. We're too late. The officials already came, and all the supplies here have been taken away. With this, word spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. Seeing that there were still people rushing over, Lone Wolf simply cursed a line in the zone channel. Don't come anymore. This place has already been picked clean by the officials. Nothing's left. Coming is a wasted trip. Damn it. Even at a time like this, they still won't leave ordinary survivors a way to live, huh? The moment these words came out, countless survivors still on the road were all dumbfounded. What? The officials already came. This fast. To get here this fast, they must have a helicopter. Besides the officials, who has one? For a moment, public outrage flared. Damn it, this is going too far. You've already got weapons and equipment, and you're still fighting us for this. Right? I burned over 100 charcoal worth of fuel for nothing. The officials are too shameless. Let's kill them. But at this moment, the official side was equally baffled. Especially the higher-ups, muttering to themselves. Wait, we just got the news. We're still going through the approval procedures. We haven't even sent anyone out yet. How did this blame suddenly get pinned on us? Seeing the fury in the channel burning hotter and hotter, they hurriedly sent out a spokesperson to clarify. This really wasn't us. We just finished deciding who to send. How could it possibly be over this fast? They'd thought sincerity would earn understanding, but the other survivors didn't believe a word of it. Going through procedures? Who are you kidding? It's the apocalypse and you're still going through procedures. It was you who did it. Just admit it and be done. What's there to be afraid of owning up to? At this moment, the official spokesperson really did feel like calling the police. But no matter how he explained, everyone just refused to believe it. Quit the act. Besides you, who has this kind of speed? Dare to do it, but not own up, huh? Hand over all the weapons and equipment now, or we'll unite and take you down. Get me 2 assault rifles, plus 100 rounds of ammo. The guy above me has no ambition. I want 2 sniper rifles. At this moment, the official shelter couldn't have dreamed that, having done absolutely nothing, the military zone relic got cleaned out by someone else, yet the blame was pinned squarely on them. Of course, Chinemo was still in the dark about all this, and even if he'd known, he wouldn't have cared. Because right now, he'd long since been rushing back to base impatiently, just waiting to upgrade the shelter. Rumble, rumble, a Chinook transport craft and a Black Hawk attack helicopter led the way home, their enormous rotors churning the heavy fog into fleeing wisps, and beneath the Chinook still dangled that broken-legged assault gun, swaying back and forth. At this moment in the base, over a dozen transformers, Big Bull, Aston Martin, Corvette, Dark Sky Meteor, Big Pillar, and others, heard the great roar in the sky and clanked into transformations one after another, becoming towering colossi. The shortest was over 6 meters, and the tall ones like Dark Sky Meteor and Big Pillar were a full 10 meters. They stood side by side in a row, an extremely spectacular sight. Big Bull excitedly fired off 2 blue energy cannon shots into the sky as celebratory fireworks. Excellent. Boss is back. Our legion's about to grow even bigger. Only when the 2 aircraft slowly landed with the assault gun did Chin Mo come down with the 4 women. The previously quiet Chinook and infantry fighting vehicle then clanked into transformations, becoming 12-meter-tall steel giants. Creator, you're finally back. Over a dozen transformers dropped to one knee in unison. The scene was indescribably stunning. Even the underlings busy selling goods took a few extra glances through the glass, exclaiming in admiration. You had to understand, These dazzlingly cool guys usually paid them no mind, only exchanging a few words when there was work to do. But now, at this scene of so many kneeling together, an underling couldn't help but sigh with feeling, so cool, only to get smacked on the head by a middle-aged man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Work hard, don't look at what you shouldn't. Watch it, or I'll beat you to death. That underling shielded his head, but his eyes were full of longing. Never mind owning one, just getting to fight side by side with these big guys once would make a life worthwhile. Chun Imo waved a hand. All of you, get up. Looking at the courtyard full of steel giants, he felt quite satisfied inside. Counting them up, he now had Big Bull, Corvette, Aston Martin, Ferrari, Digger, Big Pillar, Dark Sky Meteor, Brawl, Black Hawk, Scavenger, plus the newly added Chinook Blackout, the infantry fighting vehicle, and the assault gun, a full 14 members. Including that squawking scout bird, that made 15. Among them, there were already 4 military war machines. Though some were battle-damaged versions, they could be gradually repaired. Plus, with 21 spark sources still left on hand, his strength could be called quite formidable. But this was still far from enough. What Shinimo wanted was more. Who knew what terrifying cataclysms and monsters the frozen plain would spew out in the future? What if another zombie frenzy came? So, of course, the more the Steel Legion numbered, the better. Now that he had the golden building blueprint, Shinimo didn't waste any time. His first order of business was to upgrade the shelter. The system prompted that the current shelter was level 6, and to upgrade to level 7 required 2,000 units of titanium alloy, 20,000 metal ore, 8,000 timber, and 1,500 gold. The ore and timber were long since more than enough, but the titanium alloy and gold were still a good deal short. Looking at this long list of materials, Shinimo had to laugh. You had to understand, even upgrading to level 9 or level 10 wouldn't use this much material. From this you could see just how big the golden building blueprint's appetite was. Even if an ordinary person picked one up, they might not be able to afford to sustain it. Luckily, over 100 million charcoal coins lay in his backpack, so this bit of consumption was nothing at all. He unhesitatingly went straight to the exchange and bought up goods in bulk, snapping up 1,000 units of titanium alloy and 500 units of gold in one go. After half an hour of fussing, the requirements were finally met. Upgrade. Ding! The system prompt sounded. The shelter successfully upgraded to level 7. The number of spark sources doubled from 32 to 64. The repair speed rose to 64 points per second, and nuclear power generation reached 16,000 kilowatt-hours per hour, comparable to a large power plant. The titanium alloy walls and hydraulic gate were both a full 80 centimeters thick. And what made Shinmo's eyes light up most was the newly added golden entry, Absolute Defense, which pulled the shelter's defense value straight from 4,000 up to 8,000. What kind of concept was 8,000? Put it this way, Big Bull's firepower loadout was only 3,000. By rights, never mind level 7. Even a level 9 shelter couldn't take many hits. But now, at just level 7, Big Bull already couldn't pierce it. This absolute defense was truly monstrous. And that wasn't all. Chun Mo also discovered that the original Storm Gatling turret had actually upgraded into a Land Shield 2000 close-in weapon system, 7 barrels, 30mm caliber, capable of firing 4,200 rounds a minute, with a range of about 3,000 meters. The Storm Gatling actually upgraded into a Land Shield. Even Chun Mo was dumbfounded. That's possible too? This was a close-in weapon system. 4,200 rounds a minute. That was a torrent of 70 rounds per second. Never mind ordinary zombies. Even tyrants above level 6 might not withstand it. This thing was a genuine species extinction device. And he had a full 32 of them. Imagine, on an 80-meter-long land cruiser, 32 close-in weapon systems mounted front, back, left, and right. With that firepower density, even if a heavenly immortal came down from the sky, they'd have to kneel and call him daddy. What zombies were there to fear? Of course, the premise was that the ammo had to keep up. Chun Mo glanced at the inventory. The entries dropped from killing zombies during this period weren't many, but he'd stockpiled quite a few universal bullets, still 100,000 rounds. Not bad, enough for a minute of full firepower. The words had barely left his mouth when he suddenly felt something was off, and his face fell at once. 100,000 rounds. Only enough to fire for a minute? This close-in weapon system really was a money pit. Mo, what's wrong? Beside him, Li Muyao saw his face full of doubt about the meaning of life and asked with concern. It's nothing. Chun Mo came to his senses and smiled. Our Storm Gatling upgraded into a close-in weapon system. Huh, a close-in weapon system. Li Muyao hadn't caught on yet, but Chen Wushuang, who understood military matters best, heard it and her eyes suddenly went wide, thinking she'd misheard. She knew all too well what a close-in weapon system was. That was a modern destroyer's last line of defense, used to intercept incoming missiles, but used on the frozen plain to shoot zombies. That was a biological extinction-grade weapon of mass destruction. She couldn't wait to run over and take a look at Chunmo's panel, and seeing the 3 words close-in weapon system, she went utterly numb. It really became a close-in weapon system. A Gatling can upgrade like that? She lifted her face and looked at Chun-Mo, shaken. Big brother, these 32 of yours are going to blast the sky open. Even if an immortal descended, they'd get hard-pressed for a full 3 minutes. And this wasn't all. The system prompted again that the currently usable building area had reached over 2,500 square meters, allowing him to modify the shelter's layout once more. Chun-Mo didn't waste this chance. After all, the level had gone up, there were more members, and the area had doubled. The original design needed a proper adjustment. He kept to his usual approach, expanding the shelter from the original 40 by 16 to 60 by 21. The cockpit at the very front doubled to 200 square meters, and the 1,000 square meters at the rear continued to serve as the garage. With more members, the garage naturally had to be bigger. The second floor was for living, with 5 rooms plus a living room and kitchen. The third floor was the training room. The fourth held supplies. The fifth was a spot for drinking tea and taking in the view, and the newly added 6th floor served as a watchtower for reconnaissance. Of course, the main attraction was still those 32 close-in weapon systems. He mounted 12 on each side of the 60-meter-long hull, and 4 each at the front and rear. This way, whether it was enemies or the frozen plains monsters, front, back, left, or right, not one of them would get away. Done. Having finished the design, Chun-Mo clapped his hands and chose to confirm. A beam of golden light instantly enveloped the entire land cruiser. With a thunderous boom, under everyone's stunned gazes, a black steel behemoth 60 meters long, 21 meters wide, and 20 meters tall slowly took shape. The tracks alone were 7 meters tall. The entire hull was black as ink, giving off titanium metal's distinctive icy sheen under the night, exactly like a crouching, ferocious behemoth. Especially those rows upon rows of hidden close-in weapon systems on both sides left the 4 women nearly speechless. Is this still a level 7 shelter? Isn't this just a land cruiser? Even Chun-Mo felt it was imposing to look at. These 32 close-in weapon systems were downright species extinction devices. He was even a bit tempted to test their power. Too bad the surrounding zombies had long since been cleared out by Big Bull and the others. But he wasn't worried. The frozen plain was fraught with peril, and this thing would surely come in handy sooner or later. All right, seeing that it was getting late, Chun-Mo said to the 4 women, the shelter's upgrade is done. Next, we just wait for the 3rd cataclysm to descend. Though he didn't yet know what this cataclysm would be, he had a premonition that its intensity this time would definitely be no joke. Luckily, with the new shelter, there wasn't too much to worry about. I'll just ask you, can it withstand the close-in weapon systems? Li Muyao and the other women nodded excitedly. During this period, between upgrading, finding supplies, and acquiring vehicles, everyone was indeed tired, so the group first went into the shelter to rest. The next 2 days were the last lull period after the merge. The military zone relic had already been explored, and the vehicles were in hand, so the group didn't venture far. They just stayed near the base, waiting for the next cataclysm. Chen Wushuang continued handling the clearance of goods, striving to sweep the Shanghai ruins clean before the last day. Li Muyao and the Jian sisters, meanwhile, searched everywhere for supplies, hoping to stumble on a level 8 blueprint. But a level 8 blueprint wasn't so easy to find, and after 2 days there wasn't a peep. They did, however, find 3 or 4 purple pieces of equipment. Chun-Mo was even more at leisure, eating and drinking every day, arranging for Big Bull and the others to go out and hunt zombies in the heavy fog to stockpile entries. Unfortunately, there weren't many zombies within a several hundred-kilometer radius. 2 days only netted 300 entries. It made him laugh. No wonder they called it a lull period. It really was safe. You couldn't spot but a few zombies across hundreds of kilometers. But even a small mosquito was still meat, so he added all the entries to himself, and his stats went up another 10 times. While their side developed peacefully, the other zones had long since descended into utter chaos. Because it was the lull period after the merge, the entire frozen plain was full of plunder, infighting, and territory grabbing everywhere. In just 2 days, a huge batch of small level 4 and 5 shelters were looted clean, all but wiped out. To survive, they could only pledge themselves to a major force as a subsidiary base. Of these, the most vicious was Zone D's Black Tiger Alliance. After the military zone relic was swept clean out from under them last time, they began plundering madly to make up for the loss, sparing no one no matter which zone you were originally from. The mini-shelters, driven to a dead end, simply united and formed an organization called the Justice League, specifically to resist the Black Tiger Alliance, their numbers once reaching as many as 3,000. Only then did the Black Tiger Alliance restrain itself a bit. But it was only restraint. After all, those who could unite were always the minority, and the rest who hadn't united still got plundered as before. And though families like the Starlight Alliance, Night Rose, and the Skyblast Gang didn't actively plunder to guard against a sneak attack from the Black Tiger Alliance, they too banded together for the first time ever. In short, the frozen plain now was chaotic, extremely chaotic. Chinimo had no interest in any of this. If you don't come to provoke me, fine. But if you dare to come, then I'll let you taste what it means to be suppressed by an immortal. However, one piece of news did catch his attention. Someone had leaked word about the third cataclysm in the Zone channel. Hey, I just got word. They say this third cataclysm is very likely a creature cataclysm. A creature cataclysm? The moment this came out, quite a few people's hearts sank sharply. What kind of thing is that? How do you know? You had to understand, the frozen plain hadn't yet announced what the next cataclysm would be. Could this guy have inside information? Just as everyone assumed he had connections, that person came out with a line. You all still don't know, huh? Yesterday, one of my sisters ran into a monster outside, especially ferocious, 2 meters tall, killing anyone it saw, wiping out 7 or 8 survivors in one go. Everyone was instantly speechless. So you were just guessing yourself. And here I thought you had precognition. Still, are there really creatures fiercer than zombies? About this, everyone was pretty curious. The frozen plain was too vast. No one had seen the full picture, and who knew what other strange things were hidden away. That person didn't hold back either. You bet. They move incredibly fast. That sister was lucky to escape, or she'd definitely be dead. I also heard they've been popping up in other places one after another. Because before every cataclysm descended on the frozen plain, there were always some signs. So he boldly speculated. This time it was most likely a creature cataclysm. With this analysis, even Chun Mo in the shelter got interested, let alone Jian Meng beside him. Jian Meng, dressed in a slip dress and standing out with her refined air, was also staring at the screen. She looked up and asked, Mo, what do you think? Chun Mo nodded, fairly calm about it, though he hadn't seen one with his own eyes yet. But combining these 2 days of observation with the previous 2 cataclysms, the first was fog plus zombies, the second was a blizzard, he mused. This third one being a creature cataclysm isn't out of the question. And that person in the channel was still talking. This thing has strong attacks, fast speed, and appears and vanishes without a trace. Otherwise, why do you think all those shelters are plundering like mad? They want to stockpile enough resources in advance to deal with these creatures. Hearing this, everyone felt it made sense. But then came the question, so what does that thing actually look like? Some worried, wanting to learn more in advance. No one knows. Most who saw them are dead. Even the ones who luckily survived said they couldn't see clearly at all because of the heavy fog. They only know these things can fire some kind of strange hidden weapons. Hidden weapons. That threw everyone for a loop. Wait, a monster can even fire hidden weapons? Are you sure this is a creature and not a wild man? If a creature could fire hidden weapons, hadn't it become a demon spirit? But just as everyone was chatting away in full swing, a cold system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! There are 12 hours until the third frozen cataclysm descends. All players, please make your preparations. This time it's a creature cataclysm. Please try not to go outside. Friendly reminder, the creature cataclysm is extremely powerful. These creatures can attack from range, and shelters below level 5 cannot resist them at all. Please raise your level as soon as possible, or seek the protection of a high-level shelter. If you want to live, don't leave your shelter, and don't make too much noise. The moment this news came out, the entire frozen plain channel instantly blew up. Holy crap, it's coming already? Speak of the devil. And below level 5 can't hold it off? Are you serious? Everyone was dumbfounded. You had to understand, it had been a full month since the frozen plain began, yet over 60% of shelters were still stuck at level 5, or even below. Those above level 6 were the minority. Then what the hell's the point of our level 4? Isn't this just waiting to die? For a moment, countless survivors panicked. But some kept clear heads. Knowing they couldn't hold out, they decisively abandoned their shelters. Anyone recruiting underlings? I'm a level 4 shelter, willing to be a subsidiary. +1 for the guy above. I'm level 4 too. Please take me in. After all, between death and being a subsidiary, the choice was pretty clear. But these words instead drew mockery from some high-level shelters. Oh, only thinking of pledging yourself now? When we asked you to join earlier, why didn't you come? Ha ha ha, serves you right. It's too late now, wait to die. Those big shelters' subsidiary slots had long since filled up. They weren't recruiting at all, which left these survivors running around frantically. But there were also those who could get admitted through special exceptions. For instance, a female shelter owner named Zhang Mingming. I'm 1.68 meters, 50 kilos, 23, unmarried, decent looking. Any big brother willing to take me in? Tasty. The moment this woman spoke up, 2 survivors from level 6 shelters immediately edged up. Got a photo? We can meet in person. The scene left even Chun Mo speechless. Damn, women are in demand no matter when. And Jianming beside him had heard the prompt too. Knowing full well these creatures were no simple matter, she looked up and asked, Mo, so what do we do next? About this, Chun Mo wasn't too afraid. However fierce a cataclysm creature was, it couldn't withstand the close-in weapon systems, could it? Especially since he also had over a dozen transformers. But to be safe, he still thought it over. Tonight, let's not act rashly first. Observe the situation before deciding. Also, notify Chun Wushuang and the others. Tell the underlings in the shelter not to go out tonight, to avoid accidents. He wanted to see just what these things were. Got it. Jianming immediately went to pass the word. Afterward, Chun Mo inspected the shelter and its members once more, finding these big guys all poised and ready. Except that assault gun, which was still missing a leg. He mused. Looks like I'll have to get you all a medic later, or what's to be done about all these missing arms and legs? Chen Wushuang, having gotten the news, brought her people back too. The moment she came in, she took off her coat. Snow had already begun to drift outside, and her hair was covered in white snowflakes, which melted the moment she warmed up indoors. She stamped her feet, caught her breath, and said, the city ruins over in Shanghai are basically cleaned out. No value left. This fast. Chen Mo was a little surprised. Fast, my foot. Chen Wushuang gave a wry smile. They hadn't been idle these tinsome days. Chun Mo nodded. One less burden, at least, and reminded her again. The creature cataclysm descends tonight. Tell your underlings to be careful and not go outside. These people count as treasures too. Let's observe the situation first. Chen Wushuang had seen the channel news too, and immediately nodded, then turned and went back to her own shelter to pass the word. Soon it was night, with just the last hour left before the cataclysm. The snow outside fell heavier and heavier, faintly taking on the look of a blizzard. Those survivors were all obedient, though no one went out. Over 50 people in the shelter were gathered together, enjoying a rare feast. Having sold the entire Shanghai ruins clean, everyone had gotten a bonus and become a 10,000-dare, and supplies were even less of a concern. To those outside, this was a night of disaster descending. But to these people, sheltered by the boss's terrifying shelter and guarded by a group of transformers, with a warm room and no worries about food or drink, it was practically heaven. As long as they didn't go out, there was no need to fear being attacked. Chen Wushuang simply threw a party to celebrate the fruits of these past few days' hard work. As always, she loved to fire everyone up, drinking until her pretty face flushed red and excitedly raised her glass. Come on, brothers, to the protection of our boss Chen. Cheers. Cheers. Thanks, Imo. Long live Imo. A group of underlings sat around, drinking until their faces glowed red. But this scene left Chen Imo dumbfounded. Good grief, there's a cataclysm descending outside, and you're throwing a party? But he soon smiled again. What the hell was there to fear? This was a level 8 shelter. The monsters couldn't get in at all. So he raised his glass too. Everyone's worked hard this while. Do a good job. Following me from now on, you won't lose out. The crowd got even more excited, chanting again and again. To Mo. Drinking aside, Chun Mo still asked Chen Wushuang a line. You've arranged people to keep watch through the night, right? Don't get caught off guard by the cataclysm. Chen Wushuang was a pretty lightweight. One drink and she'd had too much and she was drunk. She'd downed 6 beers by now. Her face flushed pink, hiccuping, and even her gaze at Chun Mo was hazy. Hick, arranged it. Got 5 or 6 brothers keeping watch on the top floor. Nothing will go wrong. Then it's fine. Chun Mo relaxed. Worst case, there were still the Transformers, so he let loose and drank too. Having had too much, he first walked Chen Wushuang to her room. But the moment they went in, Chen Wushuang grabbed his collar, a pair of hazy eyes gazing at him with feeling. Mo, don't go. Tonight I want to. Looking at such a beauty with a pretty face flushed red like an overripe peach, who could refuse? But Chen Mo was still fairly sober. Tonight, business came first. They hadn't gone out, but others weren't necessarily so disciplined. Someone who'd had too much got up groggily in the middle of the night to relieve himself outside, and that's just how the accident happened. A middle-aged man in a padded jacket was relieving himself outside. It was too cold, and having shivered, he was just about to head back in when he suddenly heard a strange noise from the snow-covered thicket not far off. The man gave a start, sobering a few degrees, and instinctively looked that way. What's that? He quietly zipped up, fished an axe out of his backpack, and crept over on tiptoe. But before he could get close, whoosh. In the snowy night, a sharp whistling of air came at him. Clang. Luckily, the man reacted fast, instinctively raising the axe to block in front. But that terrifying impact force jolted the axe nearly out of his grip, sparks flying. The web of his hand split, and he cried out and toppled backward. This time, he sobered up completely and looked toward the thicket in terror. There, from the thick snow, a monster came charging out with a rustle. About 2 meters long, a meter or so tall, for legs, sharp fangs, with a 2-meter-long tentacle growing from each shoulder. Its whole body was hairless, its skin ghastly white, glowing with an eerie pale light under the moonlight, its body arched, indescribably hideous. Holy crap, what the hell is this thing? The man's pupils shrank in fright, and he cried out, a monster! A monster's coming! Whoosh! That monster reacted extremely fast, firing another ghastly white bone spike from its side tentacles. The man was so scared he hurriedly spread his legs apart. Thunk! The bone spike embedded itself dead straight 3 inches from his family jewels, scaring him so badly he wet himself. Help! The monster, having missed twice, got furious and immediately pounced to tear him to shreds. But the next second, rat-a-tat, a burst of dense firepower rang out, as a night watchman on the sentry tower fired madly at the monster. The bullets struck the monster, and a string of damage numbers popped up. Old Zhang, run! What are you standing there for? The watchman shouted. Old Zhang wanted to run too, but the bone spike had pinned his pants down, leaving him so anxious his face turned liver purple. I can't run, my damn pants. That monster, braving the hail of bullets, was still pouncing forward, just as old Zhang was about to be torn apart. Boom. A beam of blue energy suddenly burst open, and the monster, so arrogant a moment ago, was instantly vaporized. Old Zhang was overjoyed, and turning his head, he saw a 6-meter-tall big bull in glossy black paint make a dazzling entrance. It turned out it had detected the movement first thing and rushed over with Li Muyao, arriving just in time to deal with this monster. It's Sis Yao. Excellent, you're here. Old Zhang shouted excitedly. But Li Muyao, holding the Barrett, didn't relax in the slightest. If anything, she grew more wary, because she heard more of these fast-moving sounds coming from all around. Sure enough, the next second, one after another, mutated creatures came darting out of the low shrubs. These things even had a name, white spikes, and the lowest were level 2 creatures. A dozen plus came out at once, and the sight made Li Muyao suck in a cold breath. But Big Bull couldn't care less. Hey, what filthy things, die for me. Boom. It came out firing several shots in a row, and a few white spikes were vaporized instantly before they could even react. At this, the remaining white spikes caught on, immediately bouncing to dodge while firing bone spikes from their tentacles. Ding, ding ding. Extremely fast, terrifying in power. An ordinary person taking one hit was no different from getting shot. But these bone spikes striking Big Bull didn't even bother to raise a spark. The white spikes were dumbfounded. What is this thing? But Big Bull only grew braver as it fought, giving a heh and firing another shot backhandedly, taking out 2 at once. In the blink of an eye, it had wiped out more than half of them. Such a big commotion of cannon fire outside immediately alarmed the other survivors in the shelter. Though everyone had had plenty to drink, in the apocalypse there was always someone staying alert, and the moment the cannon fire sounded, their minds cleared. They scrambled up, crying out, "Where's the cannon fire coming from?" The lookout on the top floor hurried down too. "Stop sleeping. Monsters are here." Everyone's hearts lurched, and they hurried up to the second floor, looking out through the sturdy glass integrated into the shelter. There, under the snowy night, a great mass of mysterious white tentacled monsters had surged out. "It's white spikes," someone cried out. The others were puzzled. "How do you know?" That person pointed at the monsters' heads. "Isn't it written right there?" Everyone. That was as good as saying nothing. At this point, Chen Mo and Chen Wushuang came over too. Chen Wushuang had been startled sober by the cannon fire outside, and the moment she came out, she asked, "What's happening?" An underling hurriedly said, "The creature cataclysm has appeared. It's all monsters outside." Chen Mo's heart stirred, and he immediately led everyone up to the top floor. Looking down from 24 meters up, good grief, the shelter was already surrounded by several hundred white spikes. As far as the eye could see, it wasn't just these several hundred before them. Everywhere across the frozen plain within sight was covered with these white monsters, densely packed like termites blanketing the earth. Hiss! Everyone was stunned by the terrifying numbers. Actually, these white spikes hadn't come specifically for Chen Wushuang's shelter. They were like an army of marching ants, aimlessly spread across the entire frozen plain. Chen Mo opened the zone channel to look, and sure enough, it wasn't just them. Shelters everywhere had suffered, and the whole frozen plain had descended into utter chaos. "There are too many. We can't kill them all. My shelter's been pierced through. Luckily, my level 6 shelter can still hold." Some also discovered that these white spikes kept firing bone spikes, and the shelter's durability dropped visibly before their eyes. Luckily, someone used a golden loudspeaker to warn everyone, "Whatever you do, don't go out." These creatures are extremely sensitive to sound. The moment they hear movement, they attack even more fiercely. The moment these words came out, everyone suddenly understood. I was wondering why, when I fired my flintlock, not only did I not kill them, I drew even more. My level 5 shelter's about to give out. Even level 5 can't hold. Then aren't I in even more trouble? Somebody save me. For a moment, wails rose everywhere. Clearly, everyone had suffered attacks to varying degrees. "Mo, what do we do?" Beside him, Chen Wushuang looked up at Chen Mo, her pretty face a bit tense. If these creatures attacked en masse, even a level 8 shelter might struggle a bit. "Don't panic." Chen Mo, however, was calm. These white spikes were just like the fog cataclysm before. On the first day, the numbers were large, but the distribution was scattered. Around Chen Wushuang's shelter there were, at most, a few thousand. Besides, didn't he still have a trump card he hadn't used? Right now, Big Bull was still outside firing madly with excitement. So Chen Mo directly gave the order, "Bring out my scavenger." These words dumbfounded some of the later survivors. Scavenger? That thing was too big and eye-catching and hadn't shown itself in a long time. It wasn't needed at all for dealing with ordinary zombies, so they didn't recognize the name at all. But the moment Chen Wushuang heard the name, her eyes lit up and she smacked her forehead. "Oh, how did I forget about it?" With it around, What's there to fear from a creature frenzy? Sure enough, the next second, boom. At Chunmo's summons, the incredibly hard frozen ground around Li Muyao and Big Bull suddenly trembled violently. Those keen-eared white spikes sensed something was off, but before they could react, boom. Beneath the densest cluster of white spikes, the frozen earth suddenly exploded, and an enormous mechanical body burst straight up from underground amid a soaring mechanical roar. With a rush, a several dozen meter-long steel body rose from the ground, stunning a group of survivors dumb. Hiding on the 24-meter-high top floor, they looked down and saw a 60-meter-long colossus bore up from underground. And that wasn't even its limit. More than half its body was still buried in the frozen earth, and it was taller than the top floor. Never mind them. Even those white spikes, which had thought they'd feast, stared with wide eyes and froze in place at the sight of this steel behemoth. But there was no time for them to think. Crash! Scavenger's enormous body suddenly came down, and a dozen-plus white spikes were smashed into meat patties on the spot. Then it did a death roll, the earth caving in wherever it passed, and those arrogant white spikes could be arrogant no more, all flung flying. Ha ha, Scavenger's here, you're in for it now. Big Bull cried out weirdly outside, tossing off 2 more energy cannon shots. And that wasn't all. Rumble, rumble, the Black Hawk came too, its enormous rotors letting out an earth-shaking roar under the night. Before it even landed, it alarmed the sound-sensitive white spikes, and they scrambled in fright to hunker down and protect themselves. But how would the Black Hawk indulge them? It couldn't even be bothered to transform, and directly sprayed madly from the air. Pop, pop, pop. Everywhere it passed, white spikes were instantly reduced to blood mist. The survivors, who'd thought they were done for, all stared wide-eyed. Though they'd known these transformers were formidable, no one had told them they were this formidable. Were these damn things really the brothers who usually cooperated with us, where I drank alcohol and they drank gasoline? This wasn't the frozen plain. This was just a max-level big shot wandering into the newbie village. Even the white spikes were dumbfounded. Wasn't it supposed to be the cold weapon era, with no firearms? These damn things didn't just have firearms. They'd whipped out alien weapons. But there was no more time to think. A 3-meter-long, oversized white spike charged up a small dirt slope, roared skyward, and signaled its companions to retreat, as if to say, "This one can't be messed with, run." Getting the signal, the group of white spikes turned to flee. "Wanna run?" Chinmo, however, smiled. All that supplies, equipment, and ammo on the ground was money. You came, so leave it all behind. At his order, he commanded the Black Hawk to pursue. Wipe them all out. Don't let a single one escape. Hey, got it, just watch. The Black Hawk's rotors spun wildly, chasing after them like a death helicopter. The white spikes below fled desperately, but looking up they saw the dark muzzles in the sky aimed right at them. Rat-a-tat. A burst of spraying, and the white spikes were riddled into chunks of meat one after another. Adding in Big Bull and Scavenger, in no time at all over 1,000 white spikes were cleared out clean by these 3 big guys. Gazing at the battlefield returned to silence under the snowy night, everyone was stunned dumb, momentarily at a loss for what to say. But wouldn't you know, Chun-Mo chose this moment to say, "What creature cataclysm? This damn thing can't take a beating either." Everyone. Is that even a human thing to say? You had to understand, across the entire frozen plain, everyone was still using cold weapons and bows and arrows, with the better-off ones using flintlocks. And here you were, straight-up whipping out transformers. Never mind firearms. Even a modern army coming wouldn't win. These creatures specially designed to target cold weapon difficulty. How could they possibly withstand this? But an underling immediately edged up to flatter. That's right. How could they compare to you, Amo? Fighting them is like fighting little grandkids. That's right. Chun-Mo was quite pleased, who told him to have a Transformer Legion. But he still turned to warn the crowd a line. There'd better not be a next time. This kind of thing, drawing monsters, if anyone disobeys orders again, then get out and fend for yourself. These people weren't his own shelters to begin with. If they weren't all sales elites, he couldn't be bothered to care. Old Zhang, who'd just narrowly escaped death, lowered his head in shame at hearing this. Boss, rest assured, there absolutely won't be a next time. Chen-Mo didn't rebuke him much more. After having Chen Wuxuan get things here squared away, he rejoined Big Bull and Li Muyao outside and returned to his own shelter. Chun Wushuang followed along too. Somehow, she couldn't quite bear to be away from Chun Imo now, clinging tightly to his arm the whole way, so much that anyone who didn't know might have thought she was some well-behaved good girl. Because the surrounding white spikes had all been cleared out, this several hundred-meter walk was safe. The moment they got back to the shelter, the twin sisters, who hadn't slept yet, hurried over with concern. "Imo, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Chun Imo shook his head. "Just some ordinary creature cataclysm." He'd thought these things would be terrifying, which was why he'd been so cautious. But who'd have expected they couldn't even withstand a single Decepticon shot? They're only a bit stronger than zombies, not worth fearing. It's mainly the numbers that are scary. The women let out a breath and even chuckled. "Then if they can't beat us, we're in the clear. Let's rest first." Chun Imo smiled. This night was destined to be far from peaceful. Roars and screams rose and fell outside. Who knew how many survivors' shelters were breached? Before sleeping, Chun Imo didn't forget to send the scout bird out to check the situation. Only then did he discover that the heavy fog had already dispersed, replaced by mysterious creatures with ghastly white skin all over the place, running rampant everywhere, launching an attack the instant they heard the slightest movement. One small shelter had already been breached, and white spikes charged in and dragged out a survivor. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." But a bone spike went straight to the head, and then came a massacre. But there were clever ones too. Seeing they couldn't win, they directly activated drive mode. Boom! A level 5 shelter over 20 meters long, like a 100-ton giant vehicle, suddenly rammed the white spikes flying. "Damn it, I'll crush you all to death." The survivor driving gritted his teeth and gave it full throttle, and where the tracks rolled over, the white spikes let out agonized wails. But more white spikes swiftly charged up, biting madly, trying to break open the shelter. A level 5 shelter wasn't easy to destroy either, but under continuous attacks, pop pop pop, it was still torn open a gap, and the survivors' screams came from within. This scene left the several scantily and provocatively dressed girls on the 5-meter-wide bed shocked. Chun Wushuang had had too much to drink. Having gotten back safely with Chun Imo beside her, her sense of security overflowing, she'd long since fallen asleep. Only Li Muyao and the twins were still awake. As for why they were all crammed onto one bed, there was no helping it. The girls said the creature cataclysm was breaking out tonight, and it was too dangerous outside, and they couldn't sleep alone, so they'd all come running to find Chun Imo, each more seductive than the last. Just look at them. Every one of them was practically a superwoman, yet here they were putting on airs of being delicate. But Chun Imo didn't mind. The bed was big enough anyway. Watching the carnage on the screen, they couldn't help but frown. This bunch of monsters is vicious enough. Too bad we can't save others. Li Muyao shook her head. Save people. Chun Imo smiled at hearing this. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, it was really that. Muyao, you have to remember, he turned his eyes to her. On the apocalyptic frozen plain, zombies, cataclysms, and monsters are frightening, sure. But what's more frightening is the human heart. The human heart. Li Muyao was taken aback. That's right. Chun Imo nodded. Facing zombies and monsters, we just have to do our best to kill them, and that's enough. But the human heart is unpredictable. You never know whether you'll get stabbed in the back. So sometimes, people are far more frightening than monsters. This was also why he was unwilling to take in too many survivors. Though the shelter system kept saying the owner had the authority to choose to take in or remove people, in reality, there were quite a few loopholes. For instance, earlier, Chun Wushuang's shelter had nearly been wiped out because a spy from another family had slipped in. There were precedents for all of this. That's true. After he put it this way, Li Muyao nodded with feeling too. Monsters are easy enough to deal with, but people are hard to say. Who knows what kind of person you'll run into? But she still couldn't help asking. So what do we do next? Chun Imo mused for a moment, then said, keep upgrading the shelter. The three women were taken aback. That's right. Chun Imo nodded. It had been only a month since the frozen plain began, and this many people had already died. And through this merge he'd seen it clearly too. This was just the beginning. In the future there might well be even more zones merging, and even higher level plunderer cities appearing. To live better, our level has to be high enough too. Nowadays, level 6 and level 7 were everywhere on the frozen plain, and though his own upgrade path was different, using materials enough for others to reach level 10, when it came down to it, he was still only level 7. So, we still need to raise the shelter to a true plunderer grade city as soon as possible. Chinemo said.